The world of immortals and demons, with its cultivation techniques and countless treasures, is a place that many aspire to reach. Today's story is about Qin Tian, a peak lord in a cultivation sect, but rumored to be a good-for-nothing with weak cultivation. Until one day, a reincarnated Empress joins the sect and acknowledges Qin Tian as her master. Only then does she discover that her master is hiding a secret. What will Qin Tian's life be like when his female disciples are all hot girls with powerful cultivation and ample bosoms? And above all, a terrible conspiracy is shrouding the myriad worlds, so join Qin Tian as he sweeps away all enemies and ascends to the peak of the cosmos. Amidst high mountains and swirling clouds, luxurious palaces stand, surrounded by lingering mist and frolicking spiritual beasts, like a scene from a celestial realm. Within these mountains lies a plot of land used by a celestial sect to cultivate spiritual herbs, and currently, this medicinal field is being diligently tilled by a man. He is a handsome young man with an air of immortality, a mysterious vermilion mark between his brows, and an appearance far surpassing that of ordinary people. After finishing hoeing the land, the system's display board suddenly appeared before the young man with the words, "Today's reward, Corrupting Freedom Grand Technique has leveled up to the 9th level." The young man stared blankly at the notification and wondered what level his power had reached. "Alright, system, open my personal attributes panel." According to the personal attributes panel, the young man's name is Qin Tian, 23 years old, with 3-star strength, 4-star speed, 1-star intelligence, and his current realm is half-saint first level. Seeing the 1-star intelligence, Qin Tian helplessly complained, "This system is too hurtful." But when he saw his realm as half-saint first level, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Half-saint. Soon, I can go find you, Qin Shui," Qin Tian whispered, remembering the figure of a certain girl. Afterward, it seemed Qin Tian treated his hoe like his dream lover, starting to kiss and caress it ridiculously. But just then, another voice called out, "Junior brother, junior brother." The one who called out was a beautiful and voluptuous girl, but she was stunned upon seeing Qin Tian kissing the hoe, stopping in her tracks. At this moment, Qin Tian realized the girl had misunderstood something, so he hurriedly threw the hoe away and frantically explained, "Senior sister, you've misunderstood." But before he could say anything more, the soft hand of the senior sister landed on Qin Tian's cheek. "Junior brother has grown up. I will visit you often from now on," the voluptuous senior sister said, pressing her chest against Qin Tian's face, making him suffocate. His face flushed red as he struggled to escape the embrace and hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think, senior sister." "Silence, I understand everything." "Ha ha! Forget it. Junior brother is also of age. Until now, Hidden Sword Peak has only been yours, so it's hard to avoid loneliness during the quiet nights." "Oh my God! You don't understand anything at all." Qin Tian was helpless. Then Qin Tian suddenly coldly turned back to the main topic. "So, senior sister, is there something you need today?" Hearing this, the senior sister turned around and nodded. "Now that you mention it, there really is something. Today is the day our Kunlun Sword sect recruits new disciples. The sect master told you to come and have a look. Ever since senior sister Jiang left, and you became the peak lord of Hidden Sword Peak, you haven't recruited any disciples. The sect master has high hopes for you. You know," Qin Tian grumbled, "teaching disciples? How tiring! Then wait a moment, I'll change into new clothes. How about I help you change, junior brother?" "No need, thanks." "Oh my God!" Qin Tian was completely helpless against this senior sister. At the same time, in front of the Kunlun Sword sect's mountain gate, 2 mysterious figures were silently observing the sect. "The saintess has fled to the Kunlun Sword sect. This matter requires the sect master to personally decide. Our mission ends here. Let's return to the demonic sect and report," one of them said, and then both disappeared in a blink of an eye. The scene shifts to the Kunlun Sword sect's plaza, where mortals undergo aptitude tests to determine whether they will be selected to join the sect. And this beautiful woman with ample bosom is Mo Tian, the current sect master of the Kunlun Sword sect. Sect Master Mo Tian was observing the disciples when she suddenly noticed a familiar figure approaching. It was Qin Tian, who had changed into a pristine white robe, making him look even more like a descended immortal, making it difficult for others to look away. The women were incredibly excited to see Qin Tian's jade-like appearance. But the other male disciples in the sect felt uneasy and jealous that a small fry in the spirit movement realm like Qin Tian was so adored by women. It was unfair. Qin Tian ignored everyone's gazes and remained focused on reading a super rare fragmented book titled 1000 Ways to Lie Down and Tell Stories. Sect Master Mo noticing the content of his book, became furious. Look at you, a peak lord of Hidden Sword Peak, yet all day long you indulge in planting herbs and raising birds. Your cultivation is only at the measly spirit movement realm. Aren't you ashamed? Suddenly hit on the head, Qin Tian asked back in confusion, Didn't you ask me to come here, Sect Master? Qin Tian's demeanor enraged Mo even further, like a furious villainess. How dare you talk back to me? Facing the overwhelming aura of this woman, Qin Tian trembled in fear. Big-breasted women are truly scary. But just then, another ample bosom pressed against Qin Tian's head. All right, Sect Master, stop teasing junior brother Qin. Senior sister Jiang is the only Saint Realm expert our sect has had in thousands of years. If she has taken a liking to junior brother, there must be something special about him. Hearing these words, the sect master could only relent and tell the girl to mind her posture. As for Qin Tian, he was bewildered and uncomfortable, facing the ample bosoms of these two women. The other male disciples of the sect felt even more uncomfortable and heartbroken upon seeing this scene. Damn it! Does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? Even the sect master, one of the 6 great half-saints of the Eastern continent, and senior sister Su, one of the 3 great beauties of the Eastern continent, are captivated by his looks? Time passed, and after everyone had gathered, sect master Mo signaled the start of the aptitude test. Mortals lined up in 3 rows, one after another, to undergo the aptitude test. In the blink of an eye, after touching the aptitude testing orb, the results were revealed. Some rejoiced with excitement as their aptitude met the requirements, while others were saddened and disappointed when they were not accepted. All right, next. And yelling, step forward. Following the elder's call, a girl with light pink hair, incredibly beautiful, and red lips as delicate as rose petals appeared. Everyone around was stunned by the girl's fairy-like appearance. Her large, somewhat innocent eyes with bright red pupils, yet her overall presence exuded a strangely cold aura. A beauty both alluring and cold, making it impossible for men to control themselves. As instructed by the elder, the girl gently stepped forward and placed her hand on the aptitude testing orb. In that instant, the aptitude testing orb suddenly emitted a blinding light. With a resounding cry, a phantom image of an ice phoenix divine bird emerged from Diaoling's body and soared into the sky. The entire space was filled with a mysterious light and the fierce aura of the legendary bird. Sect Master Mo stood up in shock, staring blankly at the phantom image. Heavens! Is that the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix? As soon as the Ice Phoenix phantom appeared and radiated its pressure throughout the area, numerous figures with terrifying power suddenly flew in from somewhere unknown. I want to accept you as my direct disciple. Do you agree? Sect Master Mo quickly appeared and offered to take Diaoling as her direct disciple. But facing this invitation, Diaoling coldly shook her head. Seeing this, the other elders' eyes lit up. The sect master's rejection meant they had a chance to take the girl as their disciple. The girl's astonishing aptitude caused the old geezers in the sect to appear and surround her, hoping she would accept them as masters. These old men used cultivation techniques and pills to entice her, like using candy to lure children. The sect master was helpless but had no other choice since she was rejected. Choose whichever peak you want to join. The sect will not lack cultivation resources, as we do not mistreat talent. Hearing this, Diaoling pondered for a moment, then suddenly shifted her gaze towards someone who had shown no reaction from the beginning. Qin Tian, who was watching the drama unfold, was also puzzled when he found the girl looking at him. At this moment, Diaoling pointed at him and said, I want to join the Hidden Sword Peak of Peak Lord Qin. Qin Tian was dumbfounded by these words. What's going on? I was just watching the show, and now the show is about me? Oh my God! This girl is Diaoling, the Supreme Empress whose name shook the previous era, causing fear in anyone who heard it. But in a moment of carelessness, she was ambushed and killed by 3 other Emperor Realm experts, unjustly losing her life. However, heaven did not leave her without a way out. Diaoling was reincarnated, but ironically, she became the cauldron of the demonic sect master. to preserve her life and wait for the time to recover her strength, and Dialing escaped from the demonic sect. Afterward, she joined the Kunlun sword sect and sought a weak sect master, hoping to conceal her secret. As long as her identity was not discovered, relying on the supreme forgetful love manual from her previous life, she was certain she could reach the Emperor realm once again. At that time, Dialing would definitely kill each and every one of them for revenge. But now, Dialing suddenly felt a headache because of her current situation. At this time, Qin Tian led the only female disciple he had just accepted to visit her future residence. Dialing looked around the room and discovered that all the furniture was covered in a thin layer of dust. "Stay in this room. I think it suits you," Qin Tian said loudly. Dialing was very annoyed. "Doesn't this guy ever clean?" The room was not only dusty but also full of insects and flies, making Dialing, who was accustomed to cleanliness, very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Qin Tian's face froze as he cautiously extended a hand towards Dialing. Then, to the girl's surprise, Qin Tian's hand gently brushed against her soft, tofu-like cheek. This sudden intimate action startled Dialing, and she hurriedly backed away. "Heavens! Was I just tofu-touched?" Seeing this, Qin Tian flicked his finger and said, "I saw your face was dirty, so I just wiped it for you. Why are you so agitated?" Dialing didn't answer but kept her distance, like a mouse avoiding a cat. The girl's beautiful eyes welled up, looking extremely pitiful. "Damn it! In my previous life, no one dared to even look at my face, and this guy dares to tofu-touch me?" Qin Tian didn't know what Dialing was thinking, so he changed the subject. "Forget it. Since you've acknowledged me as your master, there are some rules you must follow. First, I'm very busy planting vegetables and watering flowers, so I may not have time to teach you." Dialing didn't hear a word he said, secretly resenting. "Was it this finger just now? When I recover my cultivation, I'll cut it off. Actually, I'll occasionally arrange some chores for you to do," Qin Tian said, patting the table, causing dust to fly everywhere. "So, do you agree?" After pondering for a moment, the girl nodded in agreement, and knelt down to perform the disciple's bow with the sword on her back. Inwardly, Dialing still thought, "When I recover my cultivation, I must chop off both of this guy's hands." As soon as Dialing agreed, the system suddenly issued a series of notifications. "Congratulations to the host for accepting an outstanding disciple, the reincarnated Empress. Reward: all martial skills level up by 1 level, Supreme Sword Technique Heart Sword Decree, and Supreme Grade Imperial Weapon Ice Soul Sword." He stared blankly for a few seconds, processing all the information the system had just announced, then looked at his hands in shock. "Huh? Reincarnated Empress? But these rewards are amazing. Ha!" Dialing looked helplessly at her newly accepted, cheap master excitedly jumping around, not understanding what was going on. Disciple, Qin Tian, now regaining his composure, pretended to be calm and said, "Cough, cough. Since you've acknowledged me as your master, consider this your apprenticeship gift." As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a mysterious energy began to condense in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the energy dissipated, leaving behind a simple, ancient sword, which Qin Tian handed to his female disciple. Dialing completely disregarded this master, and thought to herself, what good thing could a small fry in the spirit movement realm possibly have? Since it was a gift from her master, the girl reached out to take it. The moment her hand touched the sword, a strange sensation arose within her. After examining the sword her master had just given her, the reincarnated Empress was stunned. This is a supreme grade imperial weapon?" The girl hurriedly asked in panic, "Are you really giving me this sword?" Qin Tian shook his head and shrugged. "Yes, this sword is not bad, I guess." "Not bad? Is this guy trying to show off or what?" According to the experience and knowledge Dialing had from her previous life, weapons and cultivation techniques were divided into levels: heaven, earth, black tortoise, yellow dragon, and even higher, the emperor grade and supreme grade. Each level was further divided into low, mid, high, and supreme grade. In her previous life, Dialing had faced a life-threatening crisis because of a low-grade imperial weapon. She never expected to receive a supreme-grade imperial weapon so soon after her reincarnation. The girl couldn't help but ask, "We've never met before. Why are you treating me so well?" Qin Tian scratched his head, puzzled by his disciple's question. Isn't it normal for a master to give gifts to their disciple? Huh. That seems right, but… Seeing his disciple's hesitation, Qin Tian said, if you don't want it, give it back. I still have a pair of socks that have been with me for many years. I can use them as an apprenticeship gift too. And Diaoling shuddered and shook her head. I don't want your stinky socks. Although she agreed to accept the sword, everything was so surreal that the girl couldn't comprehend it for a while. Is this really just an apprenticeship gift? But I can't figure it out, so let's just bind the sword first and talk later. Quickly making up her mind, and Diaoling lightly bit her fingertip and dripped a drop of fresh blood onto the body of the imperial weapon. This was the method cultivators used to bind weapons. The drop of fresh blood was quickly absorbed completely by the sword, and a strange connection between the sword and Diaoling began to form. The girl thought the process of binding the sword was complete, but unexpectedly, the sword suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Perhaps she had never seen a supreme-grade imperial weapon in her previous life, so she underestimated its power. The light radiating from the sword shot straight into the sky, forming a giant pillar of light that caused the surrounding heavens and earth to change color. Because the sword was perfectly compatible with Diaoling's bloodline, it caused a celestial phenomenon to manifest. The voluptuous sect master of the Kunlun sword sect, who was relaxing in her pavilion, noticed the celestial phenomenon in the distance, and her expression changed. At the same time, somewhere unknown, the giant eyes of some monster opened, looked at the beam of light, and then quickly closed again. It seemed that this phenomenon had stirred many experts and attracted their attention. Interesting. After I leave seclusion, I'll pay a visit to the Kunlun sword sect, a mysterious man with red hair murmured, sensing the surging energy in the heavens and earth. Qin Tian hadn't expected such a phenomenon to occur, but he reacted quickly and waved his hand, dispelling the celestial phenomenon and calming the sword down. In an instant, the pillar of light vanished, the sky cleared, and it was as if nothing had happened. While his female disciple was still dumbfounded, Qin Tian waved his hand again, making the sword disappear, and told her, stop playing around. The sect master is coming. The girl was completely bewildered and astonished that this person before her could dispel the phenomenon with a single move. Don't just stand there dumbfounded. Come outside with me to greet the sect master. Led by Qin Tian, the female disciple tried to maintain her composure and suppress her thoughts as they went outside to await the arrival of the Kunlun sword sect master. The voluptuous sect master gracefully glided through the sky, landed gently on the ground, and immediately approached Qin Tian, reprimanding him. You, Qin Tian! What were you doing? Sect master, sister. What are you doing? That hurts. Tell me. That phenomenon just now appeared at Hidden Sword Peak. Did you two do something? Qin Tian hurriedly waved his hands. As you can see, two small fries in the spirit movement realm like us could cause such a big commotion? The female sect master was still suspicious and turned to ask Diaoling, is that true? Causing the girl to nod hurriedly. Qin Tian also smiled and explained. It was just a phenomenon. It's just a natural occurrence. What does it have to do with us? What do you understand? This phenomenon appeared in our Kunlun. I'm afraid our Kunlun will face trouble soon. The Dharma is like a path, also like lightning. Sect master sister, don't worry, it'll be fine. Knocking Qin Tian on the head with her pipe, the sect master had no other choice but to turn and leave. Remember to be more careful. Don't cause trouble for me, you hear? In a blink of an eye, the voluptuous woman with ample bosom disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Diaoling silently called out the name I Soul Sword, summoning her imperial weapon. The girl stared blankly at the sword in her hand, finding everything absurd. Casually taking out a supreme-grade imperial weapon that can cause a celestial phenomenon. A wave of his hand can make the celestial phenomenon disappear. Master, you're making me more and more curious, Diaoling thought as she looked at her seemingly weak master. Time passed, another night went by, and the sun began to peek over the distant horizon. A rooster, fulfilling its daily duty, crowed to herald the new day. Inside a tall tower, counting and the breathing sounds of some animal could be heard from time to time. It turned out that the strange sound belonged to a peculiar three-legged bird, diligently cultivating, as early morning was the golden time of day. The bird practiced while thinking, only through persistent daily practice can I have a chance to escape the clutches of that evil god. This golden bird will surely have a bright future. Just as it thought that, a hand suddenly appeared and gently grabbed its neck, causing it to let out a comical shriek. A few other golden birds, seeing their companion captured, quickly retreated to the corner of the wall, trembling and hugging each other. The captured bird, facing Qin Tian's greedy eyes, cried out in pain, "Evil god, you merciless demon! Ouch, ouch! It hurts! Stop it! You've plucked all my feathers!" Early in the morning, the tall tower was filled with the bird's pitiful cries, which sounded like a rooster's crow. "Oh, oh! Save me! Save the bird!" But the three-legged golden bird's resistance seemed futile as it was plucked bare, revealing its plump body. Qin Tian carried the giant bird on his shoulder and walked out of the demon-subduing tower. This bird's meat is very firm. It truly is the most disciplined golden bird in the demon-subduing tower. My disciple is in for a treat today. Early in the morning, Diaoling was also diligently cultivating and practicing in the nearby bamboo forest. Holding the imperial weapon in her hand, she focused on utilizing the frost sword intent, a sword intent that used ice as its foundation, with the power to freeze everything it touched. And Diaoling's sharp eyes stared at each falling bamboo leaf. A beautiful sword strike with a chilling intent froze a bamboo leaf and easily sliced it in half, causing it to shatter into small pieces. After skillfully executing a round of sword intent, Diaoling exhaled and sighed inwardly. Sword intent is truly not easy to grasp, even though I have experience from my previous life. Just then, Qin Tian's loud voice rang out in the distance, calling his disciple to eat. And Diaoling shook her head and said, "I'm not eating." As soon as she finished speaking and was about to turn away, a pan suddenly appeared, blocking her sword, and Qin Tian's cold voice rang out beside her, "You must eat." The sudden appearance startled the girl. Heavens! When did he appear? And what kind of rule is this? What kind of rule? My rule is the rule, disciple. Under the coercive enticement of her master, the girl finally dragged herself to the dining table, but was astonished by the colorful dishes. The aroma is so rich. Just smelling it feels like I've already tasted it. At this moment, Qin Tian, with a strange expression, brought over a bowl of hot chicken soup. Seeing this, Diaoling couldn't help but complain, "Master, your smile is so creepy." "Ha. After eating this meal, you might be able to break through to the Golden Body Realm first level," Qin Tian said, ladling a bowl of chicken soup for his disciple. Diaoling was speechless, taking the bowl of chicken soup and looking at her master as if he were a fool. "Master, are you alright?" The cultivation realms of this world were divided into 9 levels: mortal transcendence, supernal transcendence, spirit movement, golden body, nirvana, creation, half-saint, saint realm, and emperor realm. Each realm was further divided into first, second, and third levels. "Master, do you think breaking through realms is as simple as eating a meal?" Diaoling thought it was a joke from her master, so she didn't think much of it and took a sip of the hot, delicious chicken soup. In that instant, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief. The extreme shock caused her to lose her grip on the bowl of chicken soup, dropping it to the ground with a crash. Seeing this, Qin Tian excitedly observed from the side. Here it comes, here it comes! What is this feeling? This strange energy is surging through my body." And Diaoling's entire body felt like it was immersed in a warm current, causing her to moan involuntarily. The strange sensation, like an electric current tingling throughout her body, relaxed every muscle and meridian, and her strength continuously surged. A complete blood circulation cycle from the heart to the entire body would take 20 to 25 seconds, but this energy only needed 10 seconds, or even just 5 seconds, to encompass all the meridians. It felt like gentle waves, causing her soul to sway along. Every cell in Diaoling's body greedily devoured the mysterious energy. The girl trembled, hugging her hot body, and gritted her teeth, trying to endure the painful yet pleasurable sensation. "I must endure! I can't give up! I can't take it anymore!" The energy flowed like waves through Diaoling's meridians, attempting to break through the shackles and unopened areas. The girl smiled foolishly in satisfaction. So good, so satisfying. Is this the taste of the mortal world? After a while, Diaoling fully absorbed the energy, and now sweat continuously flowed down her body, making her feel like she had just undergone strenuous exercise. The girl knelt on the ground, unable to believe that she had actually just broken through. "Oh my God! Seeing his disciple's alluring posture, Qin Tian couldn't help but have a nosebleed. So lewd. Cough, cough. Master said I could make you break through, and of course, I can do it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of these three-legged golden bird kings? Hearing this, and Jialing was once again stunned by her master. What? Three-legged golden bird king? You used a three-legged golden bird king to make soup? Qin Tian didn't answer, calmly sitting down at the table to eat. Everything that happened was so strange that Jialing realized her master was definitely not a small fry in the spirit movement realm unless… At this time, Qin Tian ignored his disciple and continued eating, constantly praising himself, as expected of me. Another step closer to cooking food that can emit light. And Jialing stood up and approached her master, unable to help but ask, Master, are you? But before she could finish her sentence, a pair of chopsticks blocked her beautiful lips. Come on, people should always maintain a sense of mystery. For example, I have secrets, and you have secrets too. Why be so curious? Facing her master's deep gaze, as if he could see through everything, and Jialing panicked. What? Does he know my true identity? Qin Tian gently placed the chopsticks on the table and pinched his disciple's plump lips with 2 fingers. Remember to finish your food. Don't waste it. And also, clean up the table, good disciple. He said cheerfully, waved his hand, and left, leaving Jialing angrily puffing her cheeks. He took advantage of me again. Sooner or later, I'll chop off your hands, you bastard. This was a barren land with towering mountain ranges covered in snow all year round. The land, rarely trod by humans, was a paradise for various demonic beasts. The tranquility of this place was broken today by a young man, enraging the tyrannical evil dragon. Damn human! Who are you? Why do you come here every day to capture our companions? If you know what's good for you, release all of the demon kings you've captured. That's wicked, but I like it. Why don't you stay here tonight and have a drink with me? No way. Facing Qin Tian were 3 demon kings, the evil dragon, the snow ape, and the demon bird. What? I came to you to borrow some demon emperor's blood essence, the more the better, so hand it over. Qin Tian was completely calm and unafraid, facing the 3 demonic beasts. The lecherous demon bird, attracted to handsome men, smiled and nodded. This sounds interesting, huh? Wake up, damn it! He's here to kill us! The evil dragon roared angrily at Qin Tian's words. Borrow my ass! This is outrageous bullying! As soon as it finished speaking, it immediately thrust its massive weapon towards the human before it. But the human easily dodged. The snow ape seized the opportunity and, with incredible speed, appeared behind Qin Tian, swinging its staff downwards. Take this, my Monkey King staff! Facing the fierce attacks of the 3 demons, Qin Tian smiled calmly. You won't lend it? Then I have no choice but to take it myself. He gently waved his hands, and surging spiritual power easily blocked the attack from the snow ape's staff. With a crack, the staff, forged from divine iron, was easily broken by Qin Tian's mysterious power. The old snow ape roared in pain and anger. Impossible! How could this be? My treasure! How could it be destroyed like this? Before it could react, the phantom image of a giant stone turtle suddenly appeared, opening its massive, toothed mouth and snapping at the ape. As Qin Tian clenched his hands, the giant monster's mouth also clamped shut, successfully biting the snow ape. The phantom of the giant stone turtle vanished, and the snow ape was knocked down from the sky, crashing into the snow. Done! 1 down! So fast! Having easily defeated 1 demon king, the young man with flowing hair like a descended immortal looked at the remaining 2 demons. So, are you coming together? To save time. The evil dragon immediately said to the demon bird, use that move. All right. It's a shame to ruin his handsome face, but there's no other way. Immediately afterward, the 2 demons began to merge, transforming into a massive force like a tornado, heading straight for Qin Tian. This was their combined ultimate technique, called Wind and Snow Combined Technique Myriad Thunderbolts, with immense destructive power. Danger was imminent, but Qin Tian remained calm, not moving at all, even having time to observe and assess the attack. A combined technique? How interesting. Coincidentally, I also know a combined technique. As he finished speaking, Qin Tian gently placed a hand on the icy snow, and a destructive energy began to erupt from his slender body. Qin Tian softly chanted the name of the technique, while continuously manipulating the energy and surrounding spiritual qi to gather in front of him. It was the four symbols Lesser In Heart Swords. Ultimate Technique, Azure Departure Sword Song. Moments later, he gently waved his hand, causing the energy to transform into thousands of incredibly sharp flying swords, imbued with killing intent, aimed directly at the two approaching demons. A thunderous explosion shook the surrounding ice and snow. When the dust settled, the two demon kings lay sprawled on the ice, motionless. Their previous ferocity had vanished in the blink of an eye, now utterly dead. At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly sneezed, tears and snot flowing freely. "What's this? I've only been gone for a few days. Could it be that girl, Diaoling, is missing me? After I get the essence blood, I'll return to Hidden Sword Peak. It's a good thing I held back earlier. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be scraps left of them, let alone essence blood." Ha! The night was quiet and clear, with the moonlight shining brightly. Hidden Sword Peak was silent, everyone asleep, but suddenly, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted, startling even the cat in the tree. The loud noise also roused Diaoling, who was about to go to bed. Curious, she stepped out to see what had happened. Looking towards the source of the explosion, she realized it was the alchemy room at Hidden Sword Peak. What's going on? Who's in the alchemy room at this hour? Could it be that Master has returned? The explosion sent smoke, dust, and flames billowing into the air, creating a chaotic scene. Sitting at the center of the explosion, Qin Tian was dazed and disoriented. What's this? Master has just returned and already caused such a commotion. Could it be that he blew up the alchemy room? Hearing the voice, Qin Tian turned around and saw his disciple approaching. He grinned brightly. "Diaoling, you came at just the right time. But it's still hot, drink it quickly. This is a transcendence pill I specially refined for you," Qin Tian said as he placed a round, pale green pill, the color of jade, into his disciple's hand. And Diaoling stared blankly at the pill, the strong medicinal scent filling her nose. "Is this a Demon Emperor pill? Oh my god, a Demon Emperor pill, a heaven-grade, top-quality one. Even as an Empress in my past life, it was extremely difficult to obtain one like this. Is this a dream? So, Master disappeared for several days all because of me?" And Diaoling looked at her master in astonishment. "Huh! Why haven't you taken it yet? Is it too bitter for you?" Qin Tian asked with a dumbfounded expression. And Diaoling, who was feeling touched, was rendered speechless by his appearance. "First of all, regardless of its taste, Master, do you think this is a suitable place to take a pill?" Reminded by his disciple, Qin Tian suddenly realized the desolate scene and the destroyed alchemy room he had just caused. "Oh yeah, you're right. It seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it?" Left with no other choice, the two returned to Diaoling's room so she could use the pill to stimulate her bloodline. As a cultivator, swallowing a large, round pill like this wasn't difficult. However, since it was a bloodline-stimulating pill, she needed someone to protect her during the process. And Diaoling swallowed the pill, and Qin Tian sat beside her, placing his hand on her back, silently using his spiritual power to sense her internal condition. As soon as the pill entered her stomach, it dissolved into a warm current that began to rise in her dantian. The temperature steadily increased, making Diaoling feel as if she were being burned by fire. Qin Tian didn't dare to be careless. He gently channeled his spiritual power into his disciple's body. Diaoling's current state was very good. Suddenly, Diaoling, who was supposed to be meditating and refining the pill, turned around and placed her hands on her master's shoulders. Qin Tian was bewildered as his voluptuous female disciple, her ample bosom faintly visible beneath her thin clothing, pushed him onto the bed. Her face flushed and eyes hazy, she looked at her master. "Master. Master. I want." Seeing her like this, Qin Tian suddenly realized something, his expression becoming strangely vulgar. "Diaoling, you're not going into heat, are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, a sweet kiss from his beautiful disciple landed on his lips. "I am Qin Tian, a transmigrator with a check-in system. I am now facing a great crisis concerning my purity. Master, you can't escape." Hearing this, Qin Tian panicked and shouted, "Diaoling, snap out of it. We can't do this. No, no, no. I want to do it with Master," his disciple said while rubbing her ample bosom against him. "Master's scent is so wonderful. The girl whispered provocative words while gently licking his throat. Damn it, has the demon emperor pill's effect worn off? Qin Tian's reason gradually eroded as her soft, plump body rubbed against him. First, I am a righteous gentleman. I can only guide the pill's effects within Dialing to awaken her bloodline. Stay rational. Thinking this, Qin Tian tightly embraced his female disciple, their posture intimate and charming. Just when it seemed like something not suitable for children was about to happen, a painful scream suddenly echoed through the room. Oh my God! Were you born in the year of the dog? Why did you bite me? However, whether it was the bloodline-stimulating pill or some other strange effect, and Dialing just lay on the bed, giggling. At this moment, her hazy, infatuated eyes suddenly became remarkably clear, and power began to radiate from her. The ice phoenix phantom that appeared during the aptitude test reappeared above Hidden Sword Peak, much more majestic and powerful than before. Success. This host's disciple has awakened the ancient ice phoenix bloodline, a supreme-grade emperor rank bloodline. Her cultivation has broken through to the nirvana realm. First stage. Reward. Host's cultivation increased to 7th stage. Check-in reward increased to 60%. The harvest this time is quite abundant. In the end, my purity wasn't sacrificed. Although it's a bit regrettable. No regrets. At least my disciple is safe. Ha! Qin Tian then looked at his female disciple and found her fast asleep. Did she lose consciousness temporarily due to the bloodline awakening? Feeling it inappropriate to leave now, Qin Tian decided to stay in the room and wait for his disciple to wake up. After he had almost finished a pot of tea, the girl finally started to stir. You're awake. Let me tell you first, Master is very upright. It was all your initiative. Dialing, you have to be more careful in the future. If you encounter someone more lecherous than me, you'll be doomed. Qin Tian gently placed his teacup on the table. After all, there's a difference between master and disciple, you know. He finished speaking and hurriedly slipped away while Dialing was still bewildered. Did I do something? It seems like something happened. After thinking for a moment, the girl's consciousness cleared, and she recalled what had happened earlier, causing her face to flush crimson. You damned master! Get back here! And Dialing angrily chased after that damned pervert. But as soon as she stepped out of the door, numerous figures of the sect's elders appeared. Leading them was the beautiful sect master. Dialing, has your bloodline awakened? Why yes it has. Then that's wonderful. The heavens favor Kunlun. This is the aptitude of the Saint Realm. My Kunlun is about to have a second Saint Realm cultivator. Ha! While the sect master was rejoicing, the surrounding elders hurriedly chimed in, suggesting that Dialing could no longer stay at Hidden Sword Peak, because her current talent was so high. Staying there would hinder her progress under Qin Tian. As they were discussing, and Dialing's cold voice suddenly rang out. This time, I was able to awaken my bloodline all thanks to Master. If you continue to slander him, then please leave Hidden Sword Peak. You are not welcome here. Everyone was stunned by her words. What's wrong with this girl? Has she really been bewitched by that brat Qin Tian? At this moment, a disciple came running from afar, shouting in the night. Sect Master! Sect Master! It's not good! It's not good! Don't embarrass the sect! I'm sorry! But the demon race has attacked our Kunlun! The disciple cried out in tears. Hearing this, the sect master immediately became serious, and told Dialing and Qin Tian to hide for their safety. The elder who had just scolded the disciple for not maintaining his image was so startled by the mention of the demon race that he almost wet himself. This is bad. It must be the Ice Phoenix Phantom that attracted the demon race's attention. Let's go meet these demons. Quickly, in front of the Kunlun Sword Sect's main gate, numerous figures stood guard. From the disciples of Kunlun to the elders, everyone came out to respond to this emergency. The rustling wind broke the silence, sending chills down people's spines. In the distant sky, dark clouds gathered continuously. Amidst the demonic chi-filled clouds, a vicious dragon with 2 golden horns appeared, staring at the Kunlun Sword Sect and muttering, "The ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline is here." Its sharp eyes radiated a powerful killing intent. The evil dragon soared in the sky, followed by a host of demon soldiers and generals, filling the sky with terrifying demonic chi. Immediately hand over the person with the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Otherwise, today, I will turn Kunlun into a sea of blood. The vicious dragon roared, releasing a ferocious aura that nearly blew away the disciples guarding below. Ah, this aura is too strong. Is this the aura of the demon Emperor Jiaolong? But this aura feels somewhat familiar, as if it resonates with me. While struggling against the Jiaolong's aura, and Jiaoling suddenly realized something. The demon Emperor's aura is identical to this Jiaolong. So, the pill earlier contained its dragon blood. And when the dragon blood met the phoenix blood in my body, it stimulated the truest emotions deep within my heart. So that's why I. And Jiaoling recalled the kiss in her days and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. After figuring everything out, anger surged within her, and she immediately kicked open the door to her room, searching for her master. Master! Did you do that on purpose? The only response to her furious roar was an empty room. Where did he go? Outside the main gate, the ferocious Jiaolong was roaring angrily when suddenly, a more powerful aura appeared behind it. You little Jiaolong, your tone is quite arrogant, isn't it? Where's that imposing aura you had just now? The Jiaolong felt a chill down its spine and immediately turned to stare at the newly arrived sect master. Seeing her, it immediately retreated, not daring to get close. It was clearly wary of the beautiful and alluring woman before it. Sect Master Mac Van Thien sneered. With such strength, you dare to dream of destroying my Kunlun? The Jiaolong retorted, my strength indeed isn't enough. But if you add Qing Peng and Mi Ho, 3 demon emperors, is that enough? In 5 minutes, they will arrive. By then, I'm afraid you alone won't be able to protect this sect. Ha ha! Hearing this, the initially calm sect master couldn't help but change her expression. There are other demon emperors? This is bad. At the same time, in the distant sky, 2 demons, Mi Ho and Qing Peng, were chasing after dark clouds, rushing towards the battlefield. They were late because Qing Peng was engrossed in watching the chaotic sword god and missed their appointment. The 2 demon emperors increased their speed, not noticing a mysterious figure behind them blowing on paper airplanes. Then, Qin Tian, sitting on a giant cauldron, flew the paper airplanes towards the 2 demons. Please, contestant number 78, fly and chase after them. Unexpectedly, the enchanted paper airplanes easily pursued the 2 terrifying demon emperors. Mi Ho asked, Hey, I've been wanting to ask, these paper airplanes have been following us all the way. Are they your new pets? Qin Peng immediately shook his head. What? How could that be? Hearing his companion's denial, Mi Ho immediately sensed something was wrong. Looking at the paper airplanes, he noticed sparks flickering and igniting on them. Before the white monkey could shout careful, the paper airplanes rushed towards them and exploded in the sky, sending smoke and dust everywhere. After the explosion, the 2 demon emperors struggled to their feet, unharmed. Are you alright? I'm fine, but what the hell was that thing? Qing Peng squinted at the sky and froze. What is that? A flying cauldron? Above the giant cauldron, Qin Tian smiled down at the 2 demons. You too, this road is a dead end. Go back to where you came from. Seeing the face of the person on the cauldron clearly, Qing Peng and Mi Ho shouted in panic, It's you! The damned man who injured us last time. You are from the Kunlun sword sect? Facing the panicked, stammering voices of the 2 demons, Qin Tian smiled and nodded. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Correct guesses get a reward. We apologize for the disturbance. We'll leave immediately. The 2 demon emperors immediately turned and fled without hesitation. Why are you running so fast? You haven't received your reward yet. Qin Tian finished speaking and immediately waved his hand, using the technique, transforming Freedom Grand Dharma Dragon Transformation. A golden dragon claw formed from spiritual power in the sky, aimed directly at the 2 fleeing demons, slamming down, making them wet themselves in fear. The dragon claw stretched across the sky, smashing the 2 demons into the ground with an earth-shattering boom. After the powerful attack, the 2 fleeing demon emperors were like squashed mosquitoes, bloody and mangled at the bottom of a giant crater. The scene could only be described with a few words. Too gruesome to behold. TSK, you're still as weak as ever. You couldn't even withstand a single move. Back in front of the Kunlun Sword Sect's main gate, the vicious dragon and the beautiful sect master stared at each other in heavy silence. Hey, It's been almost half an hour. It seems your companions aren't very reliable. The Jiaolong, fuming with rage, turned towards its demon soldiers and shouted, "Brothers, let's go. We'll return. I'll make those two write apologies by hand." They came aggressively and left dejectedly, leaving the disciples of the Kunlun sword sect sighing in relief at having escaped disaster. Mak Venthian flew in the sky, watching the dark clouds depart, and sighed softly. The demon race of the Manghong mountain range has noticed Jiaoling. I must go to the back mountain. After returning to its lair, the Jiaolong was still extremely annoyed that those two had stood it up. The more it thought about it, the angrier it became. A little demon beside it, seeing this, offered a cup of tea. "Great Lord, don't be angry, don't be angry. Have some tea to calm down. Drink my ass. If you were a little stronger and could have captured that damned woman, we wouldn't have had to run away like that." The Jiaolong angrily scolded its subordinate, not noticing a cauldron flying by in the distant sky. "It's been a while since I've had beef. Tonight I'll have braised beef. It'll be delicious." Time passed. On a certain day of a certain month, Qin Tian was still soundly asleep in his warm bed. He was awakened by the bright sunlight streaming through the window. "Oh, the morning sun is so bright. But wait, that's not right." Qin Tian suddenly sat up, startled, as he remembered that his room only faced the setting sun. "Does that mean I slept for a whole day?" It was indeed strange. Recently, Jiaoling had been dragging him out of bed early every day to train with her, but today, no one had called. This deeply moved Qin Tian, seeing a glimmer of hope. "After a month, Jiaoling finally stopped tormenting me. Hoo! To celebrate this good sleep, I must have a whole cow tonight. Ha ha!" In contrast to Qin Tian's excitement at escaping his demonic disciple was the miserable screams of the demon kings trapped in the demon locking tower. Night had fallen, but there was still no sign of Jiaoling, which puzzled Qin Tian. He decided to investigate. After searching the entire mountain range, he finally found his female disciple standing quietly in a nearby forest. Her body was enveloped in bright red energy, like a giant cocoon. And Jiaoling was completely encased in the bright red energy, unable to move, looking up at the sky. Qin Tian appeared and waved. "Jiaoling, dinner's ready. There are many delicious dishes tonight. Master, you eat. I don't need to. What's wrong? Weren't you a cold beauty before? What are you doing now?" And Jiaoling reluctantly explained, "Don't touch me. This is just a side effect of cultivating the supreme forgetfulness scripture." Qin Tian touched the red energy strands and froze, wondering, supreme forgetfulness scripture? I think I've heard of that somewhere. That's right. The supreme forgetfulness scripture is a heartless cultivation technique that can lead straight to the Emperor realm. Comprehend the heavenly mandate. Forget emotions, disperse the 5 elements, understand creation and destruction. Realizing that this cultivation technique involved forgetting emotions, Qin Tian immediately flicked his disciple's forehead. "No, you've completely misunderstood. Supreme forgetfulness is not about cultivating heartlessness, but about having emotions without being bound by them. Even if your body is in the sea of suffering of emotions, your heart remains detached and pure, like a lotus in the mud. Actually, whether it's heartlessness or having emotions, either is suitable for you. Because you're a sword cultivator, it's more suitable for you to follow your own path. So, you're better suited to cultivate this sword Tao scripture and progress towards the heart sword decree of the Supreme Realm. So, only 220. Qin Tian's expression became as sleazy as a street vendor. And Jiaoling, upon hearing this, asked in astonishment, "Supreme Realm? Is that the legendary realm above the Emperor realm? I'll take it." The girl immediately snatched the scripture and placed 2 gold coins into her master's hand. Qin Tian smiled with delight. "This customer is quite wealthy. Wait, why do I only have 2 gold coins?" Ignoring her crazy master, and Jiaoling was completely captivated by the scripture. This was something she hadn't been able to obtain in her previous life. Despite going through countless dangers, after a long moment of excitement, she managed to suppress her joy, turned to look at her master, and called out, "Thank you so much, master." And Jiaoling gave a rare, cheerful smile, causing Qin Tian to blush in surprise. For this smile, even 2 gold coins are worth it. Ha ha, let's go cultivate, disciple. And let's also deal with the influence of the supreme forgetfulness scripture on you. If left unchecked, it will cause problems with your mental state. Early the next morning, a small figure riding a flying sword appeared above the usually deserted hidden sword peak. It was a petite girl with 2 adorable hair buns. As soon as she landed, Qin Tian signaled her to be quiet. "Little martial uncle, what are you doing?" This adorable girl was Yan Qingdi, the direct disciple of sect master Mak Van Thien. Qin Tian replied, "Diaoling's cultivation went in the wrong direction, so there are some temporary effects." "Is Diaoling all right?" "She's fine. With my help, she's cultivating a new scripture that's even more powerful than the previous one." Hearing this, Yan Qingdi's eyes lit up. As expected of little martial uncle. A while later, and Diaoling tried to focus on her cultivation to resolve the influence of the forgetfulness scripture, but the buzzing sounds around her made it impossible to concentrate. "This is so good." "What is it?" "French fries. My cooking isn't bad, right?" "That's right, little martial uncle is the best cook in the sect. It's so delicious." Finally unable to bear it any longer, and Diaoling opened her eyes and shouted angrily, "Enough! Can you go somewhere else so I can cultivate?" Qin Tian, with his round belly, still tried to justify his actions. "I'm doing this to train your heart to remain calm amidst external distractions. An empty heart is not easily tempted by external things. Only with a heart undisturbed by danger and able to maintain calmness can one go further on the chosen path. So, we're training your mentality." "That's right. You don't understand anything, but what little martial uncle said makes so much sense. The cola will go flat if left for too long. Armpit hair left too long will also. We have to eat it quickly." Qin Tian rambled on like a charlatan, spouting nonsense. Suddenly, and Diaoling smiled and drew her weapon. For some reason, Qin Tian felt a chill down his spine. "Diaoling, why are you drawing your sword?" "Today, I will commit a great act of disrespect. I want to kill my master and destroy my ancestor." "Run! Disciple of my master's master. She's too fierce." "Wah!" On a moonlit night without stars, in a certain meadow, Qin Tian sat quietly drinking when the Miho appeared. "You've come. But you shouldn't have." Miho replied coldly, "But I had to." Qin Tian, his handsome face flushed with wine, chuckled. "You haven't changed a bit, have you?" Without another word, Miho charged with its staff, but Qin Tian easily dodged and spun around, delivering a painful kick. In the blink of an eye, after a few moves, the handsome Qin Tian landed gently on the ground, while Miho was knocked down with a thud, sending dust flying. Standing beside the lake, with jars of aged wine, Qin Tian pondered for a moment, then reached out and picked up a jar. The pitiful Miho weakly protested, "No! That's my wine! Put it down! Put it down! What are you talking about? My name is written on it, so it's my wine!" Qin Tian said shamelessly, sticking a label with his name on the jar. Miho was so enraged by this brazen act that it spat out water. After collecting all the fine wine that Miho had stored for years, Qin Tian decided to return and enjoy it with his disciple. And at the same time, he'd check in with the system. Having accumulated check-in chances for a long time. Accumulated check-in reward, transforming Freedom Grand Dharma upgraded to 11th stage. Eternal Undying Body upgraded to 1st stage. Bonus, Space-Time Command. Allowing you to summon your spiritual body through space-time laws in times of danger. At the same time, in the bamboo forest of Hidden Sword Peak, where Diaoling usually cultivated alone, a girl's laughter echoed. "Finally, I've grasped the sword intent. I've been bothering you for days." "Thank you so much, Diaoling." Diaoling patted the girl's head. "It's okay. Cultivating with you has also been beneficial for me." Yan Qingti hugged the girl and explained that she had wrongly blamed Diaoling before. It was all because of that nasty Qin Tian. Diaoling was actually a very lovely and beautiful woman. "Diaoling, I have to go back and tell Master the good news." "I'll go ahead." After Yan Qingti left, Diaoling stretched wearily and sighed. Cultivating makes me all dusty. I need to take a bath." Within the bamboo forest was a secluded area with a natural hot spring, wherein Diaoling often bathed. As her feet touched the warm water, ripples spread across the surface. Her white, delicate body, like a delicious pastry, was enveloped by the warm water, relaxing her muscles. It was incredibly comfortable. So comfortable, but then, that person should show up soon, right? And Diaoling muttered something strange while soaking in the hot spring. Just as she predicted, Qin Tian, with his perverted, sleazy face, appeared beside her. Diaoling, Master has prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Come and have dinner. Oh my God, it's always like this. This damned guy always showed up unexpectedly whenever she was bathing, infuriating in Diaoling. Master, did you do this on purpose, or was it an accident? Qin Tian, seeing his disciple's fury, squinted and replied, What do you mean on purpose? Of course it was on purpose. You know. Tonight, this master obtained 800-year-old Hoer wine, so hurry up and get dressed. Come and drink with Master. Don't worry, Master won't peek anymore. Seeing his perverted face and that hateful nosebleed, and Diaoling yelled and threw a towel at his face. Get out! You pervert! After a commotion at the hot spring, she finally finished washing her delicious body. Qin Tian was sitting under the eaves, gazing at the full moon, sighing, My family has a grown-up daughter now. And Diaoling, now dressed in fresh clothes, approached and looked at her master's indescribable expression, sighing, Master, what are you thinking about again? Why are you always smiling so lewdly? The girl, now clean and wearing new clothes, had her ample bosom straining against her top. Her appearance caused the perverted Master Qin Tian to have another nosebleed. Unexpectedly, you look extremely beautiful in these clothes. Embarrassed by her master's compliment, and Diaoling looked down at her chest. It's beautiful, but the clothes Master bought are always too tight in the chest area. I feel like I can't breathe. At that moment, ping! The button on her chest, under pressure from her ample bosom, popped off. Oh my God, they're so big! Qin Tian's face flushed as he stared at the button. His disciple's breasts were partially exposed. In the quiet night, and Diaoling's scream echoed, along with Qin Tian's panicked voice, Don't! If there's something to say, say it. Don't silence me like this. Don't kill your master. A chaotic night passed, and a new day began with a pot of fragrant, steaming hot soup. And Diaoling sipped the soup, praising her master's improving cooking skills. Eat more. Ha! Suddenly, Qin Tian's expression turned serious as he looked towards the main gate, making Diaoling wonder, What's wrong? Something's not right. A half-saint is bringing people to Kunlun. They might be here to cause trouble. Let's go to the main peak and see. Yes, Master. In the training grounds of Kunlun's main peak, the half-saint who had just arrived at Kunlun Mountain was Elder Ling Yai of the Panlai sect. Sect Master Mak Van Thien looked at the old man and asked, I heard that recently, Elder Ling Yai has been accompanying your sect's top disciple, challenging young disciples from other sects. May I ask why? Elder Ling Yai of the Panlai sect smiled mysteriously. It's a misunderstanding. It's because Xiaohua has reached a bottleneck, and wants to exchange pointers with disciples from other sects, seeking an opportunity for a breakthrough. Actually, we came here this time to meet the person with the legendary ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. Hearing this, the sect master thought to herself, this old fox definitely has ulterior motives. It's not that simple. So, she shook her head, declining with the excuse that Diaoling was in seclusion. The elder, upon being rejected, simply smiled and said that they must be unlucky. Then, he looked towards the arena. On the arena stood a young man with white hair. This was Bai Xiaohua, the top disciple of the Panlai sect's leader. Xiaohua yawned, complaining, Is the lightning guidance art not finished yet? I'm so bored waiting. Facing him was Xian Lei, the son of the Lightning Peak's peak lord of the Kunlun sword sect. He smiled and replied, Sorry to keep you waiting. You'll regret letting me complete the lightning guidance art. As he spoke, Xian Lei's body erupted with powerful electric currents, cracking the surrounding ground. In that instant, a fist imbued with lightning from Xian Lei's lightning guidance art shot towards Bai Xiaohua. Don't cry for your mommy, Whitey. Facing this fierce attack, Bai Xiaohua remained calm, extending a single finger. Sounds scary. Then try my mid-grade heaven-rank martial skill, one sword to settle mountains and rivers. Boom! A loud bang resounded as Xian Lei, who had been so arrogant just moments before, was sent flying into the wall, causing it to explode in a cloud of dust. The arena fell silent, and the surrounding disciples who were watching the match were stunned. The peak lord of Lightning Peak, Xian Lei's father, seeing his son defeated, shouted anxiously, Xianer! Xianer! while the surrounding disciples still didn't understand what had happened, as the attack had been too fast to see clearly. Bai Xiaohua, after defeating his opponent, sneered. Too weak. Xian Lei, I apologize, but I didn't expect your son couldn't even withstand a single move. Who's next? Don't disappoint me. Is there anyone else who dares to be my opponent? Or is it you? Bai Xiaohua said with a playful voice as he looked around the entire arena, but none of the disciples dared to step forward to fight him anymore. What? No one dares? Is the Kunlun sword sect so afraid of me? Yan Qingti couldn't let her sect be humiliated like this, so she immediately spoke up and asked her master for permission to fight. Because if things continued like this, the disciples' confidence would be completely suppressed. Having received permission, Yan Qingti was just about to step forward when she turned around and said, "To be sure, Master, please call senior sister in as well." The sect master asked in confusion, "What do you need in Diaoling for? She's still very weak." Hearing this, Yan Qingti explained, "Master, there's something you don't know. Under the guidance of little martial uncle, Diaoling has comprehended sword intent. And because of that, I've also entered the threshold of sword intent." Sect Master Mo Wentian was extremely surprised. What? Qin Tian teaches swordsmanship, and Diaoling comprehends sword intent? Are you sure about this, Yan Qingti? The young girl nodded hurriedly, extremely resolute, and assured him that what she said was true. Seeing this, the beautiful sect master pondered, thinking to herself, "No wonder I've always felt that little brat Qin Tian was so strange. Turns out he was hiding his skills." At this time, Yan Qingti had already stepped onto the arena, facing the white-haired man. "I'll be your opponent. Don't be so arrogant." Bai Xiaohua couldn't help but sneer when he saw that it was a young girl who had come to fight. "Since senior sister of Kunlun has come to the stage, why don't we make a bet? The wager is a spot to enter the Xiaoyao secret realm. What do you say? If you defeat me, my spot will be yours. Conversely, you have to give me one of your spots." Mo Wentian thought to herself, so their real purpose is the spots for the Xiaoyao secret realm. Therefore, Sect Master Mo Wentian used her spiritual power to transmit a message to her disciple, "Agree to it." Hearing this, Yan Qingti didn't hesitate and nodded, accepting this agreement with Bai Xiaohua. "Since senior sister of Kunlun has agreed, then let's begin." Immediately, Yan Qingti used her nimble movement technique, rushing forward like a swallow. Bai Xiaohua also unleashed his powerful attack, the Mad Wind Sword Intent, with bursts of furious and violent wind. To suppress sword intent, one can only use sword intent. So Yan Qingti also used her clear wind sword intent, with a cool yet resilient wind. Bai Xiaohua was slightly surprised. "You actually know sword intent too? It seems you're worthy of me using my full strength." As they exchanged words, the two clashed with exquisite sword strikes and transcendent intent, causing the surrounding air to distort. "But with just sword intent, you can't do anything to me, senior sister. Watch carefully." As Bai Xiaohua spoke, he continuously changed his swordsmanship, making his sword strikes become even more bizarre. The higher realm of sword intent is the fusion of sword intent and sword skill. Following his words, the power of his intent began to converge, the fierce gales compressing into sharp threads that wrapped around his sword. Heaven-grade high-tier sword skill, Mad Wind Sword. A tornado filled with spiritual power and sharp threads of sword intent was unleashed by Bai Xiaohua, aimed directly at Yan Qingti. Facing this powerful attack, Yan Qingti, who was originally calm, quickly turned pale with worry. In the next instant, there was a huge explosion that shook the entire arena. The attack accurately hit Yan Qingti, leaving her unable to defend. It was just a single sword strike, but it was able to summon a violent gale, leaving Yan Qingti completely defenseless and blown into the sky. This time, the young girl seemed to be seriously injured, internally even spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking very miserable. The severe injury caused Yan Qingti to temporarily lose consciousness and fall straight from the sky. Sect Master Mo Wentian looked at her disciple and called out her name worriedly, but as the sect master, she couldn't interfere in the matches of the younger generation. However, contrary to what everyone thought, the only thing that fell from the sky was Yan Qingti's sword, while the young girl suddenly disappeared from midair. Bai Xiaohua, with a playful look, turned his gaze towards the people who had just appeared. Dust and smoke filled the air, and several figures suddenly appeared on the arena, causing everyone to focus their attention on them. "We're here." It turned out that the person who had caught Yen Qingti in time was Qin Tian, along with his female disciple. Qin Tian's appearance made the surrounding female disciples extremely excited, cheering, "Little martial uncle! Little martial uncle! So handsome! So envious of senior sister Yen! I also want to be carried princess style by little martial uncle." Bai Xiaohua listened attentively, then looked at Qin Tian jealously, cursing under his breath, "Handsome? Where? I really don't understand what these vulgar people are thinking all day long." At this moment, Bai Xiaohua was suddenly captivated by the beautiful girl with a fairy-like face behind Qin Tian. He was stunned, then ran over and grabbed her hand. "I am Bai Xiaohua, the top disciple of the Panlai sect, one of the top 3 young prodigies. May I know the name of this junior sister? Could we get to know each other? Such a beautiful woman. Truly a breathtaking beauty." Elder Ling Nai also secretly paid attention to the girl with pink hair and gave a subtle smile. "Finally, the target has appeared. Let me confirm what qualifications you possess besides your bloodline." "Hey, you pest! Get your dirty hands off my disciple." "What? Who are you calling a pest? You're the smelly cockroach." Seeing Bai Xiaohua insulting their master, and Diao Ling and Yen Qingti immediately retorted, "You're the cockroach. He's our master." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaohua suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard about a good-looking but useless little martial uncle at Kunlun. "It seems the useless person in the rumors is this guy in front of me, huh? They must be mesmerized by his looks. I must save them and let them know that strength is the most important thing." Bai Xiaohua completely disregarded and looked down upon the man who only had good looks but weak cultivation in front of him. "I must prove to them that strength is paramount, and then, hee," Xiaohua said with a lewd smile. Seeing this, Qin Tian turned away. "This smile is disgusting. Just looking at it, I know he's thinking about indecent things. I must teach him a lesson. Diao Ling, use 3 moves to deal with him later. We have to save some face for Palai." Following her master's words, and Diao Ling immediately stepped onto the arena, facing Bai Xiaohua. The surrounding disciples began to worry whether junior sister N could win. After all, she had only been cultivating for a little over 10 years. But junior sister N has the ancient bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Perhaps she can cultivate several times faster than ordinary disciples, so there's a chance she might win. On the other side, Emma Wen Tian coldly reproached Qin Tian, "How long are you going to hold my little disciple?" Qin Tian retorted, "Isn't Yen Qingti injured? I'm just helping the sect master take care of her disciple." After arguing for a few sentences, the two of them stopped their banter and turned their attention back to the match on the stage. Bai Xiaohua, with his sword in hand, assessed the girl before him. "Her cultivation shouldn't surpass Yen Qingti's, and with my strength, I can turn this into a teaching battle. I can demonstrate my strength and my demeanor at the same time." With countless thoughts running through his head, Bai Xiaohua smiled and gestured, inviting in Diao Ling to make the first move. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword appeared in his sight, instantly approaching him with unbelievable speed, leaving Bai Xiaohua stunned and unable to react. And Diao Ling's lightning-fast attack successfully injured Bai Xiaohua, causing blood to splatter. If it weren't for her master's instruction to use 3 moves, she would have defeated him in this single strike. Having been slapped in the face as soon as the match began, Bai Xiaohua roared angrily, "You wicked woman! If I hadn't deliberately yielded, how could you have injured me? Now, get serious. Martial skill, sword intent, mad sword defines the world." Bai Xiaohua no longer dared to underestimate the girl in front of him and decided to use his full strength. However, as soon as his sword intent was unleashed, it was instantly cut by Diao Ling's sword tip, interrupting his technique. His sudden disruption left Bai Xiaohua stunned and unable to react. And Diao Ling smiled contemptuously, "Too sloppy. And your mad wind sword from earlier was all just for show. True martial skill sword intent should be like this." As soon as Diao Ling finished speaking, a wall of beautiful pink cherry blossoms appeared on the stage. And Diao Ling's sword intent had reached the level of illusory reality, causing the cherry blossoms to be summoned right on the arena, enveloping her and beginning to engulf Bai Xiaohua. Sword intent is the bone, martial skill is the flesh. Only by bringing sword intent to life, awakening its spirit, can its true power be displayed. Do you understand? Take my cherry blossom fate sword. The storm of cherry blossom petals, both beautiful and sharp, enveloped Bai Xiaohua, causing him to cough up mouthfuls of blood and scream in pain. Now, Bai Xiaohua was completely unable to resist. As he was swallowed by the storm of blossoms, the surrounding disciples hurriedly took precautions to avoid being caught in the storm. My God! This is a genius! That Bai Xiaohua is completely no match for her. After the storm of blossoms dissipated, Bai Xiaohua was left kneeling on the ground, pathetic like a tattered rag. Is this greater achievement sword intent? How is it possible? How can someone at this age achieve greater achievement sword intent? Facing this result, and Diao Ling remained calm. Nothing is impossible. But it's not over yet. There's still one last move. Bai Xiaohua was about to say something, but Diao Ling didn't want to listen and immediately waved her hand, using her final move to end it all. Jade Bone Ice Phoenix. The power from Diao Ling's Ice Phoenix bloodline erupted from her body, rushing towards her opponent. Watching the attack getting closer and closer, Bai Xiaohua could only cry out in horror, I'm dead! Clang! A resounding noise and the dazzling light of ice peaks suddenly appeared. The power of ice and snow completely engulfed Bai Xiaohua, and now, only Diao Ling was left standing on the arena. The result was clear. The winner was Diao Ling from the Kunlun Sword sect. This result also surprised the sect master. Looking towards the arena, the outer layer of the massive ice gradually dispersed, revealing the result inside. Bai Xiaohua, who was initially extremely arrogant, had now been turned into a motionless ice statue. The surrounding disciples cheered excitedly because Diao Ling had avenged them. Haha! We won! It seems junior sister and of our sect is the best among the younger generation. Even sect master Mo Wintian, who rarely smiled, was amused by the result. Elder Ling Nai didn't show much emotion, but threw a token to the sect master. It was the token for the Xiaoyao secret realm, as agreed earlier. I've conceded. Ha! The sect master smiled. After that, the elder didn't say anything more, grabbed the frozen Bai Xiaohua, and immediately flew away. At that moment, he gave a mysterious smile. Finally found it. After the unfriendly enemy left, everyone from the Kunlun Sword sect breathed a sigh of relief and began to gather around and praise Diao Ling, making the young girl blush. As dusk approached, with the sky painted in shades of pale orange, at a certain hidden cliff, Elder Ling Nai was kneeling and bowing before an ancient coffin. Palace Master, I've found a suitable host. She possesses ancient blood and has also mastered greater achievement sword intent. The person trapped inside the coffin was a girl, neither human nor ghost, with a body like a stone statue. She was the Palace Master of the Heavenly Devil Palace, Mui Shui. Well done, Ling Nai. Once I obtain a new body, I will surely unify the Eastern continent, and I won't forget you. The elder nodded upon hearing Mui Shui's sharp voice. Thank you, Palace Master. The petrified hand of the Heavenly Devil Palace Master gently touched the wall of the coffin that imprisoned her, and a cold, murderous voice echoed. Peerless Empress, the humiliation you brought upon me, after I get out, I will definitely return it to you 100-fold. After obtaining the spot to enter the Xiaoyao secret realm, today was the day the secret realm opened, and Sect Master Mo Wintian led several outstanding disciples of the sect to enter. The Xiaoyao secret realm was a secret realm that the three great sects, Kunlun, Penglai, and Tai Bai, had paid a great price to open. It opened once every 20 years. And inside were numerous opportunities and treasures, such as spiritual herbs and precious artifacts. However, it had two restrictions. First, only those below the Nirvana realm could enter. Anyone who had broken through to the Nirvana realm would be ejected from the secret realm. Second, when it opened, a maximum of 9 people could enter. And the key to entering the secret realm was the token in everyone's hands. Everyone must remember, after entering the secret realm, you only have 7 days to explore, and you must make good use of your time. If there are no further questions, then set off. We will await good news from you elites. Following the elder's command, the most outstanding disciples of the Kunlun sect immediately leaped into the secret realm. The moment they passed through the spatial barrier and entered the new space, the tokens they held suddenly flickered with a strange demonic aura. This demonic aura was like a signal, alerting the Heavenly Devil Palace Master far away to their whereabouts. She has entered the secret realm. Go, bring her to me. The Heavenly Devil Palace Master immediately ordered her mysterious subordinate. At the same time, within the Xiaoyao secret realm, and Diao Ling was separated from everyone after the teleportation, and she was strolling through the forest with an apple in her hand. I'm actually lost from Senior Sister Yen and the others. Headmaster Tu never mentioned this kind of situation. Suddenly, the girl detected a gaze peeking at her from within the bushes. Immediately, and Diao Ling swung her sword and cut off the head of a jet-black crow. So it was just a crow. Scared me to death. As soon as the crow's head was cut off, a light suddenly emitted from its body, and a scroll painting abruptly fell to the ground. And Diao Ling looked at the scroll on the ground in confusion. Where did this come from? Is this the opportunity within the secret realm that Headmaster Tu mentioned? The girl opened the scroll and found that it was a map leading to the location of the Heavenly Sacred Fruit. I remember. The Heavenly Sacred Fruit. As long as one eats it, they can break through to the peak of the Nirvana realm, just a step away from the creation realm. Having discovered the clue to the Heavenly Sacred Fruit, and Diao Ling immediately set off happily to find it, completely unaware of another crow filled with demonic aura observing her from nearby. The crow's eyes, bright red like blood, reflected in Diao Ling's image. After walking for a long time through the winding forest, following the guidance on the map, and Diao Ling finally arrived at her destination. Found it. This map is surprisingly detailed. With these heavenly saint fruits, I can quickly break through to the creation realm. Just as the girl stepped forward to pick the saint fruit, a swirling vortex with an evil aura suddenly appeared beneath her feet, and trouble began to surge from the ground. And Diao Ling calmly observed the situation and realized it was a sealing formation. Her entire body was bound by demonic chains, immobilizing her and completely sealing her spiritual power. Immediately afterward, a grotesque soul appeared beside her, looking at her body with amusement. As expected, it's a conspiracy. Moreover, the one behind it is a Saint Realm's Saint Soul, aiming to seize my body for rebirth. And Diao Ling calmly assessed the newcomer. And suddenly, patches of ice began to appear on her face. The Saint Realm's Saint Soul, while smiling with delight, felt uneasy because this girl was unusually calm and had instantly exposed the scheme. Just as the Heavenly Demon Palace Master regained her composure, she realized with shock that what she had just sealed wasn't in Diao Ling, but merely an ice sculpture of her. Realizing she had been tricked, the furious Heavenly Demon Palace Master shattered the ice sculpture. Damn it! I was actually toyed with by a little girl. Come out! Don't hide anymore. And Diao Ling didn't bother hiding and slowly stepped out. When the Heavenly Demon Palace Master saw her face, she was utterly startled. Your face. You're the heartless Empress. Diao Ling, biting into an apple, looked at the monster before her and asked, Who are you? What? You caused the destruction of my Heavenly Demon Palace and the ruin of my body, yet you don't remember me? Facing the Heavenly Demon Palace Master's furious words, Diao Ling thought hard, trying to search her memories. I don't remember. I really don't remember. The Heavenly Demon Palace Master was completely enraged by these words and roared, charging towards Diao Ling to attack. But fortunately, she managed to restrain her fury, stopping to assess the girl before her. The Empress has vanished. Judging by your appearance, you must be her reincarnated body, right? Diao Ling smiled innocently. Who knows? Why don't you try and see? Haha, no need to try. I believe the rumors are true. Empress, you've lost your Emperor realm power. Amidst the monster's piercing shriek, dark tentacles began to sprout from her grotesque body. Now you're just a weakling at the Nirvana realm. Obediently hand over your body to me, Empress. The evil tentacles lashed out, forcing Diao Ling to use her movement technique to dodge. The situation was critical, so Diao Ling summoned her Ice Soul Emperor Sword for protection. The power of the Emperor Sword immediately severed several approaching tentacles. And the powerful sword energy didn't stop there, but continued to spread. From above, the two of them continuously clashed, emitting tremendous explosions that threatened to flatten the entire forest. The monster's power was clearly far greater than in Diao Ling's at this moment, but thanks to the sword energy and the powerful pressure of the Emperor Sword, she could still dodge for the time being. The current situation was one of constant retreat, while the other relentlessly attacked with tentacles. After a period of such fighting, the monster finally noticed the secret of the sword. That sword that keeps blocking my attacks. It's an Emperor-level weapon, isn't it? Today is truly my lucky day. I'll obtain a body with supreme talent and an unparalleled Emperor-level weapon. Empress, surrender now. I don't want to damage your... Though struggling, and Yaoling skillfully cut off each of her tentacles. Stop joking. You're just a Saint Realm soul without a body. The rule of this secret realm is to restrict the power of all outsiders. Cultivators above the Nirvana realm must seal their power to enter. You're no exception, are you? While dodging attacks from the Emperor's sword, the Heavenly Demon Palace Master gave a sinister smile. You're right. In theory, that's how it is, but every rule has loopholes, and the Xiaoyao secret realm is no exception. As she spoke, pieces of flesh and bone began to peel off her grotesque body, a horrifying sight. In an instant, the outermost layer of stone was peeled away, revealing an extremely monstrous face with mixed flesh and bone, but absolutely no blood. The Heavenly Demon Palace Master's entire body began to mutate into a giant monster, and her power continued to surge. And Yaoling stared at this scene with wide eyes. This monster has already broken through to the Saint Realm. Impossible! While she was distracted, the giant monster suddenly vanished before her eyes. Then, it reappeared behind her with a hissing voice like something from hell. To be precise, it's a half-saint about to break through to the Saint Realm. And I'm about to have a new body. Ha ha! The monster's giant spider legs began to envelop Yaoling, immobilizing her. Damn it! I can't move! When did it get behind me? A grotesque face, neither human nor demon, with deep, dark holes and a disgusting stench. You know, to gain power beyond the Nirvana realm usable in this secret realm, I had to sacrifice a lot. It turned out that when she first entered the secret realm, her power was also restricted. She was immediately attacked by a giant spider monster, nearly scattering her soul. I can't fall here. I still have enemies to kill, revenge to take. It can't end here. It's not over yet. The Heavenly Demon Palace Master screamed in fury. Her hand suddenly grabbed the giant fangs of the attacking spider, causing the spider to freeze. You're just a half-saint beast. Even with my cultivation sealed, I can still kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Resentment turned into power as her soul devoured the spider. And through some miraculous reaction, the Heavenly Demon Palace Master and the half-saint spider merged into one, grotesque and more frenzied than ever. Feeling her strength draining, and Yaoling struggled to touch a token and silently called out, Master! 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 It's time to appear! This voice was only in Yaoling's heart, but it seemed to transcend space, piercing through the secret realm, and reaching a bustling city street. The calls reached Qin Tian, who was strolling down the street, making him jump. On a moonlit but starless night, before entering the secret realm, Qin Tian had instructed his disciple, only 3 days left until the Xiaoyao secret realm opens. Inside the secret realm, if you encounter danger, activate this time-space token. Remember to keep it close, don't lose it. Qin Tian placed a small token, received from the system the day before, into his disciple's hand. Close to me, Master? Of course. When the time comes, I'll emerge from the token to help you. And Yaoling nodded and slowly tucked the token between her ample cleavage. Master, be careful when you come out. Qin Tian, nosebleeding from his disciple's action, stammered, It doesn't need to be kept that securely. Back to the present, with his disciple having entered the Xiaoyao secret realm with senior sister Su Kuang, Qin Tian finally had some free time. Haha! My solo time has returned. Happy! Woohoo! Customer, here's your beef noodles. A waiter brought a steaming bowl of beef noodles and placed it before Qin Tian. Smells so good. As expected, Chongming City's beef noodles live up to their reputation. Qin Tian savored the delicious dish, and had just taken his first bite when his disciple's desperate voice echoed in his mind. Master! Master! Save me! What the? It seems like a distress signal from the time-space token. Why now? In a flash, Qin Tian vanished from his seat, leaving behind the hot noodles. Had he been a moment slower, he might have encountered Bai Xiaohua, whose arm he had broken a few days prior. Inside the Xiaoyao secret realm, the giant spider was wrapping its webs around Yaoling's soft body. Empress, are these your preventative measures? Struggle all you want. I'm about to take this body. Too bad this token is useless. The spider snatched the token from Diaoling's hand and tossed it away. The token, falling freely through the air, suddenly stopped and emitted strange light. A hand appeared out of nowhere, catching the token. Qin Tian appeared behind the spider, wearing a strange hat and holding the token. His voice was cold. You say this token is useless? The spider was startled by the sudden appearance, but what greeted it was a powerful punch that distorted its face. This casual blow sent the spider crashing to the ground like a meteor, accompanied by a pathetic scream. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Tian swiftly removed the surrounding webs and checked on his disciple with concern. Are you all right? What happened? Gently lowering his disciple to the ground, Qin Tian wondered, where are the people from Qin Ti? Why aren't you with them? Injured from the earlier battle, Diaoling had difficulty speaking. I'll transmit my memories. Master, you'll understand. Diaoling's soft hand gently touched Qin Tian's forehead, transferring her memories. In that instant, Qin Tian witnessed everything Diaoling had seen, as if he had experienced it himself. I understand. So, Leng Nai and this woman are in cahoots. Leng Nai, to find a suitable body for her, led that idiot Bai Xiaohua to challenge everyone. And Diaoling asked, Why, are you wearing that stupid monkey hat? Qin Tian smiled, pointed at the hat, and explained it was his secret to using half-saint power within the secret realm's restrictions. The principle is simple. After killing a secret realm beast, use its soul to disguise yourself as part of the secret realm. Hearing this, Diaoling realized that the woman's ability to use half-saint power meant she had also killed a half-saint beast. At this moment, the heavenly demon palace master, still embedded in the cliff wall, couldn't get up. Such terrifying power! Just one punch shattered my soul. It seems the beast soul on him is the violent spirit ape, the strongest in the central secret realm. My soul can't withstand seizing the Empress's body anymore. Moreover, I'm no match for that man. I can only use my backup plan. It turned out she had only temporarily merged with the beast's soul, not fully integrated. Now, with no other choice, she resorted to her final technique. The heavenly demon palace master's human hand gently touched the air before her, and the power within the beast's soul gradually seeped into her own soul. On the other side, master and disciple, oblivious to their opponent, were still discussing the token and Qin Tian's swift arrival. In the midst of their cheerful conversation, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled, as if something was about to emerge. Step back. Be careful. Something's coming up from below. With a bang, the earth shattered, and a giant spider monster, even larger than before, appeared, accompanied by the palace master's voice. Empress, and that meddling man. I will kill you! While before she was either human or spider, now she had fully transformed into a half-human, half-spider creature, unleashing her terrifying venom. Diaoling, get back! This is dangerous. Let me handle it. Obeying her master, Diaoling retreated immediately, not forgetting to warn Master, be careful. Don't worry, she's no match for me. Qin Tian summoned the power from the ape soul he had defeated earlier, unleashing powerful fists. Countless earth-shattering punches infused with the ape's ultimate power enveloped the spider monster, landing squarely on its body. But moments later, after Qin Tian stopped, the spider let out a contemptuous laugh. Ha ha! Your punches are weaker than before. They didn't even scratch me. Seeing this, Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Its shell was much harder than before. Without giving him time to think, the spider spewed a stream of poisonous gas, blasting Qin Tian towards the ground. His light body tumbled several times but eventually landed safely without much harm. However, this monster was tougher than anticipated. The biggest problem was its impenetrable defense. Barely a moment after landing, evil vines erupted from the ground, forcing Qin Tian to leap back into the air. With the ape's power, his speed wasn't exceptional. A vine grazed his robe, causing it to sizzle and melt. It's poisonous. Can't let it touch me. Thinking this, Qin Tian used a spell to fly higher, creating distance from the spider's attacks. But suddenly, Diaoling cried out in alarm, Master! Be careful! By the time Qin Tian realized the problem, he was entangled in webs the spider had spun unnoticed. Damn it! I've fallen into its binding web formation. The webs rapidly spun around him, forming a cocoon. In the blink of an eye, he was trapped, unable to escape. The spider approached with relish, revealing its jagged, bloody fangs. And Dialing, watching from the bushes, was deeply worried. She didn't know what to do with her master tightly bound. Panicked, a spark of inspiration suddenly ignited in her mind. I've got it! I almost forgot! The heavenly demon palace master, merged with the spider monster, let out a triumphant laugh. Ha! I've won! I've won! Once you're dealt with, my true enemy is next! As her creepy laughter echoed through the forest, a flash of light sliced the web cocoon in half, silencing the spider's laughter. From the cocoon radiated powerful, dazzling sword energy, forcing the spider to retreat. Qin Tian emerged from the smoke, having used the sword to cut himself free. Haha, I almost forgot about the Eye Soul sword. Good thing Dialing reacted quickly. The solution Dialing had devised was to teleport the Eye Soul sword to her master. Being an Emperor's sword, it easily suppressed the spider's power. Now it's my turn to counterattack. Qin Tian's hands moved rapidly, forming various hand seals, as if a blazing sun burned within his palms. Sun Moon Seal, Poison Pierce Seal, and the Treasure Gourd Seal. 3 seals united, Heaven and Earth Annihilation. This technique, combining 3 supreme hand seals, focused terrifying power, causing the surrounding space to crack. Faced with mortal danger, the spider monster roared furiously and summoned all its strength, drawing vines from the ground to counter the attack. A demonic vine barrier was erected to withstand Qin Tian's attack. But Qin Tian's power wasn't so easily stopped. In seconds, the spider's wall disintegrated, and the attack struck it directly. Under this intense force, the heavenly demon palace master's soul was violently separated from the spider with a heart-wrenching shriek. With soul and body separated, the rest was easy. With the Eye Soul sword, Qin Tian effortlessly destroyed the monster and the palace master. His face was incredibly handsome and imposing after the victory. As her power faded, the heavenly demon palace master's soul was incinerated by magical flames, utterly destroyed. After his victory, Qin Tian tossed the Emperor's sword to his disciple and walked towards a nearby tree. Here, catch. Oh, and there's something even better. It's really here. Phew, even after such a fierce battle, the heavenly saint fruit is still intact. Haha. This proves it was meant for you. Eat it quickly, I'll protect you. Following her master's instructions, and Dialing immediately consumed the saint fruit. The surging energy caused her to easily break through to the peak of the Nirvana realm. At the same time, the system's voice rang out, "Congratulations! Your disciple has reached the peak of the Nirvana realm. Your daily reward is increased by 20%. After a while, and Dialing had mostly absorbed the saint fruit's power. After returning to Zhangjian Peak and cultivating in seclusion for a time, she would be able to ascend to the Black Creation realm. Qin Tian placed his hand on the cliff wall. Before that, there's one more thing to take care of. And Dialing turned to her master, curious. What is it, master? From the cliff, Qin Tian suddenly grasped a demonic chain and pulled it out, sending it flying. Got you! Hiding 1,000 meters underground, were you? At the end of the chain Qin Tian had pulled out was a bound person, whom he yanked up and tossed into the air. It was Elder Ling Nai of Palai sect, now corroded by magical energy, and unable to move. Ling Nai, Grand Elder of Palai sect. The elder, lying on the ground, looked at the young man and grumbled. Everyone said the junior martial uncle of Kunlun was trash. It seems you've fooled everyone. Qin Tian ignored him, saying he had a bowl of beef noodles to finish and would leave the elder to Dialing. Master, you're leaving already? Don't worry, I'll transfer the remaining ape energy to you, so you can have its power. Now you temporarily have half-saint power, just like me earlier. I'll wait for you at Zhangjian Peak, Dialing. His gentle voice echoed in the air, but he had already vanished. As Qin Tian left, the chain loosened its grip, giving the elder a chance to escape. It seems he has great faith in you. To think he believes a temporary half-saint like you can defeat this old half-saint. Dialing smiled contemptuously. Who knows? Why don't you try and see? Her demeanor angered the elder, who grabbed his sword. Let me see how much you're capable of. Take this, heavenly demon slash. Surprisingly, the Palai sect elder used demonic techniques. Perhaps he had been undercover in Palai sect for a long time. And Dialing easily dodged the attack. Her body felt much lighter than she had imagined. Is this the increased power from reaching a higher realm and my bloodline? Seeing her only dodging, the elder taunted, "What's wrong? Did your trash master not teach you how to use half-saint power?" Facing the attack, and Jiaoling lightly leaped onto her opponent's sword tip. "You talk too much, old man. I'm just getting used to my new power. Or rather, recalling the feeling of the past. With half-saint power, you can only dodge?" Another demonic attack was unleashed. "You're just a milk-drinking brat relying on external power. But when you land, it will be your end." Jiaoling continued to flawlessly dodge, soaring through the air while he pursued. Placing one hand on the ground, she declared coldly, "My turn to attack. Heavenly Demon Slash." The vicious attack swept through the air, but Jiaoling suddenly vanished, rendering the attack useless. "What?" She disappeared. So fast. While the elder was stunned, and Jiaoling appeared behind him with incredible speed. Then, a punch imbued with immense flames forced the elder to defend. This sudden, powerful blow slammed the elder into the cliff wall with a loud bang. "The power and speed are still far from what I used to have, but oh well, it's only the half-saint realm." As Jiaoling sighed, the elder was battered and bruised. "That girl's speed and power are immense." Ignoring his mumbling, and Jiaoling drew her sword, preparing to finish him. "This is taking too long. Let's end this farce." The elder struggled to his feet, his body swelling. "Little girl, today I'll show you what a true half-saint is." He decided to use a life-burning technique, drastically increasing his power. Facing his ferocious form, and Jiaoling smiled gently, flames flickering on her sword. "A powerful half-saint? I've killed countless half-saints like cattle. Heart sword art, severing the mortal coil." Fierce flames and a deafening explosion shook the small mountain, sending birds scattering in terror. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 members of Yan Qingtiai's group, separated from Jiaoling, were searching for her. "Jiaoling! Where are you?" "I'm here, senior sister Yan." Having dealt with the elder, and Jiaoling rejoined her group. "You worried us to death. What happened after we entered the secret realm?" "You weren't with us." "I don't know. I just encountered a small opportunity." Curious about her encounter, they gathered around to ask. "Actually, when I entered the vortex, a red gemstone suddenly appeared in my hand." No longer interested in the secret realm's affairs, Qin Tian, after dealing with the spider and retrieving the elder, immediately returned to the restaurant to enjoy his beef noodles. "My noodles! My beef noodles!" But to his dismay, the table and chairs were overturned, and the noodles were spilled on the floor. "What happened here?" Qin Tian's face darkened as he surveyed the chaotic restaurant, drastically different from when he left. Down on the street, soldiers shouted as they tried to hold back assassins so the princess could escape. "Princess, run!" Her escape route was blocked by another mysterious figure, forcing her to stop. "Little princess, where do you think you're going?" "Surrender!" "Haha, princess, you wouldn't want your people to get hurt, would you?" The despicable assassin took innocent bystanders hostage. Facing this, the beautiful princess was terrified and didn't know how to react. Suddenly, amidst the tension, Qin Tian, holding his empty noodle bowl, cried out from the second floor, "Oh heavens! My beef noodles! I haven't even had a bite!" Seizing the opportunity, the princess shouted towards Qin Tian, "Young master! I am Princess Mingyilian of Chongming Kingdom. Please help me!" The assassin immediately pointed at Qin Tian and threatened, "Brat, get lost! This is demon sect business. Mind your own business." Infuriated by the loss of his meal and the insult, Qin Tian roared back, "Go to hell! Can't you see I'm talking to God? Dragon transformation art, slaughter!" Immense power erupted. A golden dragon claw descended from the sky, crushing the demon sect assassins blocking the path. In an instant, they were obliterated, leaving only a giant crater. The princess stared at the crater for a moment before exclaiming, "So powerful! Thank you for saving me, young master. Why don't we return to the palace and discuss how to repay your kindness?" Qin Tian shook his head, declining. "No need. I have things to do." Before she could say more, he flew off on his magical walk. "Oh dear! My benefactor is gone. Luckily, I used image recording stone to capture his appearance. I'll have the intelligence agency find him and see which family he belongs to." Sitting on his walk, Qin Tian muttered, "There's still some time before Jiaoling and the others return to the sect. I should visit home. He changed direction towards Qin Manor, but it was now enveloped in a mysterious barrier. The barrier protected the manor, but Qin Tian easily tore a hole and slipped through. Why is there a Saint Realm formation around my house? No smoke at all. It's been abandoned for at least half a month. Father, mother, what happened to you? The silence worried Qin Tian, and he hurried inside to investigate. It was probably the first time anyone had snuck into their own home so stealthily. As he jumped into the courtyard, his foot landed on a loose stone tile, triggering a mechanism. The tile flipped back up, startling Qin Tian, who thought it was an ambush. An ambush? Intruders? He braced himself, but then stared blankly at the hole. Two small, mysterious figures slowly rose from the hole. They were puppets of his mother and father. From the puppets came their voices and images. Son, we and the servants are going on a trip. Don't miss us. Remember to be careful with the guest. Qin Tian was speechless, staring at the puppets in bewilderment. Careful with the guest? What does that mean? Unable to see his parents, Qin Tian left to wander for a while. As he walked, he counted on his fingers, pretending to divine. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse. Very good, very good. My luck today is excellent. Time for the system check-in. In reality, he didn't know how to divine. Forget divination, let's do the system check-in. It had been many days since Qin Tian's last check-in, so the accumulated chances were substantial, with a higher probability of good rewards. A dazzling light flashed along with the mechanical sound of the system. The reward for accumulating check-in points was a level up for all learned martial skills. And the second reward was a Shishaosher Super Ball. Following the system's light, a strange cube-shaped ball suddenly appeared with two white and blue colors and a circular dot in the middle. Qin Tian stood frozen, staring at the ball rolling on the ground, speechless. He slowly approached the ball, looking at it with disbelief. After holding the ball in his hand and weighing it for a moment, Qin Tian showed an indescribable expression. Good heavens, are you kidding me? I checked in for 7749 days, and you give me this ball? You damn dog, don't think changing its form means I won't recognize you. Pokemon! I've beaten all the levels! As Qin Tian spoke, he angrily threw the ball to the ground. At the same time, an animal with coincidentally pink fur ran by. He shifted his gaze to the creature that had just jumped across the sky and discovered it was a fox with a long, dangling tail. Unfortunately for the fox, it jumped right in front of the ball and was caught in the light it emitted, freezing it in place. While Qin Tian was still bewildered, the fox was sucked into the ball, just like capturing a Pokemon. The ball even shook and beeped exactly like in the cartoon. Is it really a Pokemon? Seriously? With no other choice, he picked up the ball and wondered, how much longer will this thing continue? It's so noisy. Is it going to beep all day long? Just then, a large foot appeared right behind Qin Tian. The person who appeared was a giant with ferocious muscles. Hey, little brat with negligible spiritual movement realm cultivation, get lost. The box that captured Princess Qinqiu is mine. Give it here. Hearing this, Qin Tian turned to look at the giant. Princess Qinqiu? You mean the fox just now is the legendary Princess Qinqiu? It doesn't look like her at all. As soon as the muscular, bald giant saw Qin Tian's immortal-like face, his eyes turned into hearts, and he excitedly shouted, Little handsome, you are so good-looking. This fox is definitely Princess Qinqiu. This uncle is absolutely certain. Moreover, she's the one Di Ming wants to capture. Di Ming is very scary. Obediently hand her over to me. As the bald man spoke, he squeezed Qin Tian's chest. Give her to me, and then this uncle will take you to an extremely fun place to improve your cultivation. This uncle is in the Saint Realm. At this moment, a familiar and forceful song from long ago reappeared. That haunting melody awakens in my mind once more. Qin Tian panicked, quickly dodging away and shouting, Stay away from me. You're a disgusting homosexual. The bald man's eyes widened in confusion, then tears started to flow. Homosexual? Disgusting? Homosexual, disgusting? You dare say that word? The giant bald man with a fragile heart couldn't help but burst into tears. Damn it! I must crush you so you can't say such things anymore. As he spoke, he cried and thrust the giant pincers in his hand towards Qin Tian, who easily dodged it. The pincers, with their insane power, caused the surrounding ground to explode and peel off in layers. Qin Tian quickly retreated to a safe distance, wary because this man was truly in the Saint realm, and his power was terrifying. "Don't run, you bastard! And the box! Give it back to me!" The bald man's eyes were filled with murderous intent, glowing red like a demon from hell. Qin Tian, upon hearing this, stuck out his tongue mockingly. "Don't lie so blatantly, you disgusting homosexual! This box is mine! You said that word again! I must smash you into minced meat! Take this, my wrathful pincers!" The furious power within the bald giant's massive body caused the surrounding trees to snap and break as if a tank had plowed through them. The once quiet dense forest was continuously filled with loud explosions as countless trees were uprooted. Late into the night, when the moon was high in the sky, Qin Tian sat in a tree, looking at the box in his hand, which continued to beep. Damn, it really did beep all day. My crow's mouth is truly accurate. Moments later, the ball beeped a few more weak times before falling silent, accompanied by bright flashes of light, signaling a successful Pokémon capture. Seeing this, Qin Tian sighed in relief, finally free from the noise. The bald man's giant pincers were stuck in the ground, trembling incessantly. He leaned weakly against the pincers, panting, but not forgetting to curse. "Huff, huff, that little brat, slippery as an eel, made me so tired." After the ball stopped beeping, Qin Tian stood on a branch and waved goodbye. "Hey, homosexual! Farewell, and don't come back! Don't run, you hateful!" Having used too much strength, the bald man's stamina was depleted. Too exhausted, he could only stand in place, unable to move, and he didn't notice the formation activating beneath his feet. Qin Tian rode his cauldron-shaped magical treasure and flew away. The mountain where the bald man had been standing suddenly exploded, lighting up the entire area. I wonder if this fox is edible? The next afternoon, at Sengjian Peak, the residence of Qin Tian and his disciple. The captured fox had now awakened, her leg wounds carefully bandaged. Where is this? It's not like Diming's place at all. Could someone have saved me? The fox wondered as she gazed into the distance. While she was lost in thought, a voice startled her, and she turned vigilantly. "You're finally awake? This is Kunlun's sect, and I am your savior." The fox looked at Qin Tian with disdain and replied, "Stop bragging. You're just a small fry in the spiritual movement realm. How could you possibly save me from the hands of a Saint Realm cultivator?" The fox, ignoring him, leaped towards the window, intending to escape. "Whether you believe it or not, that homosexual was turned into fireworks by me. And also..." As the fox jumped out the window, her body suddenly froze. "When you fell, you hit my magical treasure. You've signed a preliminary contract with it, so you temporarily can't go too far from it." Qin Tian used the pokeball to pull the fox back into the room. "Then quickly break the contract. I must leave this place immediately." Qin Tian shook his head. "That won't do. The narrator wrote that if the preliminary contract is broken, you'll explode instantly. Let me see, after that, a complete contract must be signed, otherwise, you'll also explode after 3 days." The fox snorted dismissively. 3 days? Who are you trying to scare? Explode? Just like that? Do you know how to look into your sea of consciousness? You can sense a faint contract signal in your sea of consciousness. Hearing this, the fox immediately focused her spiritual power to perceive her sea of consciousness, and was shocked to discover a thin thread covering it. Damn it! It's just as that man said. Is there really no other way? The adorable fox feigned a pitiful look with watery eyes. I was framed and offended many powerful forces. Signing a contract with me means that my karma will harm that person. Qin Tian shook his head, showing no fear. The fox helplessly stared at the ball she was contracted to. Humph, I didn't expect to encounter such a delusional fool. It seems I can only find an opportunity to steal that thing and run away with it. As the fox was plotting her escape, Qin Tian suddenly grabbed her paws and said that they should sign a contract, with a duration of 100 years or until the fox's cultivation surpasses his. The fox was ecstatic. Surpass? Why didn't you say so earlier? That's such a simple condition. I just need to cultivate diligently for a while and I'll be able to surpass you. Let's sign quickly. With that hope, the fox swiftly signed a master-servant contract with Qin Tian. Congratulations, host, for signing a master-slave contract with Princess Qingqiu. The reward is the Supreme Cultivation Technique Heavenly Fox Supreme Decree and the Heavenly Fox Pearl. A supreme-grade divine treasure. From today onwards, I must cultivate diligently and quickly recover my cultivation, then break the contract with this guy. But right now, my injuries are too severe. The fox's wounds on her hands and feet reopened with just a slight movement. After signing the contract, Qin Tian realized he now had another mouth to feed in his house. This is going to be tough. Little doggy, I'll be back soon. You can eat the food on the table first. The fox barked angrily. You're the little doggy. Your whole family are little doggies. Hateful. I won't eat your food, you hateful guy. Then, the fox fell silent, lost in thought. After a while, her stomach grumbled. The aroma from the food on the table made her even hungrier. Her tired body and growling stomach made the fox surrender. I'm only doing this to gain some strength for cultivation. That's it. It's not because I want to eat. Unable to transform into her human form, the fox could only bite into the pieces of meat like a puppy, the meat so large that it caused a lump to protrude from her throat. But as soon as the meat entered her stomach, it dissolved into a surge of energy, making the fox exclaim in surprise, "This is the meat of a demon king." The energy from the meat made the fox's severely injured body feel more comfortable than ever. It seems I've been tricked. But if I eat this whole table of demon king meat, I won't just be in the spiritual movement realm anymore. The fox wagged her tail like a puppy, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the table full of food. That night, screams and splashing sounds continuously echoed from the hot spring in the bamboo forest. Let me go! Let me go, you pervert! No, you're injured, and your cultivation is too low. It's too dangerous for you to bathe alone. I can do it myself. I can do it myself. The fox tried to cling to the bamboo stalks with her claws. But her tiny claws couldn't hold on tight, causing her to suddenly lose her grip. Qin Tian lost his balance, and fell towards the hot spring. With a splash, the man and the beast fell into the hot spring in the dark night. The fox's entire body was enveloped by the warm water and disappeared from sight. Qin Tian stood up and looked around the hot spring, but couldn't find the fox. Little fox, where are you? Little fox? As he looked around, a girl with pink hair slowly emerged from the hot water. You bastard! Qin Tian, hearing the voice, turned around in confusion. Suddenly, a fair-skinned girl with a foxtail lunged at Qin Tian, pushing him into the hot spring. You bastard! You bastard! Do you not understand human language? Qin Tian stared blankly at the beautiful girl with fox ears and a delicious, partially exposed body before him. Oh my God, so white! 2 streams of blood trickled from Qin Tian's nose, a perverted smile appearing on his face. Because of the close contact when she pushed him down, Qin Tian's nose kept bleeding. Unexpectedly, you're quite beautiful, little fox. Your figure is quite nice too. Hearing this, the fox suddenly realized that she had just transformed and wasn't wearing any clothes. Immediately, she jumped back into the water and shouted, You pervert! Get out! Qin Tian pretended to cough and summoned a sparkling pearl. Chasing me out now? I was going to give you this. The fox poked her head out of the water, looking at Qin Tian with reproachful eyes. You're a lecherous wolf. I don't want it. But before she could finish, the fox's eyes widened, staring at the pearl in Qin Tian's hand. This is the Heavenly Fox Pearl. The fox exclaimed in shock. If the fox remembered correctly, this type of heavenly demon pearl was formed when a heavenly demon condensed all its spiritual power and laws before death. The Heavenly Fox clan's condensed pearl was called the Heavenly Fox Pearl, and the Dragon clan's was called the Heavenly Dragon Pearl. And no matter which race's heavenly demon pearl it was a supreme-grade divine treasure, the most precious in the world. Unable to resist the allure of such a precious treasure, the fox spirit immediately stood up, wagging her tail excitedly, and asked if Qin Tian really wanted to give it to her. Qin Tian looked at the charmingly beautiful girl with fox ears before him and nodded. Yes, I'll give it to you, but on one simple condition. Kiss me. The handsome face with an immortal-like aura was now gone, replaced by an unexpectedly vulgar expression. The fox retorted angrily, No way. Just for a divine treasure you want me to kiss you? Dream on. Haha, is that so? I was also planning to give you this cultivation technique and the heavenly fox pearl after the kiss, Qin Tian said, waving the cultivation technique in his hand. This time, it was the heavenly fox's turn to be amused. You're killing me. I thought it was something else. The heavenly fox supreme decree? Haha. I don't need your heavenly fox supreme or whatever. My fox clan's nine-tailed heavenly scripture is already the strongest technique among all emperor-grade cultivation methods. So you already have an emperor-grade cultivation method. But making such arbitrary judgments isn't a good habit. Why don't you read a few pages first, and then reconsider? Having said that, Qin Tian tossed the cultivation technique to the heavenly fox. Fine, I'll look. I don't believe there's a cultivation method in this world more suitable for our fox clan than the nine-tailed heavenly scripture. With a sulky expression, the female fox flipped through the pages to try it out. While waiting, Tian continuously dived and surfaced in the lake, utterly bored. Time passed by. Qin Tian was bored to death, while the fox was so engrossed in reading the cultivation method that she couldn't tear herself away. A long while later, the fox exclaimed in astonishment, "It's actually true. This cultivation method can actually be cultivated to the heavenly fox realm." In the several 100,000 years of fox clan history, only one heavenly fox has ever appeared. But that heavenly fox achieved the breakthrough by chance, using some heavenly treasures. But if I cultivate based on this cultivation method, wouldn't it be easy to break through to the heavenly fox realm and take revenge on Emperor Ming? Are you really giving this to me? The heavenly fox turned to ask, but was startled to find that the person had disappeared. That's right, I'll give it to you, my lady. Hearing the voice, the fox was startled and turned around, shouting, "Oh heavens! When did you get over there? After a nice soak and a small cup of wine, I feel fantastic. So, have you thought it over? It's a good deal, right? Just one kiss." Hearing this, the fox blushed, hesitating. What are you talking about? But the heavenly fox pearl and this cultivation method are too tempting. This little fox can't resist such an offer. Fine, a kiss it is. I'll do it. Qin Tian, hearing this, became overjoyed and puckered his perverted lips. I'm ready. The fox looked at those lips and really wanted to slap them, but she also puckered her own lips, preparing to kiss the person in front of her. What are these two doing? It's so awkward to watch. It was almost time. Just a little bit closer, and the two sets of lips would meet in a passionate kiss. But would things be that easy? Of course not. A sharp gaze suddenly appeared, along with a long sword that shot from afar, slicing through the tea table and plunging into the ground, startling them both. The sword almost pierced a certain part of Qin Tian, causing him to tremble and collapse onto the ground. Oh my God, I almost lost my little brother! The heavenly fox, at this moment, looked at the mysterious figure that was gradually approaching, wary. What happened? Are we under attack? But she was met with a cold voice. Because of a promise to master, I didn't rest for a moment after leaving the beat can and returned here immediately. It turned out that the person who appeared was Diaoling, with a gloomy face and power continuously converging. Qin Tian hurriedly intervened. Wait, Diaoling, listen to your master's explanation. What explanation? Die, you lecherous demon master! Following that, a tower of eyes suddenly rose amidst the bamboo forest, accompanied by a miserable scream. Serves you right. Time passed. Today, as usual, the Yuhan sat under the waterfall, focusing on her cultivation. Behind her, the illusory images of several tales now appeared. A moment later, after completing her cultivation, the Yuhan opened her eyes, sensed her own strength, and sighed. 5 years, finally I, Bai Xiaoru, princess of Qinqiu, have recovered to the half-saint realm. But why hasn't the contract been lifted yet, you bastard? The fox, Bai Xiaoru, angrily kicked open the door and questioned Qin Tian. At this moment, Qin Tian had just received a system notification. Pet Bai Xiaoru's strength has recovered to the half-saint realm. Your reward upgrade to true grade aptitude. Your daily check-in reward level has increased. Qin Tian, while checking the system, nervously replied about the contract. Who knows? This made Bai Xiaoru even angrier, and she screamed, Qin Tian, you're a liar! A scoundrel! You rotten bastard! At the same time, in a gloomy land filled with eerie energy, and countless tall mountains rarely trod by human feet, the sharp voices of 3 demons rang out, we pay our respects to the great demon saint. We have come to see you. What's the matter? Why have you three left your territories and come to my place? Great demon saint, we have discovered the ancient blood ice phoenix. But there was an expert beside her, and we couldn't bring her back. We were also severely injured because of this, and have only just recovered and left seclusion today. So it turned out that these were the three demons who attacked the Kunlun sword sect last time. Facing them now was a gigantic golden dragon, breathing heavily. Oh, interesting. Where is that bloodline? Yes, she's at the Kunlun sword sect. Hearing the name of the sect, the giant dragon demon saint remembered someone, which made it furious. One of the sects of those three old immortals. If it weren't for their sneak attack back then, my cultivation wouldn't have stagnated for so many years. You three, immediately gather the demon army. 3 days from now, follow me to destroy the Kunlun sword sect. Demon soldiers, demon subjects, heed the great demon saint's command. Prepare to attack Mount Kunlun. Gather and kill them all. In the demon territory, the 3 demon emperors gathered their demon citizens, preparing for war. Meanwhile, at Kunlun, the sect leader, senior sister, having received the news, went to report to the patriarch and requested him to leave seclusion to protect the sect. Don't worry. You join forces with the 2 sects, Palai and Tai Bai, to resist them. Leave the rest to the patriarchs of the 3 sections. Hearing the cold, indifferent voice filled with the patriarch's immense power, the sect leader nodded and accepted the command. At this moment, Qin Tian was sitting on a tree, enjoying the breeze, when he received another system notification. Today's check-in reward, a supreme-grade low-tier life and death sword. Qin Tian's strength also increased to the same realm. But before Qin Tian could celebrate his breakthrough for long, just 3 days later, the Manhua mountain range was filled with monstrous demonic flames and the resounding roar of thunder. Hordes of demons in all sorts of bizarre shapes and forms, assembled into armies under the leadership of the 3 demon emperors, charged straight towards Mount Kunlun. Minions, crush them for me! Sect leader Mo Wentian also drew his sword and mounted his horse, commanding the disciples of the 3 sects to prepare to meet the enemy. Disciples of the 3 sects, heed my command! Protect the sword tomb and eliminate the demons. Then, the 2 factions, immortals and demons, began to clash and slaughter each other. The beautiful Peak Master Su summoned thousands of flying swords with her famous Tai splitting light sword technique. But that attack was easily intercepted by the Azure Rock Demon Emperor. Just a child's play. Now it's my turn to attack. Just as the beautiful Peak Master Su was about to fly up to dodge, countless thorny vines suddenly sprouted from the ground and entangled her legs. Before she could react, her entire body was bound tightly by the thorny vines. Sect leader Mo Wentian, hearing his junior sister's scream, was startled and looked down, but he couldn't be distracted, as his opponent was also the evil dragon demon emperor from before. Hey woman! What are you looking around for during a fight? Seeing his opponent bound, the Azure Rock summoned the raging wind lightning strike in his hand and hurled it straight at Peak Master Su. Good! Old demon tree die! Peak Master Jade Sword Peak! The ancient old demon tree, standing beside, used the vines to bind Peak Master Su, giving the Azure Rock the opportunity to attack. The raging wind lightning strike hit where Peak Master Su was standing. With a deafening explosion. It seemed as though the beautiful Peak Master Su had been obliterated, but when the smoke and dust cleared, the image of a giant ape had appeared just in time to protect her. Diaoling, with a somber expression, looked at the demon and shouted, "Your opponent is me." Seeing this, the Azure Rock laughed heartily. You've finally appeared, Blood Ice Phoenix. Diaoling's beautiful face stared at the demon with a confident gaze and whispered to Peak Master Su beside her, "Please rest. Leave this bird to me." In the distance, Qin Tian and his heavenly fox pet stood on a tree branch, observing the battle. "You rotten scoundrel! Are you just going to stand there and watch without helping?" the heavenly fox asked. And then the 2 of them clashed again with incredibly powerful attacks. "Take this, my great eagle spreading its wings." The battle was extremely fierce, with the energy radiating out causing the surrounding air to distort, and the strength of both combatants was pushed to the limit. A violent collision resulted in a massive pillar of light soaring into the sky, radiating powerful waves of energy that blew away the surrounding rocks and earth. Boom! A loud explosion erupted at the center of the battle, forcing the other disciples in the sect to quickly retreat because the residual power was too strong. The shockwave from the battle between Diaoling and the demon was so powerful that it temporarily tore a large hole in the dark clouds covering the sky. But the two of them paid no attention to the surroundings and focused solely on each other in a fight to the death. The demon rock's weapon was a giant hammer, but it wielded it with surprising ease. However, it seemed that Diaoling's movement technique was a notch faster, so she seized the opportunity to kick the demon hard in the face, causing it to spurt fresh blood. The kick was so powerful that the bird was sent spinning through the air before finally managing to stop. The rock's hand touched the shoe print on its face, its voice filled with icy rage. A measly little nascent soul dares to ruin this lady's beautiful face? Unforgivable. I'll crush your limbs and smash that pretty face of yours. Fury caused the demonic energy within the rock to surge, along with fierce bolts of lightning that rapidly attacked Diaoling. Fortunately, the young woman managed to block the giant hammer with the power of her emperor armament. Damn it, my power is almost depleted, and Diaoling thought gravely, staring at the monster before her. The battle continued, but it became clear that Diaoling was gradually losing ground as her stored power dwindled. Her reactions and speed also slowed, so she couldn't react in time when the rock's knee suddenly appeared for an attack. While Diaoling was blocking the giant hammer, the rock executed a knee strike aimed directly at her face, knocking her backward. The unexpected attack caused the beautiful girl to also spit out fresh blood. Seizing this opportunity, the rock stomped its foot hard on the ground, causing the earth to crack and bolts of lightning to continuously converge around its body. The immense power radiating out caused the surrounding trees and cliffs to crack. Secret Art: 9 Rock Wings. The demon's eyes blazed like lightning, and with strange hand seals, it executed the secret art with incredibly destructive power. A giant energy sphere, a mixture of demonic energy and lightning, began to converge above the rock's head, making it look like a golden rock bird controlling lightning. Everyone who saw this was shocked and worried, shouting, "Diaoling! This is bad! Rotten scoundrel, what are we still doing here? Hurry up and save her!" The Heavenly Fox, by Shioru, hurriedly tried to jump down from the tree branch to rescue Diaoling. But Qin Tian grabbed her collar, nearly choking her. "Don't worry, she'll be fine," Qin Tian replied calmly. The Heavenly Fox struggled in midair. All right, I understand." "Ah, let me go, let me go!" Qin Tian's beautiful eyes, like a miniature universe, stared at the battle scene and couldn't help but sigh. Unexpectedly, the half-saint power I gave Diaoling last time still retains a portion. It was thanks to that power, along with the Emperor armament in her hand, that a nascent soul like Diaoling could fight until now. She had been dodging the Demon Emperor's attacks, but it was persistent, continuously throwing lightning spheres at her. "Damn it, this is the last of my strength," and Diaoling thought, sensing her dwindling energy. The intense fighting caused the earring she usually wore to shatter. The rock's massive lightning sphere was about to strike, making Diaoling feel the breath of death. Suddenly, at this moment, the rock's eyes widened in disbelief. "I can't? She's going to kill me!" In that moment of sudden enlightenment, the rock sensed something in the future, that in a moment, it would be killed by the girl, Diaoling, below. Just then, a strange sound made the rock turn its head to look behind it. From afar, in the sky, it saw something approaching with immense momentum. Seeing this, the azure rock gritted its teeth and roared angrily, "Damn it!" The moment it lost focus, a violent surge of energy erupted from behind it. It turned out that Diaoling, with her weapon, had seized the opportunity to attack. The girl's eyes were cold and incredibly calm, almost terrifyingly so, coupled with the sharp Emperor armament. A horizontal slash caused the heavens and earth to explode, but suddenly, a strange power descended from the sky, enveloping the azure rock. The power was so strong that Diaoling also had to retreat. The girl looked gravely towards the explosion and the mysterious power, and peering through the explosion, she could see a monster that had just appeared. It was a strange carriage enveloped by the image of a giant fire dragon, and the fire dragon's hand was grabbing the azure rock demon. On the verge of death, the azure rock was rescued, and it was overjoyed because the one who had saved it was the great demon saint. From within the carriage, a cold voice emanated, "A half-saint realm demon emperor is rare even in the myriad demons world. You cannot die here yet. And the Blood Ice Phoenix bloodline is the most important sacrifice for this saint to enter the emperor realm. So, come here." As the voice faded, the giant dragon arm suddenly appeared, attempting to seize Diaoling below. At this extremely perilous moment, several sharp rays of light, along with an ancient sword, shot out and pierced the giant dragon claw, stopping it. With the patriarchs of the three sects here. Don't you dare cause trouble! While Diaoling was still dazed, three immortal-like old men appeared in front of her, and told her to leave this to them and go support Wentian. While everyone was fiercely battling the demons, in the warehouse of the sword storage villa, Qin Tian and the Heavenly Fox were rummaging for clothes. Why do you suddenly want to come back here to get clothes? Finding a suitable outfit, Qin Tian smiled. I have a feeling I'll have my moment soon. The battle was now incredibly intense, with countless magical treasures flying across the sky, continuously attacking the giant dragon claw. Heaven and earth changed color, smoke and fire filled the air as the patriarchs of the three sects fought against the demon saint with earth-shattering power. Seeing that ordinary attacks had no effect, the three patriarchs decided to use the three talents formation, combining their powers to summon a giant sword. Heaven and earth changed color, the ages refined, the eternal nine-sword strike. Looking at the sword hurtling towards him, a mocking voice came from within the carriage, the same trick from 300 years ago. Do you have no new moves? The image of the giant fire dragon, facing the approaching sword, immediately spewed a torrent of destructive energy called the Dragon's Breath of Annihilation. The power of the Dragon's Breath of Annihilation clashed violently with the power of the giant sword. After a moment of struggle, the sword seemed to be sharper than the dragon image, piercing through it and slashing towards the mysterious carriage. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion and a pillar of light that pierced the sky and shattered the dark clouds. The cultivators standing nearby were all blown away by the residual power. After the smoke and dust settled, the carriage seemed slightly damaged from the attack, but it was still mostly intact. And now, standing before everyone, was a mysterious person who had easily blocked the fierce attack of the giant sword with a single finger. It was a young man with a slender figure, yet he possessed world-shaking power, shattering the sword in half with a light touch. Not bad, to be able to destroy my toy. It's just a pity that you still need more skill to defeat me. This young man, with a face as youthful as a child's, was the human form of the Dragon Demon Saint. The Dragon Demon Saint ignored the three patriarchs and instead unleashed a giant dragon claw, pouncing towards Diaoling. Emperor Realm, here I come! By capturing Diaoling and extracting her Blood Ice Phoenix bloodline, the dragon could break through to the Emperor Realm. Sect leader Mo Wentian, still battling the evil Dragon Demon Emperor, couldn't afford to be distracted and could only helplessly call out, Diaoling, be careful. Facing this overwhelming power, Diaoling had no other choice but to sigh wearily, I'm done for. But she didn't notice that the token nestled between her breasts was now emitting a seven-colored light. Suddenly, a giant fist emerged from the token, making Diaoling cry out in surprise. From the token between Diaoling's breasts flew a person with a strange hood and comical clothes, punching away the dragon's claw. A hero has arrived! Don't mess around, monster! The newcomer, in a yellow suit and white cape fluttering in the wind, declared. Diaoling suddenly clutched her chest, trembling and falling to the ground. The mysterious person, Qin Tian in disguise, ignored the dragon and, seeing his disciple acting strangely, asked, What's wrong with you? Diaoling was in so much pain that tears welled up, her soul chafed raw, You jerk! You didn't even warn me! Try it yourself and see if it hurts. You asked who I am? I am the Sword Saint, protector of Kunlun. Diaoling shouted angrily, changing the subject. That's too much. Hearing this, the demon saint sneered, Protector of Kunlun? What a joke! Today I'll show you that no one can stop me. Immediately, the bratty evil dragon used its ultimate technique, the soul-scattering dragon claw, to attack the strange hooded figure. The figure promptly drew a bizarre, jet-black sword to meet the sharp claw. Suddenly, the demon saint looked down at its hands, revealing an expression of disbelief. How could it cut my hand so easily? In that fleeting exchange, the sword had severed one of the demon saint's arms, leaving it stunned. You've never encountered the supreme life and death sword, have you? It makes people fall in love, flowers bloom, and even coffins open. So, let me show you what's so difficult about slicing your dragon hide? The evil dragon gritted its teeth and cursed, Damn it, you weirdo! What supreme life and death sword? It's just a puny emperor armament. Hearing this, the mysterious figure held the sword aloft, gathering destructive power, Oh really? Then take another one of my swords. Although the demon saint acted contemptuous, it had just lost an arm, so it didn't dare to be careless. It immediately used a secret technique to reinforce its skin, making it tougher. Destructive law power converged on the mysterious figure's sword. It immediately swung, using the ultimate technique, the incomparable slash, aiming straight at the dragon and its claw. The demon saint's hand summoned the image of a dragon claw, trying to withstand the bizarre purple destructive power. The two energies clashed, either giving way, and continued to push forward. A few seconds later, the demon saint's dragon claw image weakened, allowing the destructive energy to begin enveloping its arm. A deafening explosion. The destructive slash reached the dragon's arm, making it writhe as if disintegrating. What? Even my reinforced skin and tough scales can't withstand it? Before the arrogant demon saint could finish its exclamation, the destructive power didn't stop. It pushed the demon saint back, slamming it into the ground and exploding like fireworks. A sudden silence fell upon the battlefield, followed by a deafening explosion that made people's ears ring. The scene resembled the apocalypse. The hooded figure stood admiring its handiwork, then startled slightly. Huh! It's over? That was fast. The evil dragon fighting sect leader MANHUA had also been beaten and bound by the dragon binding ropes, rendering it immobile and unable to use magic. The sect leader, carrying the evil dragon, concernedly asked Yowling, "Are you alright?" "Sect leader, I'm fine." "Is everything over there settled?" "Mostly, but who was that person?" "I just saw him defeat the demon saint with a single sword." Seeing the sect leader looking towards the mysterious figure with curiosity, and Yowling instinctively wanted to answer that it was her master, but she immediately stopped. "That's not right. Master, dressed like this, definitely doesn't want others to know his identity. So I can't tell the truth." Realizing this, and Yowling quickly came up with an explanation to appease the sect leader. "He must be, probably the successor Grand Patriarch Jiang left behind, found and activated by Master." MANHUA glanced at Yowling, then nodded. "Jinxue? That's great then. If it's her, this war will end quickly." She believed it? And Yowling was surprised that the sect leader so easily believed her words, but it was a good thing. In the distance, the demon saint, with a severed arm, lay amidst the rubble, gnashing its teeth and cursing. "Damn it! I underestimated you, Kunlun's sword sect. This feeling, what is this feeling?" The demon saint spoke as the flesh where its arm had been severed began to twitch as if coming back to life. "This feeling is so comfortable." The demon saint's remaining intact arm suddenly swelled with violent power. "This feeling, it's the dragon's secret art, extreme dragon transformation." The demon saint's mind seemed to become crazed, a savage grin spreading across its face as it slowly struggled to its feet. Before the mysterious figure could react, a massive explosion erupted where the demon saint was standing, engulfing everything in smoke and fire. In the distance, sect leader MANHUA and Yowling hurriedly retreated because the aura was too powerful. The smoke cleared, revealing the demon saint with two intact arms and a much more muscular body than before. If the demon saint had looked like a boy before, it now resembled a powerful young man. "Ha! Thanks to you, I've broken through again at the brink of death. Now, below the Emperor realm, I am invincible. So I must repay you properly, my great benefactor." The demon saint's savage laughter echoed through the sky, its aura continuously rising, causing others to tremble. "Oh my god, it's even stronger than before. It has broken through to the saint realm, third heaven. Can Master really win?" The demon saint became more and more frenzied, laughing loudly with blazing eyes. "I will kill you. And I, with the help of the Blood Ice Phoenix bloodline, will become the demon emperor, ruling over all demons." As it looked up at the sky, laughing incessantly, a mysterious ray of light suddenly flashed across its neck. Just as the demon saint was celebrating its breakthrough, its head was sent flying. "Huh! What happened? Why do I feel strange?" It turned out that the one who had delivered the finishing blow was Qin Tian in the hood. The demon saint's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. "I worked so hard to break through to the third heaven." It couldn't finish its sentence. Its body and head fell to the ground, its eyes wide open in death. Seeing this, Qin Tian stroked the destructive sword in his hand and sighed. "I was going to play with you for a bit, but you talked too much. Don't you know that villains always die from talking too much?" After the exhausting battle, the ecosystem within a radius of several dozen miles was severely damaged. With their leader eliminated, the remaining demon emperors were easily captured and bound by the Kunlun sword sect disciples, a truly miserable sight. The demon saint, who had broken through so arrogantly, dreaming of reaching the emperor realm, now lay decapitated on the ground. Come here, a saint realm golden dragon corpse is a good thing, huh? Following his principle of not wasting food, Qin Tian didn't want to let this delicious body go to waste. After storing the golden dragon's corpse in his gourd, Qin Tian looked at his disciple and said, "I'm going back now." Hearing this, Dialing replied, "Then I'll go too." "No, wait a minute," Qin Tian said with a mysterious smile. Dialing suddenly felt a chill down her spine from her master's smile and quickly tried to stop him. But before she could react, Qin Tian once again burrowed into the token between her breasts. "This hateful master, he just likes rubbing against my..." Sect leader, from afar, called out and asked, "Has the sword saint returned?" "He's the one who just helped us." "I haven't thanked him yet." "But is that area of yours bigger again, Dilling? I see smoke coming from it." The sect leader suddenly noticed Dialing's chest and asked curiously. After the battle, Qin Tian's biggest gain was undoubtedly the golden dragon's corpse, so he decided to enter his secret chamber and start refining pills. The little heavenly fox, Shioru, was bored waiting outside the alchemy room with nothing to do. "This is so boring. Qin Tian has been inside the alchemy room for almost half a day." She yawned and looked at the sparrows pecking at the floor. "Don't you have anything to do, just like me, fat birds?" The gentle breeze from the bamboo forest and the peaceful atmosphere made Shioru drowsy, almost falling asleep. As her eyes slowly closed, a hand suddenly appeared, along with someone calling her name. Hearing someone call her, the tired heavenly fox opened her eyes, drool dripping down her chin. "Why are you sleeping here? Where's my master?" Seeing that it was Dialing, Shioru immediately hugged her. "Dialing, you're finally back. As for your master, he's in the alchemy room." Hearing alchemy room, Dialing suddenly had a bad feeling. Just as she felt, moments later, the alchemy room exploded with a bang, startling the heavenly fox, who shouted, "Sword storage peak is under attack." And Dialing looked on helplessly, as she was used to this. The alchemy room exploded every few months thanks to her master. So much smoke. Let's wait for the smoke to clear first. The two of them stepped into the rubble to search for their master. "All right, Whirlwind, heed my command." As the heavenly fox's gentle voice rang out, a gentle breeze miraculously appeared, clearing the smoke and restoring the fresh, pleasant air. "There, much better now." At the same time, amidst the rubble, Qin Tian sat up, a large, round pill in his hand, and exclaimed excitedly, "Ha! I've succeeded! I've succeeded! Congratulations to the host for refining the unique item, Saint Dragon Origin. Reward, a pill recipe for the Saint Replenishing Pill. Ingredients required, Saint Dragon Origin, Saint Spirit Fruit, and Sung Min Flower. For refining the Saint Dragon Origin, the system also rewards an additional pill recipe as an unexpected bonus. Afterwards, Qin Tian made a strange request to his disciple and Tian who, leaving them perplexed but ultimately compliant. Following Qin Tian's request, the two of them changed into strange clothing. "What kind of clothing is this?" "I don't know, but compared to the clothes Master bought me before, this set is considered beautiful." And Dialing continuously adjusted her clothes while exclaiming, "But these clothes are too tight." It's Tian who's first time wearing this type of clothing, so it feels unfamiliar. Contrary to Tian who, and Dialing comfortably showed off her ample bosom. "It's okay, Master said once you get used to it, it will be comfortable." At the same time, from behind the screen, Qin Tian poked his head out, staring at the two beauties in front of him. "Are you ready? The night cultivation begins," he said, revealing his lascivious expression. Seeing that expression, Tian Hu and Dialing immediately threw their clothes at Qin Tian's face, causing his nose to bleed. After changing, both of them, as requested by Qin Tian, lay down on two tables next to the hot spring. Qin Tian, with a seemingly serious face, looked at the two beauties beside him and prepared to make his move. "Just wait, Hong to Thien. I'll show you my 99 beats per breath technique, making your entire body and heart submit to me. 6 paths reincarnation fist. My fists will transform into super machine guns, using a frequency of 100 punches per breath to conquer your muscles, blood vessels, and bones. Alright, let's start accelerating. My fingers will press on the Y guan acupoint, any I guan acupoint, and lightly on the Bai Hui acupoint. Next, I'll meticulously massage the Yao Yang guan acupoint. His body stiffened. That's enough talking, Qin Tian said as he pressed his fingers onto the acupoint on Tianhu's tail, a very sensitive spot. His whole body was like a working ox, his hands continuously touching the delicate bodies of the two girls, causing them to moan. And Diaoling's face was now hidden with tears at the corners of her eyes. Tianhu wasn't much better, her whole body tingling and squirming as the man touched her. The strange sensation with each touch of his flesh felt like an electric current running through her body. Along with comfortable moans, she exclaimed, "Why did it turn out like this?" "Ah! To understand why it became like this, we have to go back 2 hours earlier, when the two girls continuously shook their heads in refusal upon hearing the suggestion." "Why? Why not?" Qin Tian asked with a pained expression. "This massage to enhance medicine absorption is all a lie. You just want to touch us. We won't fall for your tricks, master. You're judging a gentleman with a villain's heart. With your current cultivation, you can't fully absorb the golden dragon essence blood in the medicine. That's why I need to use the divine Indian oil to assist you. Don't you want to quickly catch up to me, surpass me, and then dissolve the contract between us? Diaoling, and you too. Haven't you always wanted to increase your cultivation quickly? This is a good opportunity." The two girls, called out by name, looked at each other blankly. After thinking for a moment, they were finally swayed by the lure of the golden dragon essence blood. Tianhu coldly looked at her master and warned, "I'm telling you, don't try anything funny. If that's the case, then let's try it out. That's why there's now this beautiful scene by the hazy hot spring." "Ah, slower, slower, Qin Tian. Master, too fast, too fast." Both girls were both numb and aroused by Qin Tian's touch, their sweat pouring out like a stream. Qin Tian was also tired from the strenuous activity, sweat dripping down his face. "Alright, last step, wait a minute." His hands on the girl's back slowly slid down, and gently pressed on the acupoints there. "This is the ultimate technique, God's finger." His hands were about to touch their private areas, causing both girls to cry out in panic, "No! Don't touch there!" Immediately afterwards, a strange energy exploded, sending rocks flying. "Haha, the job is done!" After pressing the final acupoint, Qin Tian comfortably circulated his qi, ignoring the pillows thrown at his face. "You bastard! You were clearly playing with us." Hearing this, Qin Tian righteously replied, "You can insult my character, but you cannot insult my technique. Next, it's time to witness a miracle," he said as he, wearing only underwear, suddenly grabbed Tianhu's hand, startling her. Because of this overly intimate action, a group brawl ensued by the hot spring. A moment later, the sounds of fighting stopped, along with the calm surface of the hot spring. The speed of absorbing and transforming spiritual qi is several times faster than usual. "It's really effective," the two girls exclaimed, while Qin Tian, with a bruised head, complained. At this moment, the system reappeared. Host disciple, Diaoling, has broken through to the high-level half-saint realm, rewarding the host with saint-grade cultivation aptitude. Daily chicken points increased by 5%. Alright, I was wrong. We wrongly accused you, haha. Facing Qin Tian's pitiful, complaining face, Tianhu finally apologized with clasped hands. Suddenly, and Diaoling came over and whispered something into Tianhu's ear. After hearing the whisper, Tianhu also gave a sly smile. After a tiring day, Qin Tian ignored them and leaned against the cliff, soaking in the hot spring to relax. Suddenly, his disciple Diaoling appeared behind him, hugging his muscular body. The beautiful and hot Tianhu also appeared beside him, hugging his arm. Before the surprised Qin Tian could react, the two hot girls covered his eyes with their hands. "Qin Tian, Master, Mua!" His vision plunged into darkness. Qin Tian only felt 2 soft kisses on his cheeks, and their warm bodies pressed against him. Time passed. One day, after the great battle of the demon race. As usual, Qin Tian was sleeping soundly in bed until noon. His disciple Diaoling and Tianhu were also sleeping soundly, embracing each other. The old rooster felt it was too late, so it prepared to crow to wake up the 3 lazy humans. The rooster took a deep breath, preparing to use its internal energy to activate its throat. But just as it inhaled, a loud voice rang out from the distant forest, startling it. Benefactor Qin. Please help. Who is disturbing others so early in the morning? The loud voice woke everyone up, and it seemed someone had come looking for Master. The entire mountain range, originally quiet, was now bustling with the girl's voice. Benefactor Qin. Benefactor Qin. Benefactor Qin. I've come to find you. Qin Tian helplessly followed the voice and found a girl, so he interrupted her, telling her to stop shouting. Benefactor Qin, it's so good, I finally found you. The beautiful girl turned around, overjoyed. Dialing wondered, do you two know each other? Well, it's like this, and that, then like this, and finally like that. Oh, I see, I understand. After explaining to his disciple, Qin Tian looked again at the princess he had accidentally saved before. So, what brings you to me today? Hearing this, the princess's eyes teared up, and she pleaded pitifully. Benefactor, you saved my life once. Can you save me again? Saying that, the princess knelt down and kowed out a few times. I want to become your disciple. My father is considering passing on the throne. My younger brother, to prevent me from contesting the throne, wants to marry me off. He wants to marry me to the Emperor of Zhou. That foolish emperor. If I marry him, Zhou and Sung Min will always be brothers. Or he might marry me off to a lecherous and vulgar border general. So, without a powerful backing, it's hard for me to escape the fate of being married off. That's why I presumptuously came here, wanting to become your disciple. Benefactor Qin, so I have a chance to control my own destiny. Facing this pitiful girl, and Dialing felt a pang of sympathy, while Qin Tian remained deep in thought. Alright, I can accept you as a nominal disciple, but you must agree to one condition. Hearing this, the princess excitedly raised her head and asked, what condition? Simple. I want the national flower of Sung Min, the Sung Min flower. A single Sung Min flower requires a tremendous amount of resources, time, and manpower to cultivate. Normally, only the new emperor receives one to aid in breaking through realms. So I can't agree to this condition. Qin Tian also understood the girl's predicament, so he patted her shoulder confidently. Simple. I'll help you become the successor, and you give me the Sung Min flower. Both Dialing and the princess were startled by this news. You want me to become the successor? The surrounding air suddenly fell silent as the little princess pondered over the words she just heard. After a moment, the girl gritted her teeth and made up her mind, raising her head to face Qin Tian. Okay, I agree. I will definitely do my best to help you get the Sung Min flower. Seeing this, Qin Tian smiled with satisfaction. Alright, from now on, you are my nominal disciple. Follow me. Yes, master. From that day on, the tyrannical Qin Tian began special training with the little princess who had just entered the sect. It's unclear what kind of training it was. But only the princess's screams of terror could be heard. Help! Manhwa Lin, why are you running away? No need to ask, master. If I don't run, I'll die. Facing her master's giant chainsaw, Manhwa Lin ran with all her might. What's with that expression? What's with those eyes? What's with those tears? The princess cried without tears, wailing nonstop. I don't want to learn anymore. I don't want to be the successor. Hoo-hoo! Running too fast, she tripped and fell face first onto the ground. Master, please spare me. Spare me. Will those tears help you control your destiny? No more running, Weilin. Come back to me. Thus, the strange training session, with one person chasing and the other running for their life, echoed throughout the mountains. Tian Hu and Dialing sat snacking and watching. Wondering, is this training really useful? Late at night, in the quiet imperial palace of Sung Min. In a room, a girl's pleas rang out. Your Highness! Your Highness! Let go! Let go! The pitiful girl lying on the bed was being strangled by a man, his cold voice echoing. Didn't you say you wanted to give me everything? Don't blame her. If you want to blame someone, blame that old man who won't die and my older sister. They killed that person. The man with the demonic eyes was the prince of Sung Min. Min Kuang Qian. The strangled girl couldn't breathe, tears of pain streaming down her face. After struggling for a long time, her breath finally ran out, and the girl tragically passed away. After ending the life on his bed, Prince Min Kuang Qian, with a demonic smile on his face, suddenly spoke. Sect Master, she agreed to your request. So you should keep your promise too, right? The prince's figure now resembled a corpse, his hands trembling, his voice icy. As the prince's voice fell, the closed window suddenly burst open. A black shadow, like a snake, slithered into the room from the window. From the shadow emerged a man with fiery red hair, a pale face, and a voice that seemed to come from hell. Prince Min, no, now I should call you Emperor Min. Since you've kept your promise, our demon sect will definitely support you in ascending the throne, no matter the cost. So don't worry anymore. This mysterious, demonic man was P1-150, the current sect master of the demon sect. Princess Manwha was temporarily unaware of the events happening in the palace. She was diligently training with her senior sister. Since you can use magic, don't blame me for bullying you. Take my foxfire. Facing the fierce attack from Tianhu, Diaoling immediately jumped to intercept. Go, Weilin! Attack her! Tianhu immediately shouted angrily, Hey! We didn't agree to a 2-on-1 fight. So what if it's 2-on-1? Attack with all your might. The fierce combined attack from the two girls shocked the little fox, forcing her to dodge. Ah! Help! Someone wants to kill this fox. Using the strongest move right away. Weilin, attack with all your might again. Hurry up! Well done, Weilin! Attack! Weilin, get up! Don't rush me! The three of them continued training like this, while Qin Tian sat in a tree watching the commotion. Why does this scene feel like a Pokemon battle? Suddenly ganged up on by the two, the tired Tianhu waved her hands. No more fighting! No more fighting! The three of them had been training together for a while now, and through the special training, Weilin had truly improved a lot. Master's special training is really effective, although a bit scary and violent. Recalling the terrifying scenes, the three girls didn't want to experience it again, but at least now Weilin was no longer running away. As they were chatting, a strange sound suddenly came from Weilin's stomach. Hey Weilin, your stomach is rumbling. Oh, this is our Sungmin's news notification device. Because my father worried about me, he gave me one to carry. My father is calling me from afar through the communication command. Following the princess's explanation, she pulled out a round object with a yin-yang symbol from her pocket. Weilin gently activated the communication device, and a screen suddenly appeared before everyone. On the other side of the screen, her father, with a horrified expression, called out his daughter's name. Weilin, are you alright? Weilin, remember, don't come back. Her father's voice suddenly became incredibly anxious and hurried. At the same time, a blood-red hand pierced through her father's body. The girls who witnessed this scene were shocked and stunned. The demonic hand ripped open her father's body, and a person emerged from behind. Witnessing this through the communication screen, Weilin screamed in agony. Father! Father! Father, answer me! Don't let anything happen to you! Prince Min Quang-Qian, after killing his father, heard his sister's voice through the communication screen. He immediately pushed his father's body to the ground and coldly said, Sister, I've killed father. But it was you who killed him, he said while madly licking his father's blood. Facing the horrific scene of her father being murdered before her eyes, Min Weilin asked in a daze, A lie? It's all a lie. Why? Why did you? You ask me why I killed father? Tell me, I was about to be made the new emperor. But after father heard that you joined the Kunlun sword sect, he wanted to change his mind and make you the new emperor. To gain the throne, I had no choice but to kill him. So it's your fault, sister. Hearing this, Min Weilin roared with fury, wishing she could reach through the screen and kill the unfilial wretch. You bastard! I'll kill you! I'll kill you to avenge him! Min Quang-Qian's face, like that of a demon, showed a bloodthirsty smile. Sister, why are you so angry? I'm so scared. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Wouldn't it have been better if you had obediently married someone else? At the same time, the demon sect master, with his fiery red hair, appeared behind Min Quang-Qian. Well done. Next, according to the agreement, the demon sect will hold a sacrifice in Sungmin City. You won't go back on your word, will you, Your Highness? Oh, of course not. You are all my great benefactors. The citizens of this city are all at your disposal for the sacrifice. The two of them chatted comfortably, completely ignoring the three people watching through the screen. Hearing the demon sect master's voice, and Diaoling immediately recognized who it was. Min Quang-Qian! You dare collude with the demon sect? What are you trying to do? The princess roared angrily. The two on the other side didn't want to continue the conversation, so they crushed the communication device. No matter how much Manwha shouted, the screen gradually disappeared. Come back! Come back and explain clearly! What else do you want to do to the people of Sungmin City? Faced with her father's tragic death and her younger brother's betrayal, the little princess almost collapsed. Seeing this, Tianhu immediately stepped forward to comfort her. Wylene, I know you're worried, but first, don't lose your composure. But sister, you heard it too. He wants to sacrifice the people of Sungmin City. Hearing her senior sister's reminder, Tianhu pointed towards Qin Tian, who was still sitting on a branch, eating melon seeds. In this situation, if you want to save Sungmin City and defeat Ma Tianhuan, who has half-saint cultivation, you'll have to rely on your master. Manwha was startled upon hearing this. That's right, I still have master. Happily enjoying his melon seeds in the show, Qin Tian was slightly speechless at being dragged into this. This is really troublesome. After the emperor was killed by his son, the demon sect gained control of Sungmin City, causing the citizens to flee. Run, everyone! Hurry! We're almost at the city gates. Once we're out of the city gates, we're safe. Great! Let's hurry! People of all ages were running out of the city, but suddenly mysterious tentacles sprouted from the ground, wrapping around their legs. Ah! What is this? Help me! A mysterious vortex, like a sea of blood, spread across the ground, continuously sprouting tentacles that entangled everyone. Amidst the citizens' screams of terror, they were all swallowed by the blood. Perhaps this was the life sacrifice ritual mentioned by the demon sect master. The screams gradually faded, leaving the streets empty, with only the pool of blood remaining. Nearby, the demon sect master observed the situation in Sungmin City through his magic. After this sacrifice in Sungmin City, I've finally broken through. Ha! Hearing this, a mysterious figure appeared again, with a strange face like a soulless mask. Congratulations on ascending to the Saint Realm, Ma Tianhuan. Next, as you wished. The mysterious person appeared with a strange book in hand, and a sound emanated from it. Now you are qualified for a deeper cooperation with us. At his disciple's request, Qin Tian used his magical cauldron to carry the four of them to the Sungmin Imperial Palace. Manwha rushed into the main hall, flung open the doors with a worried expression. Min Kuang Qian! Come out here! But before anyone answered, the princess's face turned pale with fear as she looked inside. Sitting on the throne was a three-headed humanoid monster with a long snake tail extending to the door. Standing on either side were two mysterious figures. The strange monster had one head that was Min Kuang Qian, the first prince, another head that was Min Kuang Bao, the second prince, and the remaining one was Min Kuang Hui, the third prince. Everyone stared in shock at this disgusting monster, while Manwha screamed the names of her younger brothers in anguish. Kuang Hui! Kuang Bao! Is that you too? The red-haired demon sect master coldly said, You've finally arrived. The mysterious book in the hand of the pale-faced man also made a rustling sound. Long time no see, Qin Tian. Qin Tian didn't understand how the book knew his name, but he didn't care. He coldly pondered and then asked, What did you do to them to turn them into this monster? It's nothing. Kuang Qian wanted to increase his power and sought my help. So I used a secret technique to merge him with his younger brothers, helping him ascend in power. Your becoming a disciple of the Kunlun sword sect really put a lot of pressure on him. Hearing these taunts, Manwha flew into a rage, cursing and summoning her weapon as she charged to attack. You bastard! I'll kill you! But she had only taken a few steps when a mysterious wall suddenly appeared, blocking her path, causing Manwha to slam face first into it. There's actually a barrier here? How cunning! Only then did Qin Tian have time to notice the other mysterious person in the hall. Hey, Baldy with the book, who are you? Hearing this, the strange bald man slightly raised the book. Before I introduce myself, let's change the scenery, shall we? The book in his hand suddenly glowed, its pages flipping by themselves without a breeze, making strange rustling sounds. A dazzling golden light illuminated the entire palace, forcing everyone to squint. As soon as the light disappeared, there was no one left in the hall, as if everyone had vanished into thin air. The scene shifted to a barren desert without a single tree or blade of grass. Qin Tian's group suddenly appeared there. A desert? Ah, my eyes! They're full of sand. The three-headed monster now appeared out of nowhere, dripping fresh blood from its terrifying mouth, constantly calling out sister. The demon sect master hovered in the sky under the scorching sun, looking at and yowling and saying, "My saintess, I never thought we'd meet again. I've missed you so much I almost died. My saintess, to think we would meet again. I've missed you to death." And Diaoling also hovered in the air opposite him, replying coldly, "I've also missed you to death. Missed you so much that I can't wait to chop you into 1,000,000 pieces and feed you to the dogs." Perhaps they were separated when they were transported here. Now, by a deserted sea, the bald man began his introduction. "Let me introduce myself. I am Manhwa, a Saint Realm follower of the bald religion." The book in his hand also spoke, introducing itself. "I am one of the 9 divine books, a clone of the Book of Space. My main body is currently entangled with your Qin family in the myriad universe." Hearing these strange yet familiar words, Qin Tian couldn't help but mutter, "Qin family? Myriad universe?" After a long silence, still unable to figure anything out, Qin Tian asked, "What do you mean by that?" The bald man, seeing Qin Tian pondering for so long, thought he understood everything, but it turned out he didn't know a damn thing. "Oh, I remember. I almost forgot." That night, the 2 strange puppets said something very bizarre. Only now did he remember the 2 puppets he encountered at his home the night before. The 2 puppets sprouted from the bricks under his courtyard, and their appearance was a miniature version of his parents. At the time, his parents announced that they were going on a trip with the servants, and that he shouldn't miss them, but to be careful of the book. They didn't explain anything further, so Qin Tian didn't understand what book to be careful of or why he should be careful. At this moment, the young man calmly realized that his mother's careful instructions in the book referred to this. It made Qin Tian mistakenly think it was another test to challenge his intelligence, causing him to rack his brains. "I'll get my father and mother. They've hidden so many things. Next time we meet, I'll make them spill all their secrets," Qin Tian thought to himself, while outwardly questioning, "What exactly has the Qin family done? What do you want to do against my Qin family?" The strange book laughed heartily and began its story. Everything must be explained from the beginning of the Chu Thien universe. After the void explosion swept away everything, the Chu Thien universe was miraculously born. To prevent chaos and collapse after its birth, the 9 divine books appeared. The 9 divine books consist of the Sword Book, Destruction Book, Spirit Book, Tao Book, Body Book, Death Book, Time Book, Space Book, and Destiny Book. We maintain the order of the Chu Thien universe so it can develop stably. However, there are always variables that appear. Those variables are a few errors, like you and your father. You will destroy the order, causing the Chu Thien universe to collapse into lawlessness and destruction. Therefore, we must eliminate errors and variables like you to ensure the smooth operation of the universe. After the book finished speaking, the bald man suddenly clenched his fist, making the book disappear and radiate an energy like an eternal flame burning everything. The bald man began to absorb energy from the book. In just a few seconds, the energy transfer was complete. The book transformed into a cloak growing from the bald man's neck, constantly exuding a strange aura. "We are one, and we are invincible," the book, now a cloak, smiled triumphantly. "Ha ha! Kill him! For the peace of the Chu Thien universe and to lift the curse on my shaved head, I invite you to die by my hand." Looking at the strange combination of man and book before him, Qin Tian pondered, the book actually turned into a cloak. "This is a bit too cool. What kind of magic is this? I really want to have it, really want to learn it." His eyes sparkled as if he had seen a precious treasure. The strange bald man said nothing but raised his fist and flew forward. "This is my signature martial skill, the bald head assault fist." Qin Tian was not afraid but smiled with joy. "Although you two look very interesting and cool, it's a pity I have to ruin it." Unfettered Great Dragon Fist. 2 fists with immense power, intertwined with laws, collided. In the next instant, the residual waves from the collision caused the surrounding sea to appear as if swept by a meteor shower. A sky-shaking explosion sent seawater splashing everywhere, obscuring everything. After the collision, the two retreated, looking at each other warily. The bald man couldn't help but sigh. "You look like you're at the spirit dynamic realm, But you're a variable, so I guess you were hiding your cultivation. However, I still didn't expect you to be at the Saint Realm, just like me. Haha, you flatter me. But I'm not happy at all to be praised by you. Sensing Qin Tian's strength, the cloak knew this wouldn't be easy to resolve and spoke up. Why can't you just die? Your existence will cause this world to collapse. And Diaoling, Bai Shiru, and even Min Weilin, they will all die because of you. Faced with this threat, Qin Tian didn't waver but smiled contemptuously. But I'm not an idiot. These are all biased words from you. I won't believe you. The cloak's voice grew colder. Then there's no other way. Nah, use the power of the divine book. Quickly finish him off. No problem. I'll kill Qin Tian before she reacts. Although Qin Tian didn't understand who the she in his words was, he didn't have time to think as the bald man attacked again with even fiercer momentum. Receive my divine descent breakthrough. The power the bald man radiated now startled Qin Tian, as it was the power of the Emperor realm. Both the speed and strength of the bald man were completely different from before, like heaven and earth, making it impossible for Qin Tian, who was only at the Saint realm, to react. The bald man's heavy cannon fist was like a giant mountain he held in his palm, smashing down and sending Qin Tian flying towards the sea. Seizing the opportunity, the bald man launched another attack, not giving his opponent a chance to retaliate. Qin Tian was continuously hit by several heavy blows because the power of the Saint realm was completely disadvantaged against the Emperor realm. With a bang, Qin Tian was smashed straight into the deep sea, causing the seawater to erupt into towering water columns. The bald man and the strange cloak stood on the sea, looking down for a long time. How simple. It's all over. The scene shifted back to the desert. A loud explosion echoed, sending sand and rocks flying. The three-headed snake monster raised the crossbow in its hand, its voice hissing, "Ha ha, sister. You've been at Broken Sword Peak for so long, yet you haven't learned any skills? Then obediently accept your death." At the same time, 3 magic arrows were fired, each with electric sparks carrying the aura of death. The fierce attacks forced Min Weilin to dodge desperately. Damn it! The attack speed is too fast. I can't get close to him. The head of Crown Prince Min Quang-Qian let out a cold laugh. Is that all, sister? Just when the 3-headed monster was careless, the celestial fox flickered into existence right behind it, rejoicing inwardly. A chance. The beautiful girl was about to pounce and attack from behind, but she suddenly stopped mid-air, staring in astonishment at the monster's back. A familiar, old face had sprouted from its back. Who are you? The old face shouted upon seeing the celestial fox. Unexpectedly, there's another head on the monster's back. The old head screamed incessantly as if losing its mind and began to open its mouth to attack. Don't come closer. Stay away from me. Bai Xiaoru, the celestial fox, inwardly cried, it's ruined. She was struck directly by a beam of light emitted from that head. The sudden turn of events caused Bai Xiaoru, who had been trying to ambush, to be tragically repelled. The power of the head on the back was no less than that of the other 3 heads, hitting Bai Xiaoru so quickly she couldn't react, and seemed quite seriously injured. Seeing this, Min Weilin cried out in fear and worry, Shiru. Sister. Well done, my imperial father. Min Quang-Qian praised. The head on the back also heard Min Weilin's voice and froze. Weilin. Weilin! Run! Run quickly! It turned out this head belonged to the mind-controlled emperor, who had momentarily regained consciousness upon hearing his daughter's voice. Run, Weilin! You must live well! Run! The old head tried to move forward to see his daughter. Hey, old man, stop moving around like that! Hearing this all too familiar voice, the little princess stared blankly in disbelief at the monster. This voice, is it father? Imperial father? Her wide eyes, filled with terror and utter helplessness, began to tear up. This was perhaps an indescribable pain. The emperor's head also shed tears of pain as he looked at his daughter. Listen to me and run. Listen to me. Run. Why are you back here? Facing these heart-wrenching cries, old memories resurfaced in the princess's mind. Ah, found you. So, my daughter was hiding here? It's all because your younger brother was wearing a mask and scared you, right? Apologize to your older sister quickly. The emperor in her memory was a youthful, heroic emperor, always gentle with his daughter. It's all right now, my little princess. You're a princess, yet you're so timid? Father will protect you well. That gentleman was always caring and a steadfast support for the little princess to lean on. Father. Father. I'm scared. Father. I miss you. The image of the little princess tearing up before her father coincided with Min Weilin's current state, making one's heart ache. Min Quang Qian immediately controlled his old man's head and interrupted their conversation. You two have talked enough, old man. Rewinding time a bit to the day the imperial palace fell into chaos with bandits and assassins intruding. At that time, her father, the emperor, was already old with gray hair, but he still bravely wielded his sword to fight. Weilin, leave the palace for a while. Wait for me to resolve this war, then return. The little princess didn't want to leave her father and hesitated, but the old king coldly ordered the servants to quickly take the princess away. Go quickly! Don't delay! It was almost the first time the emperor had shouted at his daughter, urging her to leave this dangerous place. This time, too, the monstrous face growing from the monster's back shouted in pain and anger, Go quickly! Don't stay here! Immediately after that scream, silence fell as the eyes of the emperor's head turned completely crimson, indicating he had lost his mind again. Father! This time, I won't go anywhere, the little princess shouted resolutely, her eyes deep. The overwhelming aura from the three-headed snake monster answered her. Ha ha! You still love your sister even though she's dying? Wouldn't it be nice to obediently be absorbed by me, old man? Min Weilin gripped her sword, mustering all her strength. I've always been loved and protected by my imperial father. But this time is different. This time, I will protect my imperial father. In a flash, the scene shifted back to the battlefield on the sea. Suddenly, the silhouette of a giant whale appeared beneath the deep sea. Seeing the creature approaching, even the bald man was startled and puzzled. Before he could think carefully, the giant whale, with skin the color of the deep blue ocean, leaped out of the sea, creating surging waves. From the whale's back, a familiar figure jumped down. It turned out to be Qin Tian, who had just been sunk. That was truly terrifying. If my strength wasn't a level higher, I would have really lost my life. But now, it's my turn to strike back. Qin Tian's hand reached out, touching the surrounding space and creating a dark vortex like a black hole in the universe. From within that vortex he drew a sword, also pitch black. Now, let's fight for real. Behold my life and death sword. The ink-black sword constantly emitted dark auras, like shadows that could devour everything in the world. The bald man stared at the sword with shining eyes, unable to help but exclaim, truly surprising. But even if it's an emperor-level weapon, you're still no match for me. Haha, then let's try it out. Around the sword, destructive, devouring, and violent auras began to appear, causing the surrounding sea to surge. 9 Springs Deathmatch, Life and Death Sword, First Form. The bald man condensed laws into his hands, preparing to withstand Qin Tian's attack. Fool! After gaining divine power, even emperor-level weapons can't break through my defense. Just as the bald man was being arrogant, the cloak on his back suddenly exclaimed, No! That's not right, you idiot! Dodge! But the cloak's warning was too late, not as fast as Qin Tian's sword. The slash, as if severing space and time, struck the bald man directly. A spray of fresh blood flew as the bald man stared blankly, his defenses shattered. Qin Tian landed on the sea coolly. Who told you this was just an emperor-level weapon? How is this possible? The bald man, with eyes as dark as black holes, only managed to stammer a few words before falling silent. The cloak's voice now trembled as if it had suffered a grievous injury. A mistake. A mistake. This is too titch, the power of destruction. The residual power of the sword caused the cloak to tear apart with its mournful cries. The bald man's body also began to disintegrate in the wind. It truly was the power of destruction, causing both people and objects to vanish into nothingness in an instant. Qin Tian, at this moment, stared at his hand. Feeling that this was the first time he had encountered an opponent that required him to use his full strength. He began to realize that his strength couldn't keep up with future events, so he told himself he had to become even stronger. I can't always rely on weapons like this time. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the system's voice rang out. Detected that the host has the determination to become stronger. Mortal transformation path can be opened. Mortal transformation path, seal spiritual power, experience the mortal world, awaken the true self. At the same time, in the distant wasteland, the celestial fox, struck by the surprise attack from the old man's head, lay unconscious on the sand, bleeding from her head. The three-headed monster, with Crown Prince Min Quang Qian as its dominant consciousness, laughed heartily. Truly ignorant of your own limitations. Imperial Father, look! This is the daughter you always loved. See how useless she is? The successor to the Sungmin throne must be strong. Yet she can't even withstand a single blow. Then I am the most suitable candidate to ascend the throne, aren't I? The pitiful princess, tightly constricted by the monster's snake body, could barely breathe, only managing to whimper, Imperial Father, in helplessness. Cry. 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 Besides crying and running away, what else can you do? Why does Imperial Father still want to abdicate to someone who only knows how to cry? This disgusting woman, just die for me! The princess's cries only angered the monster further, causing it to tighten its grip, making the girl cry out in pain. Hearing that scream, the heavily injured celestial fox struggled to stand, hoping to do something. The celestial fox began to gather the remaining faint strength in her body, preparing to launch another attack on the monster. A golden power began to converge around the girl, and her eyes turned gold. Let's take another look at another battlefield to see how the fight is progressing. The ground is now littered with craters like bomb craters. The demonic sect leader, with flowing crimson hair, smiled triumphantly. In this space, there's only you and me. This time, you can't escape, and no one will come to save you. Hearing this, and Diaoling smiled contemptuously. Are you happy to think I'm still the demonic sect's saintess, unable to fight back and only knowing how to run away like before? The demonic sect leader was also surprised as he sensed the power within her. This is the power of a half-saint. You've progressed this much in such a short time? With her familiar emperor-level weapon, Diaoling immediately charged forward. Though slightly surprised by Diaoling's strength, the demonic sect leader wasn't too worried and immediately unleashed his power. What a pity! Now I'm a Saint Realm cultivator. In the blink of an eye, he summoned a gigantic earth demon dragon rising from the sandy desert, lunging at Diaoling to bite her. Facing the monster, the girl dodged effortlessly. Because Diaoling's movement technique was very refined, the two giant evil dragons didn't make her flinch at all. She quickly approached the demonic sect leader. Mobilizing the bloodline power in her body, Diaoling once again summoned the Ice Phoenix Phantom to fight. In the vast desert, the cry of the sacred and noble phoenix echoed, along with a figure enveloped in icy power. Amidst the scorching desert, ice began to form, causing the surrounding air to chill. Those ice chunks shot straight towards the demonic sect leader. 1223. At this moment, the demonic sect leader's technique was also unleashed in time, a sphere filled with azure power. The two powerful forces collided, a battle between hellfire and eternal ice. The clashing powers resulted in a massive explosion with a blinding light and billowing smoke and dust. As the smoke cleared, a ferocious demonic face appeared. It turned out the demonic sect leader had also summoned his Azura monster phantom, enveloped in a swirling inferno. His face was now devoid of emotion, yet filled with a strange demonic aura. Struggling is futile, and Diaoling obediently returned to the demonic sect and be the saintess. As he spoke, he controlled the Azura phantom behind him, unleashing giant fireballs, intending to incinerate the girl before him. The terrifying heat from the soul-burning flames would undoubtedly cause anyone who touched them to have their souls scattered and perish. Facing this attack, a frosty yet sharp sword aura manifested in the heavens and earth, blocking the attack. The void-cleaving slash executed by Diaoling prevented any flames from reaching her. The beautiful girl gradually regained the demeanor of the Empress she once was, remaining calm even when facing a powerful enemy. Having died and been reborn, what else is there to fear? What's there to regret in a life-or-death battle? Easily escaping the demonic sect leader's attack, Diaoling flew closer, teasing him. Ma Tianhuan, I've discovered that your Saint Realm cultivation looks very impressive. But it's quite useless. The sect leader, hearing this, laughed. You've only blocked one attack and you're already so arrogant? That's not good. Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll know in a moment. And Diaoling's expression caused the demonic sect leader to lose his patience and attack again. Saintess, stop playing tricks. As his words fell, his hand transformed into a giant hand, and the demonic chi suppression technique continuously enveloped the space. Deciding not to waste any more words, the demonic sect leader used all his strength in the strongest attack he could muster. This attack was not only powerful but also incredibly fast, piercing through Diaoling's body before she could react. But things weren't so simple. Diaoling's body suddenly emitted a strange blue light with several butterflies fluttering around. Her body gradually disintegrated and disappeared, leaving only pale blue butterflies flickering, reflecting Ma Tianhuan's current appearance. Ma Tianhuan stared blankly as his opponent vanished before his eyes, completely bewildered. What are these butterflies? Why did butterflies suddenly appear here? Where did Diaoling go? In a flash of red, Diaoling's body reappeared from the butterflies, and the attack she had been preparing was unleashed. Appearing right behind the demonic sect leader, Diaoling struck down with the Lotus Sword Dance Sword technique. Ma Tianhuan, sensing the aura behind him, was startled and cried out, "How is this possible?" But in response to his astonishment was a sharp slash that cleaved the head of the Azura Phantom behind him in two. The Azura Phantom began to shatter, while Diaoling retreated to a safe distance. The Phantom couldn't resist for long and exploded, taking the demonic sect leader with it. At another battlefield, as the celestial fox struggled to get up, she cast a spell to help the princess escape. Energy spheres continuously converged. This spell was a powerful type of imprisonment magic. In the next instant, a mysterious smoke appeared, taking the shape of a giant fox, enveloping the three-headed monster. While the monster was still stunned, the celestial fox's cold voice rang out again. "Prisoner's eternal seal, Heaven's palace." Following the celestial fox's incantation, the giant fox smoke enveloped the three-headed monster, creating a massive explosion that sent Princess Manwha flying. The princess, pushed back, coughed continuously, affected by the explosion's residual force. But thanks to that, she escaped the tight grip from earlier. The celestial fox, Baishiru, while struggling to maintain the sealing spell, called out, "Weilin! Weilin! This is your chance. I can only trap him for a while. The rest is up to you. Hurry!" The three-headed monster, temporarily trapped and unable to move, roared furiously, "Damn it! Let me go!" Meanwhile, the little princess gripped her sword. She remembered her master's special training sessions, where he constantly told her not to run, to turn back and fight. From the first time Qin Tian met her, she had always been running away, to the point that even becoming his disciple was to escape. Perhaps because she had been cared for by her imperial father since childhood, whenever she faced difficulties, her first thought was to run away, not to confront and solve the problem. And the first principle of an emperor is an emperor's word is his bond. She couldn't just turn around and avoid things like this. Everyone was right. Before I only knew how to run away. But now, I won't run anymore. Gripping her sword, the little princess's aura completely changed, like a blade drawn from its sheath. The three-headed monster now panicked and screamed, "Wait! What's this joke? Don't force yourself. Can you really bring yourself to attack me? Don't forget, Quang Hui and Quang Bao are your beloved younger brothers. They are all on my body. Moreover, Imperial Father is also on my back. I don't believe you dare." Just as it said that, it suddenly fell silent as a sharp blade slashed across coldly, and a powerful energy began to destroy the monster's body. Min Weilin's indifferent face and resolute voice rang out. "You're wrong, monster. I will, and I dare to strike. This can't be. I can't die here. I still want to be emperor." The three-headed monster screamed incessantly, but its body gradually disintegrated under the destructive power. As gusts of wind swept across the desert sands, the monster's body gradually disintegrated into sand. Min Weilin teared up slightly but quickly controlled her emotions as she looked at the monster. "Farewell, Imperial Father." On the other side of the desert, the demonic sect leader lay weakly on the sand, his voice filled with resentment and envy. "Unforgivable! How could you ascend to half-saint in less than 100 years? How could a half-saint like you be stronger than a saint realm cultivator like me? Humph! The kind of strength that relies on heretical sacrificial methods to ascend, like yours, is just like a rootless building in the air. Your foundation isn't even as strong as an ordinary cultivator. Who has ascended to half-saint?" Hearing Diaoling's words, Ma Tianhuan was furious and immediately shouted, "Shut up! I'm a Saint Realm cultivator. A true Saint Realm cultivator. I will absorb this cauldron that is you to reach the Emperor realm. I will become the #1 demon emperor under heaven. Repeated failures had gradually driven Ma Tianhuan to madness and instability. Facing his insults, and Diaoling simply smiled. Immediately afterwards, Ma Tianhuan's fist abruptly stopped, and streaks of fresh blood appeared. It turned out that Diaoling, with terrifying speed, had slashed him, severing his body. As his head fell to the ground and he gradually lost consciousness, descending into hell, he still clung to his obsession, muttering, "Cauldron. Emperor realm, my power." And Diaoling turned and walked towards the demonic sect leader's body, offering comfort. "Don't worry. Your journey to the Yellow Springs won't be lonely. These demonic sect heretics, very soon they will all follow you." To ensure he couldn't revive, and Diaoling struck down with another slash. After everything was over, the spatial cracks around them began to collapse, causing everyone to become wary. This artificial space is starting to collapse. Under normal circumstances, everyone would be teleported out. The dolls shaped like Qin Tian's parents reappeared after he defeated the bald man and the book. "Hey there, our precious Tianer. It's been a long time. Disgusting old man, get to the point, get to the point. Ahem, I can't believe even as a doll, mother still scolds father like this. How pitiful. Then I'll get to the main point. If you encounter this doll again, it means you've come into contact with a divine book and have successfully resolved this mess. This also means our doll will activate to help you condense the divine book's power." As his father spoke, the two dolls began to use their power to gather the shattered fragments of the book from earlier. Qin Tian watched in astonishment as the strange book gradually restored itself. "I know you have many questions. After we return, I will answer them for you. Your most important task now is to focus on cultivating and advancing to the Emperor realm with all your might. Only then can you learn more secrets and protect yourself." Hearing his parents' instructions, Qin Tian reached out and touched the newly condensed book, marveling at how miraculous it all was. The restored book looked slightly different from its original appearance, and the words Fong Kong were written on its cover. Staring at the title of the book, although Qin Tian didn't quite understand, he was determined to ascend to the Emperor realm and await his parents' return. Time passed, and today was the coronation day of the new Empress of the Sungmin nation. Civil and military officials lined up in long rows, along with countless soldiers, chanting in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, paying homage to the heavenly Empress Y. All the ministers bowed with utmost respect. "Long live the Empress! 10,000 years! 10,000 times 10,000 years! May the Empress's grand undertaking pacify the world!" Manwha, now shedding the naive appearance of the princess she once was, had become the Empress, standing at the pinnacle of power. "Your ministers may rise." Granted permission by the Empress, the civil and military officials bowed their heads once more in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Beautiful Manwha, clad in imperial robes, her countenance mature and alluring, commanded respect and reverence. At this moment, the Empress's gaze drifted towards the distant sky, towards a familiar giant cauldron and the silhouettes of three people atop it. The Empress recalled the conversation after the battle with the Ma sect leader concluded. Manwha, hesitant at the time, had apologized to everyone, because she could no longer return to Broken Sword Peak with them. As the little princess felt a pang of sadness and worry, a warm embrace and ample bosom pressed against her face. "We understand. The country cannot be without a ruler. You must stay for the sake of the people of Sungming Nation. Don't be sad. When we have time, we will visit you in Sungming Nation. Senior Sister Diaoling, Senior Sister Xiaoru, I know, but I'm about to suffocate." Qin Tian then spoke gently, offering comfort. "If you suffer any grievances in Sungming Nation, you can seek help from your master or Diaoling and Xiaoru. Broken Sword Peak will always be your home. And we will always be your family." "Really, Master?" Manwha was deeply moved by their affection. Now, the Empress, with myriad responsibilities on her shoulders, watched her master and senior sisters, a contented smile gracing her lips. "Thank you all so much." After observing the Empress's coronation ceremony from afar, the three of them sat atop the flying cauldron, soaring through the sky. "Master, now that we have the Sungming flower, where do we go next?" Upon hearing Xiaoru's question, Qin Tian nodded and replied, We're going to the Hidden God Forest. During the past few days, while you were helping Wylene build the Sungming Imperial Palace, I've been wandering around, gathering information. The truth was, this guy spent less time gathering information and more time visiting brothels and meeting beautiful women. Indeed, after supposedly gathering information, he finally heard that someone had seen the sacred spirit fruit. The two girls, observing their master's demeanor, whispered to each other, "How can we believe him? Anyway, let's go to the hidden god forest." "Why so much talk?" The hidden god forest, about to receive a few visitors, suddenly experienced bolts of lightning striking down from the sky. Within the dark forest, a strange flower, emitting a gentle light, grew on a rocky outcrop. Around this peculiar flower, several giant pythons kept constant watch. The hidden god forest was a forbidden zone in the eastern continent of the 9 continents, its vast area occupying over 5 million square kilometers. This hidden god forest is truly vast. When will we find the sacred spirit fruit? How about we split up and search, then regroup here at sunset? Feeling that this was a good idea, Qin Tian pondered for a moment, and also felt that this was a decent plan. So, the three of them separated, heading in different directions, agreeing to meet at sunset. But the results were always harsher than their hopes. "After searching all day, I haven't even seen a shadow of the sacred spirit fruit, let alone the fruit itself," Qin Tian complained while sitting by the fire, roasting a giant leg of meat. "This smells so good. I've truly improved my cooking skills. It's even glowing now." Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the distant bushes, as if some animal was approaching, causing Qin Tian to look cautiously in that direction. Abruptly, Xiaoru, the celestial fox, appeared, leaping towards Qin Tian with her ample bosom. The sudden collision sent the delicious roasted leg of meat flying into the air. Just as the leg was about to fall to the ground, a figure stepped forward and caught it. And Diaoling, now looking very pensive, stared intently at the roasted leg of meat and placed it back on the fire. For some reason, her expression seemed to suggest something was amiss. Can't breathe. Xiaoru. Qin Tian struggled as Xiaoru pressed her ample chest against his face. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Qin Tian." After the girl's bosom released him, with 2 streams of blood flowing from his nose, Qin Tian greedily inhaled the fresh air. Then, the three of them sat around the fire, staring at the roasting leg of meat, its aroma filling the air. However, the atmosphere was strangely different, with the celestial fox fidgeting restlessly, while Diaoling remained cold and lost in thought. Noticing this situation, Qin Tian, unable to understand, asked, "What's wrong with you two? One of you is cold like an ice queen, and the other is restless like being chased by a dog." The 2 girls called out, startled, and simultaneously opened their mouths to speak. Actually, having spoken at the same time, they looked at each other, unsure who should speak first. Qin Tian, exasperated, gestured for Xiaoru to go ahead. "All right, actually, I saw people from the Emperor's Light at the edge of the forest. Those Emperor's Light people kept chasing away anyone who tried to enter the hidden god forest, and even killed them outright. Fortunately, I hid behind a tree in time, so they didn't find me." Hearing her story, Qin Tian suddenly realized that he hadn't asked her why she was being chased by the Emperor's Light before. This story is quite long. To tell it, we have to go back to the time when the great Emperor of the Scarlet Heaven Empire and the great Emperor of the Great Liang Empire declared war on each other. But in the end, both countries were conquered by another. Before the war, I met the great Emperor of Great Liang and the great Emperor of Scarlet Heaven in a secret realm. Because of that, the Emperor's Light blamed me for instigating the war, saying that I caused all this. The Emperor's Light experts are chasing me under the orders of the Emperor's Light's leader, to prevent such a disaster from happening again. And Diaoling then wondered, "Aren't you the Imperial Princess of Tan Cao? Why didn't Tan Cao intervene?" The reason was because of the Emperor's Light's instigation. Now the entire central continent wanted to kill Xiaoru. So, facing such a powerful force, Tan Cao couldn't protect me unless I could find evidence to prove the Emperor's Light's accusations are false. Qin Tian, gnawing on the meat while listening to her story, assured her, "Don't worry, I will protect you and clear your name." Qin Tian, "Thank you. You're so kind. Hey, don't just hand out good guy cards like that, and don't hug me like this. What about Diaoling? Why do you look so glum?" Qin Tian looked at his disciple, puzzled. The beautiful girl, facing her master's gaze, remained deep in thought. recalling the scene she had witnessed earlier. At that time, two people were walking in the forest with lanterns, talking to each other. Captain Kannan, what are we looking for? Why did you suddenly drag us from the Kangwin Empire to this hidden god forest? And you won't tell us what we're looking for? How can we find it then? And Jiaoling had recognized them as soldiers of the Kangwin Empire. Because this matter involved some of her secrets, she still couldn't bring herself to speak about it. Seeing his disciple still silent, Qin Tian spoke coldly. We've lived together for so many years. You know what kind of people Shiru and I are. We won't betray you. Tell us what's going on. And Diaoling's hands suddenly clenched, and she nodded in agreement to tell the story. All right, I'll tell you. Actually, I am a reincarnated person. In my past life, I was the heartless Empress. Xiaoru gasped in astonishment, while Qin Tian calmly chewed and swallowed a piece of meat, nodding. His reaction was completely unexpected, causing the two girls to stare at him in bewilderment. A reincarnated heartless Empress? Qin Tian feigned surprise again, but his acting was too fake. All right, Master, you don't need to pretend anymore. I didn't ask you because I want to know how you guessed my identity. In my past life, along with 3 Emperor Realm Triple Calamity experts, Kan Gwyn Great Emperor, Novu Old Ancestor, and Huyet Vuk Old Ancestor, we joined forces to explore a forbidden life zone. Then I was ambushed by the 3 of them and trapped in a prearranged formation. They used the formation to refine my life force day and night, and their main goal was the low-grade Emperor weapon I carried. So, even if I don't actively seek revenge, one day when they discover me, they will use all their might against me. Hearing his disciple reveal her secret, Qin Tian handed her a plate of hot meat. This revenge must be taken. Even if it means climbing mountains of swords or descending into seas of fire. Your master will help you. Here, it's cooked. Eat it before it gets cold. But it's just a low-grade Emperor weapon. Is it necessary to kill each other over it? Xiaoru explained, only powerful individuals in the Emperor realm possess Emperor weapons. And there are many forces, many Emperor realm experts, but each only has one Emperor weapon. Emperor weapons are so scarce because the 9 continents lack the materials to refine them. Furthermore, the most important reason is that there is no one in the 9 continents who can refine Emperor weapons. Listening to the 2 of them explain, Qin Tian nodded thoughtfully, thinking to himself, if one day the system teaches me how to refine Emperor weapons, won't I become rich? After telling her story, the 3 of them gathered together, enjoying a delicious dinner by the warm fire. At the same time, at the Two Worlds Mountain, between the eastern and central continents, a surge of deathly energy suddenly appeared. Peak Emperor realm experts and a secret realm began to emerge. This phenomenon in the night sky couldn't be hidden from the surrounding major powers, and soon everyone received the news. The secret realm only allowed cultivators with a cultivation level of Saint realm and below to enter. For this reason, King Lam Fuang of the Divine Azure Empire, with a cultivation at the first level of the Emperor realm, ordered his subordinates, the Divine Azure Empire's half-saint prodigies can go there to retrieve treasures. Another great expert, King Vo Tran of the Sword God Valley, at the first heavenly level of the Emperor realm, also gave the order, all half-saint disciples of the Sword God Valley, depart for the Two Worlds Mountain. Empress Bang Twin of the Hauthian Empire, with a cultivation at the 3rd heavenly level of the Emperor realm, was not to be outdone, our Hauthian Empire's half-saint prodigies. Let's go to the Two Worlds Mountain and join the fun. Since the secret realm appeared, 10 days had passed. More and more cultivators and prodigies flocked to the Two Worlds Mountain, hoping for an opportunity. With so many people gathered in one place, conflicts naturally occurred frequently, disrupting the peace of the nearby hidden god forest. At this time, Captain Kannan, a half-saint of the Kangwin Empire, kept swinging his mace. Emperor's light people, get out of here! I, a soldier of the Kangwin Empire, discovered the sacred spirit fruit first. Soldier? How curious. It seems they're all dead. How can it be yours? I only see you here alone. Go back and look. We're taking this treasure for sure. Confronting Captain Kannan were the 3 half-saint brothers of the Emperor's Light Organization. Vo Gon, speechless, Vo Thin, deaf, and Vo Ti, blind. The 3 of them were so arrogant that the captain shouted angrily, "Get out! This is a gift I want to offer to the great Emperor Kangwin. Ha! What a coincidence! The leader of the Emperor's Light also wants it. Of course, words couldn't resolve the issue, so the four of them clashed, and whoever won would get the spirit fruit. Qin Tian's group, hiding in the bushes, observed and, seeing an opportunity, signaled their two disciples to attack. As soon as she entered the fray, and Diaoling used her terrifying Ice Phoenix bloodline to summon ice attacks against the group. Xiaoru used her familiar fan and techniques to summon wind blades that enveloped the group. The combined power of the two girls was formidable, but the group easily dodged. Who are you? How dare you ambush the captain of the Kangwin Empire? The captain stared at Diaoling, demanding an answer. Who I am? Do you need to ask? I'm the one who will kill you. The three Emperor's Light members also threatened Xiaoru. We are people of the Emperor's Light. You insignificant rat, get lost. How dare you cause trouble? Xiaoru ignored them and attacked, but from afar, another of the three brothers aimed his bow and arrow at her. Whoosh! As the arrow was released, Xiaoru summoned a wave of water to protect herself, causing the three half-saint Emperor's Light members to dodge awkwardly. As the group fought chaotically, a figure appeared beside the rocky outcrop where the sacred spirit fruit had just sprouted. Take your time fighting. The sacred spirit fruit is mine now. Qin Tian smiled, looking at the flower on the rocky outcrop in front of him. Suddenly, something appeared, catching his attention. The swamp surrounding the outcrop where the sacred spirit fruit grew suddenly bubbled as if something was about to burst forth. What's that? Before Qin Tian could react, a giant monster lunged out. The shadow of the creature that emerged was so large that it blocked the moonlight, causing everyone to stop fighting and look up in astonishment. This is... Oh my God, it's huge! I didn't expect there to be a demonic beast guarding the treasure here. Everyone from the different factions was startled by this demonic beast. It was a snake with 3 long heads and a massive body, constantly hissing and staring at Qin Tian. Our guy, at this moment, also stared at the snake and wondered aloud, can I eat this snake? The surrounding ground began to crack with continuous tremors. Several more giant snake heads emerged from the ground, attacking Diaoling's group. The girl quickly dodged and used Ice Phoenix Slash with her Emperor weapon, aiming at its massive body. However, its skin was so thick that it didn't suffer any damage. And Diaoling was also startled. She hadn't expected her Emperor weapon's attack to be ineffective. While the Kangwin Empire's captain was still stunned, the snake's maw, with teeth as big as boulders, descended from the sky and swallowed him whole. Gulp! With a horrifying sound, the powerful captain was swallowed by the giant snake. Everything happened so fast. One of them had already become prey for the monster, causing everyone to tremble and turn to look. Several of the snake's giant heads also noticed Qin Tian, who was about to pick the sacred spirit fruit they were guarding. Facing this snake, Qin Tian was strangely calm, staring at it. The snake also widened its golden eyes, staring back. But after staring for a while, it was frightened, its massive body instinctively recoiling. At the same time, gulp, another person was swallowed by the snake, and this time the victim was one of the Emperor's Light trio. The remaining Emperor's Light half-saint watched in disbelief as his brother was devoured. But this snake didn't just have one head. It swallowed one person with one head and another with a different head, leaving everyone dumbfounded. They still couldn't count how many giant heads it had, and its power was terrifying, easily swallowing cultivators who had trained for many years. Every time it opened its mouth, another life was lost, and the horrifying crunching sound echoed. The remaining Emperor's Light assassin wailed as he watched his 2 brothers being killed, but he was powerless to do anything. At this moment, Diaoling exclaimed, "This is not an ordinary demonic snake. It is. Her voice was filled with fear and panic. But suddenly, Diaoling's jaw dropped in disbelief. It turned out that old man Qin Tian was sitting leisurely on top of a giant snake head. I saw that it seemed quite afraid of me, so I tried controlling it. Unexpectedly, it's quite obedient. What do you think? Do I look handsome?" Facing her attention-seeking master, Diaoling angrily threw her sword at his head. "Handsome, my ass. Why didn't you do this sooner?" The remaining Emperor's Light assassin also stared in shock at this scene. So he can control such a powerful demonic beast that guards the treasure all by himself? Such a big sword, how can you throw it around like that? It could kill someone. I want to kill my master today, so what? Seeing the 2 master and disciple still arguing, the Emperor's Light assassin wondered, Who is this guy? Qin Tian glanced at the assassin and asked coldly, What? You're not leaving yet? What do you want to see here? Being noticed by this mysterious person made the assassin break out in a cold sweat. Eat him, python! The python obeyed Qin Tian's command, immediately opening its giant mouth and lunging at the Emperor's light assassin. Instantly, the assassin was scared witless and ran away screaming, Help! Help! This battle was truly anticlimactic. I thought it would be a spectacular fight, but unexpectedly, all the enemies were swallowed by the snake. Ha! But that's strange. I've got the sacred fruit, but I feel like I've forgotten something. It turned out he had forgotten about Shuru, who was sitting in a corner of the forest, trembling. The snake was so scary. So scary. Shuru sat on the porch, gnawing on a popsicle and chatting with the person next to her. Do you think it will explode this time? And Dialing nodded. Anyway, it always explodes. That's right. If it didn't explode, that would be strange. Exploding is normal. The two beautiful girls nod on their popsicles while staring at the dilapidated alchemy rooms in front of them, rebuilt countless times. Just then, a surge of intense energy suddenly erupted from the alchemy room. Boom! The familiar explosion and thick smoke appeared once again. See? Look, it exploded! Yeah, it finally exploded! And Dialing and Xiaoru were both accustomed to Qin Tian's alchemy furnace explosions. But this time, Qin Tian was excited and happy because he had finally succeeded in refining the precious elixir. Tada! Saint Enhancement Pill. Those below the 3rd level of the Saint Realm can consume it to advance a minor realm. Effective only on the first consumption. So powerful. Good stuff should be appreciated. But put some clothes on properly. Don't be so exposed. Hearing his disciple's words, Qin Tian changed his clothes while instructing Dialing to refine the pill, as he would need her to go somewhere later. Where are we going, master? Dialing asked curiously. It's a secret. You'll find out when the time comes. For now, focus on increasing your cultivation level. What? So mysterious. As she muttered her complaints, Qin Tian tossed the gourd containing pills from inside the room. Go back, take it, and focus on refining. Then come find me. Those below the 3rd level of the Saint Realm will advance a minor realm after consuming it. I won't help you with this refinement. Under Xiaoru's admiring gaze, Dialing looked at the gourd with joy. Is this really for me? Qin Tian chuckled heartily. Of course. You don't need it? I do. Thank you so much, master. And Dialing expressed her gratitude and suddenly kissed her master on the cheek. Then, under Qin Tian's stunned gaze, the blushing girl turned and left. I'll go back now. Qin Tian, dumbfounded by the beautiful disciple's kiss, began to fantasize this girl, unexpectedly so proactive. Could it be that she likes me? While Qin Tian was immersed in the kiss, Xiaoru beside him pouted and said she wanted one too. Hearing this, Qin Tian looked at Xiaoru with a puzzled and excited expression. It was now late afternoon, and the warm sunset glow filled the sky. Qin Tian looked at the pill, disappointed. He thought Xiaoru also wanted a kiss, but it turned out she wanted the elixir. So, are you ready? Can you refine it? Xiaoru sat there, wagging her tail, her eyes fixed on the pill in Qin Tian's hand. The girl's mind was completely captivated by the pill. Here, catch. Qin Tian flicked the pill into the air, and Xiaoru immediately jumped up, opening her mouth to catch it. The beautiful girl chewed the pill like candy. It didn't seem difficult at all. The Saint Enhancement Pill not only contained a lot of energy that could help break through realms, but also had a decent taste, which Xiaoru enjoyed so much that her tail wagged continuously. The guy was attracted to her tail, finding it extremely soft and comfortable. Unable to resist any longer, Qin Tian immediately rubbed his cheek against the warm, velvety tail. Indeed, just as I imagined, so soft. This sudden embrace startled Xiaoru, her face flushing crimson. You pervert! Do you know that the tails of our fox clan cannot be touched casually? I don't know, but what's wrong with letting me touch it a couple of times? He didn't care about the fox clan's rules, only that the tail was so soft that he couldn't resist snuggling against it. Damn it! Only a mate can touch a fox clan's tail. How can I marry anyone now? Xiaoru was extremely frustrated. Qin Tian said, It's okay, I'll take care of you later. Then he fell asleep on the soft tail. The scene shifted to the next morning, in front of a beautiful pavilion. Qin Tian was dancing in the courtyard in a strange posture, chanting, Supreme Lord Lao Tzu, Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Tathagata Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jade Emperor, Jesus Christ, Holy Allah, appear quickly, as per the decree. He kept muttering the names of various deities and ancestors while reaching out to touch the check-in button on the system interface. Ding! Congratulations, host! Check-in successful. Received, Transcendent Freedom Grand Technique upgraded to 13th level, Eternal Undying Body upgraded to 3rd level, and Primordial Spirit Orb, Supreme Grade Emperor Treasure, which can increase cultivation speed. While listening to the system's notification, Qin Tian stared at the interface for a long time, his hand trembling slightly. Oh my god, no good stuff again. Clearly, Qin Tian had saved up his check-in chances for a long time, but heaven seemed to disappoint him by giving him things he didn't need. At that moment, Dialing approached from afar. Seeing her master's strange expression, she asked, Master, what are you doing? Dialing, you're here? I need you to go to a secret realm, an Emperor Realm's secret realm with cultivation restrictions. Hearing this, Dialing was startled. An Emperor Realm's secret realm with cultivation restrictions? Emperor Realm's secret realms with cultivation restrictions are remnants left behind by peak Emperor Realm experts before their deaths. The original owner is dead, so the secret realm seeks a new owner. Inside, besides inheritance of cultivation techniques and martial arts, there are also Emperor-grade spiritual medicines and even the possibility of Emperor weapons, although the probability is very small. At this time, many cultivators had gathered in front of the secret realm's entrance, chatting animatedly. I heard that this secret realm might be left behind by Great Emperor Ko Duong, a peak Emperor realm expert from 30,000 years ago. Whoever obtains Great Emperor Ko Duong's inheritance in this secret realm will surely become a powerful expert. But if it's rogue cultivators like us, there's no chance. Give up. Look around, the 3 greatest powers around Two Worlds Mountain are all here, and they definitely won't let rogue cultivators interfere with the inheritance. That's right. They are all half-saint prodigies at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, personally taught by peak emperors. They also have a record of facing Saint Realm experts without defeat. Rogue cultivators can't compare. Among those gathered was Prince Lin Feng of the Divine Azure Empire, with an extremely handsome appearance and pristine white robes. He looked around and smiled gently. I didn't expect you all to be here as well. If you're here, why can't we be? This involves an emperor weapon. A beautiful girl replied. She was Mo Tan Tan, daughter of Empress Bang Twin of the Hao Thien Empire. Humph. Great Emperor Ko Duong's emperor weapon can only belong to our Sword God Valley. This young man with a silk bandage covering his eyes was Keen back then, one of the successors of the Sword God Valley. As everyone began to assert their presence, Lin Feng suddenly pointed towards the distant sky. Huh? Let's put this aside for now. Look over there, everyone. It seems like a very powerful person is coming. Following his gaze, a dark figure with a graceful demeanor and long flowing hair was flying towards them with a terrifying aura. It was a girl with a voluptuous figure and a silk veil covering her face, but it couldn't hide her exquisite beauty and supreme aura. Dialing appeared, gently landing on the ground, facing the prodigies of other sex. Gently landing on the ground, facing the prodigies of other sex. Her appearance made everyone wary, as the sword intent emanating from Dialing was no less than anyone else's, especially King back then, who clearly sensed the source of that sword intent coming from her. Qing, beautiful with snow-white hair, wasn't very wary but rather curious because she had never seen her. Could it be that she's a prodigy from another region? This Prince Nanfeng suddenly charged forward. I cut a layer of fabric, but this prince can still tell she's a beauty. He couldn't wait any longer, and immediately jumped in front of Dialing. Dialing, with her face covered, calmly looked at the man in front of her and asked, Is something the matter? Prince Lin Feng, with an arrogant demeanor and a commanding voice, said, I am the prince of the Divine Lam Empire. Woman, remove your veil. Before he could finish his sentence, he lunged forward, attempting to remove Dialing's veil, but she easily dodged him. Immediately, Dialing summoned her imperial soldiers. With a burst of sword energy, she shattered the prince's protective barrier, and her cold voice rang out, Get lost, you insect! Prince Lin Feng, sent flying, had a savage smile on his lips. With just one sword strike, you broke my spiritual protective energy and injured me? The surrounding cultivators were also startled by this scene. Oh my God, so strong! To be able to injure the Prince of the Divine Lamb Empire so easily. I wonder which power's prodigy she is. Could she be from the central region of the Middle Continent? Though arrogant and foolish, Prince Lin Feng wasn't so clueless as to not gauge his opponent's strength. He looked at Dialing and thought, her current realm is half-saint's second stage. Only her sword intent is slightly stronger. Then her sword is definitely not ordinary, at least a half-emperor grade weapon, perhaps even a low-grade emperor grade. His gaze at the sword in Dialing's hand was filled with greed and covetousness. He immediately attacked. You injured me, so leave your sword as compensation. Otherwise, you won't escape today. Sacred grade imperial bloodline of the Divine Lamb Empire. And Dialing was amused by his reasoning. She gently touched her emperor-grade sword. A person as greedy and lecherous as you, yet speaking so elegantly and refined. Truly worthy of being a prince of the Divine Lamb Empire. But fighting you doesn't require any weapon at all. As she spoke, she immediately stored her emperor-grade sword and summoned the illusory image of her Ice Phoenix bloodline. Such arrogant words. Today, I'll show you this prince's power. This is my Serpent Strike ultimate technique. Lin Feng rushed forward with the image of a giant serpent originating from his bloodline power and his sword technique. However, the prince's practical combat experience was too lacking. Dialing easily dodged him, grabbing his clothes with one hand. Then, Dialing effortlessly tossed him away. Simultaneously, the prince's serpent illusion was snatched by Dialing's Ice Phoenix and thrown helplessly into the air. With just one effortless move, Prince Lin Feng of the Divine Lamb Empire was defeated, his head hitting the ground with a thud, causing dust to billow. Oh my God! I can't believe the sacred grade imperial bloodline of the Divine Lamb Empire was suppressed by her bloodline. What kind of bloodline does she have? Prince Lin Feng, beaten like a sandbag, lay on the ground in disbelief, but his greed only intensified. Her bloodline is too powerful. If I can subdue her, then whether it's her sword or her bloodline, it will all belong to me. Thinking this, the greedy and brainless prince immediately yelled, Uncle Long, come quickly. The prince's shamelessness startled Dialing. She couldn't believe he would call for help like a child in a fight. Suddenly, the figure of someone appeared behind her. Young lady, the prince has spoken. This aura and these words made Dialing slightly startled. She glanced behind her. Come with me to the Empire, young lady. It was an old man with white hair and beard, his eyes shining brightly like a demon's. He was Uncle Long, a Saint Realm third stage expert. The protector of the Divine Lamb Empire's prince. He charged to attack, but his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, and he stopped midair. A sword strike with a bizarre, destructive sword energy instantly slammed into his body, knocking him backward. The terrifying destructive power sent the prince and his old protector flying in a miserable state. He stopped, staring in astonishment at the black hole in front of him, a hand and a destructive sword emerging from it. Is this her protector? Qin Tian's contemptuous voice came from within the black hole. Oh, only you guys have protectors? I won't come out. I'll hold them back in the shadows. Just focus, Dialing. The power of the newcomer was so terrifying that the protector didn't dare to fight, and quickly retreated with the prince. Your Highness, let's retreat for now. We'll fight again after we leave the secret realm. Alright, I'll listen to Uncle Long, young lady. I'll spare you for today. Next time, we'll settle this. The prince, scared and fleeing, yet still talking big. The quick end to the fight disappointed the surrounding cultivators, who had hoped they would fight to the death or be injured, eliminating two competitors. As more and more people gathered and waited, the entrance to the Two Realms Mountain secret realm, after a long period of gathering spiritual energy, finally opened. Dialing assessed the situation and discovered that the prince of the Divine Lamb Empire and the descendant of the Sword God Valley had joined forces. While she was lost in thought, the beautiful girl with white hair and a sweet voice appeared beside her. Hello, young lady. My name is Mu Qingqing. I think you've noticed that Lin Feng and Jian Beishan have joined forces. To counter them, I'd like to team up with you. We can split the obtained items equally. What do you think? Dialing pondered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. It wasn't a bad idea. With the cheers of the crowd, the entrance to the Two Realms Mountain secret realm opened. Cultivators from various sects and nations rushed into the secret realm, hoping to obtain opportunities. Inside the secret realm was a different space with numerous suns above and a desolate desert with extremely high temperatures, making it feel like stepping into a furnace. Far away, in the center of the desert, was a small but mystical city bathed in sunlight. The space here was restricted, preventing flight, so the cultivators could only walk step by step towards the city. Surrounding them were violent sandstorms and scorching heat. The cultivators trudged forward, summoning their defensive spiritual energy to protect themselves. The extreme heat seemed to melt their clothes, making every step on the sand incredibly difficult. Finally, after an arduous journey, exhausted and panting, Prince Lin Feng and Jian Beishan reached the city. This city is called Kodying City. It must be where Grand Emperor Kodying placed his inheritance. Of course, while some reached here with their own strength, others perished in the scorching desert. Kodying City stood alone amidst the desert of sand and suns, sending shivers down one's spine. After the survivors entered, the city gates slowly closed. A master and disciple entered last, noticing this. The disciple exclaimed, "Master, the gates are closing." The master reassured him, "Don't be afraid, we're already inside." After the city gates closed, strange patterns suddenly enveloped the city, like an activated formation. Time passed, and screams of anguish echoed from within. Why is this happening? Why? The master from earlier was now running for his life, pursued by his disciple, who resembled a living corpse. "Master, wait for me. Why are you running away? Am I not your good disciple, master?" The disciple, with blood flowing from his 7 orifices, staggered with a vacant expression and eerie movements. They chased each other until the master spotted a door and rushed inside. He quickly slammed the door shut, blocking the disciple outside. The horrifying sound of fingernails scratching the door echoed. "Master, open the door! Open the door!" Listening to his disciple's terrifying wails, the master leaned against the door, panting in exhaustion and anger. "Damn it! This Grand Emperor Kodying's secret realm is a trap. Flying is forbidden outside, and inside Kodying City, even magic is forbidden. Everyone's turned into mortals." The old man leaned against the door, waiting, and was terrified to realize he'd fallen into someone's trap. After a while, it became eerily silent outside, leading him to believe his disciple had left. He finally had time to examine the room he had jumped into. It was filled with shelves stacked with ancient jars, resembling an elixir medicine storage room. With the door temporarily locked, he started searching for anything valuable. He saw the label on a jar and was shocked. It was Saint Replenishing Pill. "I didn't notice it when I was fleeing, but my luck isn't bad after all. This seems to be a room for storing elixir. So many in a single jar. Haven't I struck it rich?" Looking at the round, glistening elixir inside, he started daydreaming about a bright future after escaping this creepy place. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. A hand emerged from a jar, making him scream. "Master! Found you!" He dropped the jar, but the bloody hand continued to emerge. The creature crawling out was his disciple, now looking like a demon from hell. "Master, don't run! Don't run! Master, come to hell with me!" Then came a blood-curdling scream, and the master's fate was likely grim. Outside the secret realm, 3 powerful figures appeared in the sky, observing the surroundings. One was Qin Vo Tran of the Sword God Valley, another was Lan Yangwang of the Divine Lamb Empire, and the last was Mu Yun of the Hao Tian Empire. Qin Tian, riding his cauldron, also appeared. "Seems like everyone's here now." He secretly observed the 3 and the entrance to the secret realm with a smirk. "Haha, I have a feeling the system reward this time will be special. Let me see. The system mission is to infiltrate the Kodying secret realm. Dialing needs to pick up the pace, too." The scene shifted to inside Kodying City, to a mysterious hall where spiritual energy constantly converged, creating shimmering lights. The 4 most outstanding prodigies of this exploration sat silently before a statue. The golden statue continuously absorbed some energy from them. The statue depicted a seated figure, its body plated in shining gold. Above its head was a brilliant golden halo, like the sun, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The 3 prodigies stared at the statue without reacting. Qin Tian peeked out, assessing the situation and sighing. "Has everyone been possessed?" After observing for a moment, he looked at the statue and realized it was the source of the problem. The golden statue, majestic like a god, continuously absorbed spiritual energy and power from everyone around. Mini Qin Tian climbed out of his disciple's chest. Not good. This thing is absorbing Diaoling's and the other's spiritual energy. Alright, let's see this adorable Qin Tian summon my precious sword. Sword of life and death / A destructive sword energy instantly appeared in the hall, slashing towards the statue. With a loud bang, the golden halo above the statue shattered. The statue's eyes snapped open in fury. Who ruined my grand plan? Seeing the change, Qin Tian quickly retreated into his disciple's chest. Alright, it's done. Let's get out of here. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. The surrounding spiritual energy stabilized, but everyone still seemed dazed. After a while, they regained their consciousness and clarity. Damn it! After entering the secret realm, we unconsciously walked into an illusion. This copper statue absorbed the essence of the dead prodigies. What is it trying to do? Resurrect? Perhaps this statue is the corpse of Grand Emperor Kodium. This isn't a secret realm, but a trap for his resurrection. The gold-plated copper statue slowly rose, creaking eerily. Since you've discovered it, then die here. The statue roared, revealing 4 fangs like a bloodthirsty demon, and charged towards them. Since only the 4 of them remained, they decided to put aside their personal grudges and join forces against the statue of Grand Emperor Kodium. You insignificant half-saints dare to speak so arrogantly? I've already recovered to Saint Realm's 2nd stage. Obediently become nutrients for me to reach the Emperor Realm. Haha! It's coming! Let's attack together. At this critical moment, the prodigies unleashed their strongest techniques to fight the statue. And Diaoling, with her Emperor-grade sword, unleashed Heart Sword Decree, the ultimate technique she had long practiced. Mu Qingqing used Hao Tian Decree, the ultimate technique of the Hao Tian Empire. Jian Beixin used Thousand Sword Stance, a supreme sword technique of the continent. Prince Lin Feng used Lam Vien 20 stances, summoning fierce flames to engulf himself. The statue wasn't afraid but enraged, roaring with flames like a world-burning sun. Juniors, let me show you what an emperor's battle technique is like. 18 Hells. Mountain of Knives Hell, Fire Hell. A fierce battle erupted within the city amidst the desert. The sounds of clashes, weapons, and magic resonated. A while later, a massive explosion shattered the surrounding rocks and walls. The copper statue now lay broken on the ground. It had failed, underestimating the prodigy's strength. Times change, and the old are replaced by the new. A mere animated corpse of a deceased emperor couldn't match the current prodigies. The emperor's dream of resurrection was shattered. Diaoling's group calmly looked at the statue without speaking. With the matter seemingly concluded, people began leaving the secret realm. And Diaoling supported Mu Qingqing, who had been injured in the fierce battle. As they exited, Prince Lin Feng rushed out, shouting, "The treasures of Grand Emperor Kodium are in that woman's hands." Jian Beixin also rushed out. "The Kodium seal is in Mu Qingqing's possession." A cold voice rang out, and a domain enveloped the area, silencing everything. The one who used the domain was Lan Yangwang of the Divine Lamb Empire. He had joined forces with the Sword God Valley to obtain the treasures in the princess's hands. Brother Beixin is right. Mu Yun, stop talking nonsense. 2 against 1, you're not our match. Lan Yangwang smirked at the queen of the Hao Tian Empire. They discussed amongst themselves. The emperor-grade weapon would belong to the Sword God Valley, while the unknown woman would belong to Lan Yangwang, as her sword was also unusual. Their arrogant division of spoils before even fighting enraged Queen Miyun, who summoned her magic staff. "I won't let you have your way." The beautiful woman was about to attack but stopped, staring in astonishment. A mysterious hand rested on the shoulders of Jian Beixin and Lan Yangwang. "What's this? Bullying my disciple?" The one who appeared was our handsome and cool Qin Tian. "How about you two play a game with me? If you lose, this matter ends here. Agreed?" This sudden appearance startled everyone. Queen Miyun blushed, staring at Qin Tian. "He's so handsome. I mean, his spatial magic is so advanced. When did he appear? No one noticed him. Although his current cultivation is only at the spirit-moving realm, how can someone at that realm fly and have such high-level spatial magic? He's not simple." Startled, the 2 men retreated, shouting, "Who are you?" Qin Tian, bewildered by their fear, transmitted his voice, "I just came to play a game." The masked swordsman of the Sword God Valley immediately drew his sword and attacked. "You dare mock me? Even if you disguise yourself as Spirit Moving Realm, I'll tear off your skin." They attacked Qin Tian, who calmly dodged. Qin Tian smiled confidently. "Is that so? Then let's fight. I'll let you witness my sword of life and death." As he drew his sword, destructive power filled the space. Queen Muyun retreated in astonishment. Just drawing his sword has such power. "Who is this person?" Qin Tian, confident with his destructive sword, said, "Use any technique you have now. You won't have a chance later." However, the two men were now wary, not daring to attack recklessly. They finally realized this newcomer wasn't ordinary. He held an Emperor-grade weapon, no, something even stronger than an Emperor-grade weapon. At the same time, a piece was placed on a chessboard. Diaoling's group was trapped in a barrier, so they could only play chess to pass the time. Jian Beishan asked bewilderedly, "So, what are we doing?" "Don't worry, my backer will definitely defeat those blocking the way. This side doesn't need fighting, it'll resolve itself." Mu Qingqing smiled. "Just kidding. Do you think my aunt is a vegetarian? She'll definitely win this game." Ling Feng glanced at Diaoling, grumbling inwardly, "Mainly, this woman beside me isn't easy to provoke, otherwise." And Diaoling noticed his gaze and asked him something, making him flinch and look away. A man's voice echoed from the barrier, "Diaoling? Diaoling, are you there?" "Master. I'm here," she quickly replied. Mu Qingqing smiled at Prince Lin Feng. "Haha, 2 against 2 now. Your father doesn't stand a chance." Prince Lin Feng was startled. "Damn it, we forgot about this woman's master. This is bad." Outside, Qin Tian shouted at the barrier, "Are you okay in there? Is everything alright?" "I'm fine. We're playing chess inside." Mu Qingqing quickly covered Diaoling's mouth. "Shut up. Don't say that. What kind of image would it give if the elders are fighting outside and we're playing games inside?" Qin Tian smiled gently. "That's good to hear. Seems like everything's alright." "I'm relieved." Seeing him ignore him, Lan Yangwang furiously charged with his bloodline flames. "Damn it! Who are you looking down on?" Mid-flight, a block of ice suddenly appeared, forcing him to retreat. He glared at Queen Miyun. "Stop meddling." She smirked. "You're wrong. I'm just protecting my niece." She then signaled to Qin Tian that she would handle Lan Yangwang, leaving the other man to him. Qin Tian was slightly surprised by her plan but smiled willingly. "Then I'll leave him to you." Mu Yun and Lan Yangwang, ice and fire, clashed. "That arrogant man is yours." The masked swordsman of Sword God Valley charged towards Qin Tian, and the battlefield was now divided into 2 one-on-one fights. He didn't use his swordsmanship but instead created another domain, enveloping Qin Tian. The Sword God Valley revered swordsmanship, but their spatial techniques were also formidable, often catching opponents off guard. The masked man easily created a mystical sphere with his spatial confinement, trapping himself and Qin Tian inside. "Now it's just the 2 of us. That woman can't help you anymore." Qin Tian observed the space with interest. "So this is the domain that only Emperor Realm experts can comprehend? Interesting. Besides the increased gravity, there's also significant pressure. I can only use spiritual energy to resist it. But the consumed spiritual energy can't be replenished because the domain prevents absorption from the outside world. But it's all useless against the eternal, undying body. This power originated from the body, not relying on external spiritual energy, allowing body cultivators to exist and fight in any environment." The masked man was startled. Resisting my domain with just physical strength? Could he be a body cultivator? Despite his surprise, he remained calm, as he was a sword cultivator, the most offensively powerful type of cultivator. "Take this. 1,000 tribulations as one." He summoned numerous red swords, attacking Qin Tian, who countered with Heart Sword Decree, Solitary Lotus Blossom. The 2 swords, one black, one white, clashed, sending sparks flying and producing ear-piercing sounds. The masked man grew serious. Qin Tian's strength was immense, worthy of a body cultivator. His sword technique was also powerful. But a sword cultivator's sword isn't limited to a tangible blade. Anything can be a sword. He swiped his hand, gathering light into a beautiful, intangible sword of light. This is light sword slash. Formless, traceless, and incinerating all. The sudden appearance of the light sword caught Qin Tian off guard, sending him stumbling back. A massive explosion erupted at the center of the battle, and Qin Tian seemed to be injured. That's what the masked man thought. Our handsome Qin Tian stood calmly amidst the smoke, unharmed, even having time to comment, sword cultivators do have some skills. Then tit for tat. You slashed me once. The masked man was shocked. He had clearly felt his strike connect yet. Qin Tian smiled menacingly. Now it's my turn to slash you. Heart sword decree, sword immortal's traceless strike. He simply stood still, gently swinging his sword in the air. The masked man didn't understand. That wasn't an attack earlier. Before he could react, agonizing pain ripped through his body. He screamed, "What's happening? Just a gentle swing? Such a powerful technique. It severed my foundation. Even in my domain, I can't move my hands. Impossible. This technique. Could he be a peak Emperor realm expert?" The excruciating pain and fatal wound tore off his mask, revealing his miserable state. In a flash, the domain enveloping them exploded, attracting the attention of the others still fighting. Qin Tian calmly emerged from the explosion, while the Sword God Valley expert fell like a ragdoll. Now everyone could see his eyes behind the mask, blank white, without pupils, seemingly blind. Muyun smirked and asked Lan Yanwang, "So, what now? Still want to continue fighting?" Jiaoling's group suddenly appeared as well. Not only was the Sword God Valley's domain destroyed, but Lan Yanwang's initial domain was also broken. The Sword God Valley disciple was shocked to see his senior uncle lying on the ground and rushed to his side. Faced with this disastrous defeat, Lan Yanwang's group retreated, not daring to continue. "We'll consider ourselves lucky this time. Brother Vo Tran, let's leave." And Diaoling and Mu Qingqing appeared, waving happily at Qin Tian. Mu Qingqing blushed at his handsomeness. The handsome man gently patted his disciple's head, praising her. "Well done! Hee, you obtained the treasures." Queen Miyun approached. "Greetings, I am Miyun, Mu Qingqing's aunt." "Greetings, I am Qin Tian, and Diaoling's master." Mu Qingqing ignored her aunt, snuggling up to Qin Tian with a sweet smile. "Uncle Qin." Handsome, youthful Qin Tian was heartbroken. "Uncle Qin? Am I that old? You don't know your place." Apologize to Senior Qin Tian. "Young lady, you can't speak like that. I'm still a handsome young man. The Hao Tian Empire isn't far from Two Realms Mountain. Would fellow Taoist Qin be free to visit the Hao Tian Empire?" Faced with Miyun's invitation, Qin Tian shook his head. "No need. Diaoling and I have been away from the Kunlun sword sect for too long. We must return." "Very well." Miyun gave Qin Tian a golden token. "If you ever need anything, you can contact me through this token when you come to the Hao Tian Empire." They then departed, each returning home after the secret realm's closure. The system announced the mission completion. "Congratulations! Your disciple successfully completed the secret realm mission. Reward, top-grade Emperor weapon forging method. Proficiency points increased by 20%. Seeing the reward, a technique for forging top-grade Emperor weapons, Qin Tian cheered. "It's actually the Emperor weapon forging method." And Diaoling was also startled by her master's outburst. What kind of madness was this? In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to Hoa Thursday village in the Hao Tian Empire. Early in the morning, Tung Thien woke up very early and continuously forged a piece of heated iron. "Good morning, master. Counting today, it's been 3 months since we left the secret realm of Great Emperor Kodyun. That day, back at Tonkin Peak, I don't know what kind of madness struck Tutun, but he gathered everyone and announced that he wanted to seal our spiritual power and magic treasures, and begin cultivating our hearts in the mortal world. Master, we've been forging iron in Hoa Thursday village for 3 months now. What's the reason?" Qin Tian smiled and replied, "Of course it's to cultivate a supreme divine technique. Tonight, I will broaden your and Xiaoru's horizons." Hearing her name mentioned, the fox Xiaoru poked her head out sleepily and asked, "Is it time to eat?" "Oh my god, for 3 months you've been eating and sleeping and eating again. You're a fox, not a pig." A busy and tiring day of forging finally passed, and the sun gradually set behind the high mountain range. That night, sitting under the moonlight, listening to Qin Tian, Both Diaoling and the other person were startled and exclaimed, "Forging an emperor weapon? Are you feverish? Why are you talking nonsense? Your pulse is normal, and you don't seem sick." Seeing their reaction, Qin Tian was annoyed and explained, "I'm not feverish. Nor am I sick. You'll see my prowess in a moment. Alright, first, put your hands here." Under Qin Tian's guidance, the other two helped him control the formation. "Because I've sealed my spiritual power, the control of the forge and this formation is up to you too. Are you ready? If so, let's begin," Qin Tian said as he raised the giant hammer high. "Myriad layers, heavenly hammer." The giant hammer repeatedly struck the heated iron. The speed was so fast that the other two were stunned and dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. This forging method is terrifying. The force of each strike is half as strong as the previous one. Moreover, even with increased force, it still hits the exact spot. In this situation, without damaging the workpiece, it continuously removes impurities. Even in my past life, I've only heard of this forging method, never seen it. Furthermore, each strike consumes the body. Right now, Qin Tian has no spiritual power, meaning he's completely relying on his strong physique. Maintaining the myriad layers. Heavenly hammer technique, this energy consumption, can he really maintain it for 5 days? And Diaoling thought this technique would be maintained for a long time, but only 3 seconds later, the giant hammer stopped in midair. "I can't do it anymore." "That's it." Oh my, they thought it was so powerful, but in just 3 seconds, Qin Tian's entire body was drained of strength, turning him into a skinny, weak figure. And Diaoling angrily shouted, "You gave up too quickly." Suddenly, at this moment, something caught her eye. It turned out that inside the forge, a poor cleaver had appeared, faintly visible beneath the layer of molten lava. And Diaoling stared at the cleaver in disbelief, unable to believe her own eyes. This isn't... Oh my god, is this real? Xiaoru also cried out in panic. "It's out! Is this an emperor weapon?" Under everyone's astonishment, the poor cleaver radiated a strange 7-colored light, but it was contained by the formation and didn't leak out. Qin Tian hurriedly picked up the cleaver and examined it closely. "It really is an emperor weapon. Then I'll call you Dragon Pattern Emperor Cleaver." While everyone was admiring the newly forged weapon, a noise suddenly came from outside the door, then fell silent. Xiaoru rushed to open the door and found 2 red-haired individuals lying unconscious at the doorstep. "Qin Tian, someone has collapsed in front of our door." With no other choice, the 3 of them had to bring the 2 unconscious individuals inside to rest temporarily. They were almost unharmed, with only minor external injuries that wouldn't be life-threatening. It was late, so Qin Tian yawned. "Good job. They don't look like bandits, so let them rest here. Everyone's tired today." Suddenly, the young man lying on the bed groaned, "Grandpa, where are you? Where are you?" It seemed he was having a nightmare, and was speaking in his sleep. At this moment, Qin Tian approached and observed more closely, and suddenly discovered a mysterious flame appearing on the old man's body. "Huh! Is this a death curse?" She saw in Qin Tian's eyes that the old man's entire chest was bound by chains and a mysterious energy, and a death charm was stuck on it. Then, Diaoling and the others had to cast a spell, using their own spiritual power to gradually suppress the death charm within the old man, hoping he would wake up. Naturally, after a period of treatment, the old man finally opened his eyes and looked around. "Grandpa, are you feeling better?" The red-haired young man called out happily when he saw his grandfather wake up. Qin Tian, standing beside him, urged, "Don't be lazy. There's still 100 kilograms of firewood left." "What? That's too much. Wasn't it 50 kilograms? 100 kilograms is already very cheap. If it weren't for us, your grandfather would be dead in a month." The young man, named Tong Vim, was surprised by these words and turned to ask his grandfather, "A month? Grandpa, is what he said true?" The red-haired old man, who was thanking Diaoling and the others, turned his gaze towards his grandson. A moment later, in a room, Qin Tian gently brought a warm cup of tea to his lips and asked, "Tell me, why is there a death curse on you? Who are you?" The red-haired old man, grateful for being saved, didn't want to hide anything from his benefactor and replied, "My name is Zongwu, and beside me is my only grandson, Tong Vim. Not long ago, I and the sect master of Luoho of the La Sat sect went searching for treasures. We accidentally found information about the cave dwelling of an ancient cultivator, and decided to cooperate. Deep within the cave, we discovered 3 swords radiating a 7-colored light. They were half-step emperor weapons. Lo-aho, am I seeing things? At this point, the red-haired old man Zongwu was completely captivated by the 3 treasures and didn't notice the man named Lo-aho summoning a strange figurine. Indeed, you're not seeing things. Those 3 swords are all half-step emperor weapons. Lo-aho, in order to obtain the half-step emperor weapons, betrayed me and planted this deadly death curse. This type of curse technique should be able to be removed by itself. But Lo-aho insisted on holding me back. By the time I escaped, the deadly death curse had already fused with my body. This curse will continuously devour my life force. I can only use my cultivation to suppress it and slow down the erosion process. Hearing this, the young man Tong Veem was startled and realized something. Then asked, "Grandpa, could it be that our clan is?" The red-haired old man Zongwu nodded with a grave expression. Yes, afterwards Lo-aho, to eliminate all traces, killed my entire clan. With the power of the stolen half-step emperor weapons, Lo-aho went on a rampage and killed old man Zongwu's entire family. Zongwu risked his life and only managed to save his grandson Tong Veem from the siege. Eventually, due to exhaustion, he collapsed and was coincidentally rescued by Qin Tian. After hearing his story, Qin Tian asked, "What realm is Lo-aho in? Or rather, who is the strongest person in the Lhasa sect?" Zongwu immediately replied, "The strongest person in the Lhasa sect is Lo-aho. He's at the 2nd stage of the Emperor realm." Qin Tian didn't seem intimidated, only calmly repeating, "2nd stage of the Emperor realm?" His voice was completely indifferent, neither surprised nor apprehensive. Only focused on the cup of tea in front of him. "Then make a heavenly oath. After that, I will impart the sitting forgotten eternal life scripture to you." The heavenly oath is a vow made by cultivators to the heavenly Tao, using their own karma as the price. Hearing Qin Tian mention this, both the old man and his grandson Tong Veem were startled and mistakenly thought that Qin Tian wanted them to make a heavenly oath to become his servants. "So, although you're not in immediate danger now, the death curse hasn't been completely removed. You could still die at any moment. Only the sitting forgotten eternal life scripture can remove the deadly death curse within you. Of course, there's a price to pay." Left with no choice, the old man Zongwu asked, "What is the price I have to pay?" "Everything," Qin Tian replied lightly. His answer made the surrounding atmosphere suddenly heavy and oppressive. But immediately afterwards, he gave a harmless, humorous smile. "I'm just kidding. I just want you to be my bodyguard." The old man breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. If that's the case, I can be your bodyguard and make a heavenly oath. But I have one condition. I want to take revenge myself." At the same time, in a mysterious mountainous region, lightning bolts constantly intersected in the dark sky. The rumbling thunder and mysterious light caused the room to flicker between light and darkness. A man with silver-white hair, sitting in front of 3 swords, suddenly felt something was amiss, causing his eyes to become serious and frightened. "Damn it! I have a bad feeling. Someone wants to harm me." Time passed, and a few months later, in a bustling town, a young cultivator was overjoyed as he sensed something from a painting. The artistic conception of this painting. I seemed to hear the call of the vast sea, echoing and tranquil, like the breath of the world. Before, because I hadn't fully grasped the artistic conception of water, I was stuck at the 1st stage of nirvana. The artistic conception of this landscape painting is very suitable for me and can help me break through. "Shopkeeper, how many spirit stones is this painting?" "This painting is worth 100,000 spirit stones. It's currently on sale for 20% off, only 80,000 spirit stones." Hearing the price, the young man gritted his teeth because it was truly too high. "But I must buy it. Such a small amount of money is just a worldly possession. Once I break through, I can quickly earn it back." "Thank you, customer. Please come again if you need anything else. Although it's worth it, why does my heart still ache so much? My money." The young cultivator walked out of the painting shop, both happy about his impending breakthrough and sad about losing all his money. At this time, on the 2nd floor of the painting shop, Qin Tian and Diaoling were standing, looking out at the street. "You left Hoa Thursday Village and purposely came to Tanvan City just to sell paintings?" "Yes, as far as I know, this is the nearest bustling place." Hearing her master's reply, and Yaoling didn't believe him at all and smiled contemptuously. Oh really? Why do I feel it's not as simple as just selling paintings? Pearls aren't that real either. You have to trust your master. Qin Tian replied as he glanced at the brothel opposite, where scantily clad women were beckoning to every customer who passed by. Ladies were all awake now. Half price during the day. Come and play, gentlemen. Buying paintings, right? Selling paintings, right? Half price, right? Just come downstairs. It's so convenient, isn't it? And Yaoling understood her master's lecherous nature too well. So she pinned him down and gave him a beating. Beaten up, Qin Tian cried without tears. He really was just trying to complete his mission. That was the mission of cultivating the heart in the mortal world, with 2 paths. Path 1, become a wealthy family and earn 1 million spirit stones. Path 2, become famous and gain the recognition of 1 million people. That night, at a secluded mansion, Qin Tian was drinking wine under the night sky. Sir, you sought me out? Yes, it's been almost 2 months since our first meeting. Now that you've removed the deadly death curse and your cultivation has recovered to the 2nd stage of the Emperor realm, I don't think you need to stay here any longer. You can leave tonight. Old man Zhongwu was startled and bewildered upon hearing this. At this moment, Qin Tian took out an ugly pork cleaver and handed it to Zhongwu, saying that since he didn't have any convenient weapons, he could take it. I have this pig-killing knife. Do you want to take it? It's usually quite useful for chopping vegetables, meat, or anything else. The old man was stunned by the knife, his eyes wide and mouth agape. What? Another emperor weapon? Who is this, sir? Others fight tooth and nail for them, but this sir casually takes one out and gives it away. Moreover, why is this emperor weapon so ugly? Following Qin Tian's instructions, old man Zhongwu took the emperor weapon and went to the Lasat sect, shouting for Luoho to settle their old score. Who is so bold? Luoho, the sect master of the Lasat sect, heard the shouting in front of the mountain gate and came out to meet them. So it's you. You've made me search for you for a long time, Zhongwu. But I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. How convenient for me. The red-haired old man glared at his enemy. Humph, very arrogant. I hope you can still laugh later. Having said that, he drew from behind his back a meat cleaver that Qin Tian. Luoho, the sect leader of the Rakshasa sect, along with the surrounding elders, looked gravely at the cleaver. Then they clutched their stomachs and laughed heartily. Ha ha, if you don't have a weapon, I can lend you one. Could it be that your mind is broken? Although the laughter of the others embarrassed the red-haired old man a little, he rushed forward to attack. Luoho, don't waste your breath. Today I will exterminate your entire clan for revenge. Sorry, but a dignified sect leader actually brought a vegetable knife to fight. Haha, I can't help but laugh, it's too funny. Ah no, I remember now. You're not the sect leader anymore, because your sect has already been annihilated by me. Luoho laughed while mentioning the red-haired old man's pain. Hearing that, the red-haired old man, enraged, unleashed a fierce power and charged, prepare to die. Don't waste your breath. Truly overestimating your own strength. Luoho's voice became filled with killing intent as he summoned his own half-step emperor armament. A fierce battle quickly erupted between the 2 emperor realm experts, causing the surrounding earth and air to shatter. The red-haired old man's vegetable cleaver and Luoho's 3 blades clashed, emitting violent streams of energy. But the smug smile on Luoho's face suddenly froze as his half-step emperor armament, after being struck by the vegetable cleaver, started to crack and was about to break. The fierce slashes from the vegetable cleaver, wielded skillfully by Zhongwu, easily destroyed Luoho's half-step emperor armament. The sharp, killing intent-filled slashes broke through all defenses, forcing Luoho to retreat and unable to defend himself. At this point, all 3 of his half-step emperor armament blades were broken in 2, unusable. How is this possible? This blade is a half-step emperor armament. A half-step emperor armament means that the weapon has 1 foot in the emperor realm, about to truly become an emperor armament. The red-haired old man, Zhongwu, calmly continued his attack. You didn't expect this, did you? The blade in my hand is a genuine emperor armament, not a half-step emperor armament like yours. Seeing this, Luoho panicked and yelled, Elders, help me! Calling for help is useless, Luoho. The elders beside him immediately used the Rakshasa Azura secret art, characteristic of the Rakshasa sect, to summon a monster to block Zhong Wu's powerful attack. A gigantic skeleton of some kind of monster, enveloped in blue flames, immediately appeared on the battlefield. Seeing the monster appear, Luo Ho immediately ordered, "Quickly activate the defensive barrier." The red-haired old man also stared gravely at the monster, as its aura was truly terrifying. Obeying his command, the monster suddenly roared fiercely, causing the eerie flames on its back to blaze. In a flash, mysterious bricks, made of an unknown material, along with strange talismans, appeared in the air, enveloping the surroundings. The barrier was now formed, a protective shield encompassing the monster and the Rakshasa sect members. Luo Ho, standing behind two elders, pleaded, "Elders, please hold Zhong Wu back while I summon the figurine I used to curse him last time. Hold him for a moment, I want to cast the death curse again." Under the control of the two elders, the skeletal monster lunged towards Zhong Wu, constantly swinging its fists. Each giant punch, carrying destructive flames, slammed into the ground, causing the sand and stones to reverberate, while the red-haired old man quickly dodged. "Do you think that hiding in your turtle shell will keep you safe? You underestimate the power of an emperor armament. Take this, Zhong family sword Dao Dragon's Roar Blade." The technique unleashed by the red-haired old man was powerful, and combined with the strength of the emperor armament, forced the monster to halt. In that instant, a violent surge of energy erupted, shattering everything. Even the two elders were hit before they could react. With a resounding explosion, the two elders were thrown back and died on the spot. After defeating the monster and the two elders, Zhong Wu immediately flew towards his enemy. "Luo Ho, now there's no one left to block me. Luo Ho, die. Zhong Wu, you're still one step too slow. My death curse is complete. Death curse, absolute death. Die." The figurine in Luo Ho's hand began to exude the power of death. At the same time, Zhong Wu's heart was once again bound by mysterious chains, making him startled. Just like last time, the troublesome power of hell locked onto the old man's heart. This power has become stronger. "You escaped last time, but not this time," Luo Ho's cold voice echoed, and Zhong Wu was stopped in his tracks by a sudden pain, clutching his chest. "Ha, happy? You can't escape. Die here for me." A talisman appeared directly on his heart, and the once hot heart was now bound by chains with a stake driven through it. But the old man's heartbeat grew louder and louder, and in a blink of an eye, the chains were shattered by a sudden surge of power. Luo Ho was incredibly shocked and couldn't believe that the figurine in his hand had been destroyed. Heavens! How is this possible? How can my absolute death curse be nullified? Because my young master has imparted to me a cultivation technique that perfectly counters your death curse. Zhong Wu calmly replied. How is that possible? How can there be a cultivation technique that counters the death curse? Unless, could it be, impossible? The cruel Luo Ho was now terrified as the aura of death gradually enveloped him. Zhong Wu, not wanting to waste any more time, immediately attacked with the Emperor armament again. You can ponder that question forever, because I'm going to kill you here. As his voice ended, a vertical slash from above cut Luo Ho's body in two, leaving him unable to resist. Luo Ho's eyes were filled with shock and fear, but it was all over. After a night of intense fighting, Zhong Wu returned to the villa where Qin Tian was residing the next morning. Everything is settled. Thank you, sir. I shall return the Emperor armament to you. Qin Tian reached out and took the meat cleaver. That's good. Zhong Wu clasped his hands. There's something I'd like to ask you, sir, if I may. What is it? Go ahead. The power of this blade is not insignificant. Could you tell me about its origin? I'm quite curious. Hearing this, Qin Tian smiled proudly and pointed at himself. I made this blade. The kitchen was missing a vegetable knife, so I tried making one. Zhong Wu was dumbfounded. What? You made it, sir? Qin Tian nodded, examining the cleaver. He had originally planned to forge it for 3 days and 3 nights. But he only needed 3 seconds. To be honest, even he didn't expect that. Ever since Qin Tian imparted the cultivation technique to Zhong Wu, he had thought that this sir was not an ordinary person, but he never expected him to be this extraordinary. Don't tell me, an emperor armament can be forged so casually? This is truly hard to believe, sir. Qin Tian understood that an emperor armament was an extremely precious weapon in everyone's eyes, so he placed the cleaver on the table and smiled sweetly. Zhongwu. As long as you remain loyal to me, I will forge you an emperor armament in the future. Hearing this, Zhongwu became serious. Is that possible, sir? Of course. And your grandson Zhongyan will also have his own emperor armament. After pondering for a moment, Zhongwu solemnly knelt on one knee and bowed to Qin Tian. This old man swears to be loyal to you, sir. Thank you so much. He then looked at the fragrant wine jar on the table and sighed. Sir, I must confess, I doubted you greatly before. Hearing this, Qin Tian's eyes showed doubt as he listened attentively to Zhongwu's story. Because of your life-saving grace, sir, I intended to do my best to repay you, but... The old man recalled the previous night, the night he had just received the emperor armament from Qin Tian. He was strolling through the surrounding forest, examining the blade. Who would forge an emperor armament into a vegetable cleaver? How bizarre! Is this really an emperor armament? I was once annihilated for a half-step emperor armament. So how could there be such a good thing? Sir is just teasing me, right? Seeing that I don't have a weapon in my hand. This mentality was understandable, as who would casually lend such a precious weapon to another? Thinking this, Zhongwu, unguarded, casually swung the cleaver in the air to express his feelings. Unexpectedly, with just a gentle swing, a slash of immense power suddenly erupted, carving a deep trench into the forest floor. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the once flat ground was now burning and cracked, as if an earthquake had just occurred. This time, Zhongwu was so astonished by the power of the blade that he was dumbfounded, his eyes wide. Hearing the whole story, Qin Tian let out an "oh," realizing that the trench was Zhongwu's doing. Sorry, sir, I'll go fill it in right away. The adorable Qin Tian nodded while drinking. There's something we need to deal with first. Zhongyan went to chop wood this morning and fell into that trench. He's stuck there, and I can't get him out. I can't think of any solution this time. Huh? Could you mean? Yes, it's the trench you created last night. He fell into it. Just as Qin Tian said this, the poor Zhongyan, who had fallen into the trench at some unknown time, was standing there crying and struggling. Help! Help! Wah! I don't want to die here. I still want to get married. The young man's pitiful cries echoed through the forest, but no one came to his rescue. After the old man Zhongwu returned from his enemy's slaying, the painting shop reopened as usual, but today, Qin Tian was back in charge. Welcome, esteemed customer. A beautiful young woman entered the shop and wondered why the shopkeeper had changed. Young lady, are you looking for Zhongwu? The beautiful girl smiled and said that she had ordered 3 famous sword paintings from the previous shopkeeper and was here to pick them up today. Ah, so it's you. A few days ago, Zhongwu asked me to paint some famous sword paintings for him. It turns out they were for you. When the young lady had first come to the shop, Zhongwu had shaken his head, saying that he wasn't the owner and that he hadn't painted the atmospheric painting. Recalling those words, the beautiful girl stared at Qin Tian in surprise and asked, "Could it be that you painted these masterpieces?" Startled by her enthusiasm, Qin Tian nodded. Yes, I painted them. Is there something wrong? Heavens! I can't sense any aura from you, yet you can paint such profound atmospheric paintings. Could you be a senior of the Emperor realm wandering the mortal world? The girl pondered for a moment, then suddenly noticed a book with squiggly lines on the table. So she asked, Senior, did you also write this? Can I take a look? Of course, go ahead. It was a handwritten story titled Legend of the White Snake, about a celestial fairy who descended to the mortal realm for love, reincarnating as a snake and then transforming into a beautiful woman. Named Bai Sujin. One rainy day, Bai Sujin was sitting on a bridge at West Lake when she happened to meet Su Xian, an employee at a medicine shop. The two fell in love at first sight and became entangled in a passionate romance. While the young lady was completely engrossed in the story, Qin Tian had finished rolling up the 2 paintings and handed them to the maid beside him. Here, the paintings are rolled up. Take them. The beautiful young lady continued reading, unable to stop, as it was a truly novel and incredibly interesting story. Flipping through the pages, she reached the last page, where the words to be continued in the next chapter were written. The beautiful young lady was heartbroken and full of regret. Oh my God, why is it over already? So soon? Seeing her reaction, Qin Tian asked with concern, What do you think of the legend of the white snake I wrote? Senior, it's very good, extremely interesting. It's just a bit too short, leaving one wanting more. Cough, cough, I'm writing. After all, Qin Tian wasn't the real author, relying only on his memories from his previous world. It was a bit difficult to copy it completely. Plagiarism is bad, but I'm helpless. The young lady pondered silently for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed with joy, I've got it! Senior, would you consider entrusting this to our trading company for printing and distribution? My name is Lin Wan, and the Lin Trading Company is one of the 2 largest trading companies in Xinyan City. Hearing her suggestion, Qin Tian thought to himself, speak of the devil. He had just been rejected by the Qingmu Trading Company, and now the Lin Trading Company wanted to print and sell his work. Since Qin Tian also intended to print it, he agreed to entrust the Legend of the White Snake to her family's company for printing and distribution. Lin Wan smiled happily and said that the Lin Trading Company would only take 20% of the profits, leaving the remaining 80% for the senior. After a brief discussion about the collaboration, the young lady politely bid farewell and left with her maid. On the street, the little maid wondered why the profit was split that way. Wouldn't their Chamber of Commerce be at a disadvantage? Lin Wan smiled and explained, You're so silly. The profit is split like this because the Legend of the White Snake isn't actually worth much money. However, most cultivators find their training monotonous and need some entertainment to balance themselves. Reading is one of the leisure activities of cultivators, and the purpose of Legend of the White Snake is promotion. Once people read it and find it enjoyable, they'll remember our Chamber of Commerce. Customer traffic and business will naturally increase. And so, under the diligent printing efforts of Miss Lin Wan's Chamber of Commerce, a month later, everyone on the streets was excitedly discussing the contents of Legend of the White Snake. Naturally, as the Lin Chamber of Commerce prospered and gained substantial profits from Legend of the White Snake, the other chambers of commerce in Xinyan City were all stirred up. Today, at the main hall of the Tanmak Chamber of Commerce, the same was true. Father, it's bad. Seeing his daughter's commotion, the head of the Tan family asked, What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? This was Miss Tan Nak, and she was in such a state because thanks to Legend of the White Snake, the Lin Chamber of Commerce was gaining immense popularity in Xinyan City. Many people were attracted to them, and now the Tan family was at a disadvantage. If they couldn't sell their goods, their Chamber of Commerce would face a significant shortage of spirit stones for operations. Sensing the seriousness of the issue, Tan Hongmin, the head of the Tanmak Chamber of Commerce, immediately ordered a meeting of all the managers and heads of their branch stores. After everyone had gathered, the head of the family, seated in the main chair, complained incessantly, Think of something for me. Otherwise, all of you can get out. How did things get to this point? A head of a branch store named Tranin, hearing the head of the family's words, felt uneasy, looking at his feet and not daring to look directly. Lai Lap, sitting beside him, clasped his hands and said he had an idea. Seeing this, Tranin cursed inwardly, This bastard Lai Lap is preparing to step on me to climb up the ranks. Lai Lap then recounted the story of how Tranin had rejected a young man when he brought the Legend of the White Snake manuscript, claiming that their Tanmak Chamber of Commerce didn't accept such useless things for cultivators. Previously, a young master brought Legend of the White Snake to our store, wanting us to publish it, but the head of the store refused without even looking at it. If not for that, our Chamber of Commerce wouldn't be facing this crisis now. Seeing the matter exposed, Tranin hurriedly knelt down on the floor. Master, I was just momentarily confused. Please give me another chance. I will definitely think of a way to salvage this. That night, Tranin was tied up, stripped naked, and forced to kneel and apologize in front of Qin Tian's painting store. I apologize, I was blind and didn't recognize greatness. Please, Your Excellency, be magnanimous and forgive me. Today, I come here to accept my punishment. I hope, sir, you will reconsider this matter. He cried pathetically while clutching Qin Tian's hand. Tan Nak, standing behind, secretly nodded, thinking that if this person had sought out their Tanmak Chamber of Commerce, it meant he had a favorable impression of them. Therefore, as long as this fat Tranin sincerely apologized and offered some spirit stones, they might still be able to recruit him. However, contrary to her expectations, Qin Tian shook his head. I accept your apology, but I cannot forgive you. You can leave now. It's getting cold, and if there's nothing else, I'll close up. The two were surprised by his demeanor, and Miss Tan Nok hurriedly stopped the iron door from closing. Sir, please wait. Since we've been so sincere, please reconsider the collaboration. Please. The girl spoke in a coquettish voice, displaying her ample bosom and charming, sparkling eyes. She leaned her body against Jean Tian, speaking seductively. We'll double the offer. As long as you're willing to reconsider, I can give you even more. Do you need anything, sir? Including everything you desire, I can give it to you. Her gentle voice, like a mesmerizing melody, along with the fragrant floral scent from her body, enveloped Jean Tian's breath. Seeing this, the young man gently placed a finger on the girl's forehead, then flicked it, causing Tan Nok to stumble backward. Get lost. With a bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Tan Nok still stunned and unable to react. Damn it! In Qingyun City, I'm considered a top beauty, no matter what anyone says. This Jean Tian, faced with my seduction, remains unmoved. Is he even a man? In her anger, the young lady turned to vent her frustration on Tranan, blaming him for holding her back. At the same time, a mysterious figure approached, leaning on a staff, and asked, Isn't this Miss Tan Nok? Long time no see. Hearing the familiar voice, Tan Nok turned around in surprise. Is that Master Koha? Indeed. Just passing through Qingyun City, I specially came here to see you and old brother Hong Min. The figure who appeared was a bald old man with a long beard and fish-like eyes. Time flew by, and nearly a month had passed. Today, another problem arose for the Lin Chamber of Commerce, the family business of Miss Lin Wan. The story began half a month ago. Their rival, the Tan Mok Chamber of Commerce, suddenly acquired a batch of Tier 3 elixir, priced 1/5 higher than regular elixir, but with 5 times the potency. From then on, customers buying elixir from the Lin Chamber of Commerce demanded lower prices, and most of their elixir were piling up in storage. Lin Wan sighed wearily as she reviewed their business. Report. At this moment, the maid brought a bowl of hot soup and said, Miss, please have your breakfast first. Today, Miss has an appointment with that gentleman. Hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes remained glued to the report, but she replied, All right, I know. A while later, at Qin Tian's painting store, Lin Wan arrived with her maid. Upon entering, she politely greeted him and handed him a large bag of money, saying, This is the profit share from Legend of the White Snake from last month. Qin Tian accepted the bag of money and casually inquired, I heard that the Lin Chamber of Commerce hasn't been doing well lately. I overheard something about it. Lin Wan replied with a wry smile, It's true that the Lin Chamber of Commerce has been facing difficulties recently. I didn't expect even you, sir, to know about it. As I see it, as long as the Tan Mok Chamber of Commerce's elixir remain dominant, your Lin Chamber of Commerce won't have a chance to rise. Qin Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. During this period of mortal heart refinement, he needed an organization to handle some trivial matters while his spiritual power was sealed. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Lin Wan nodded. She had previously tried contacting alchemists from other larger cities, but no one was willing to come to a small city like Qingyun. At this rate, in just a few years, the Lin Chamber of Commerce would completely collapse. As the girl was dejectedly pondering, Qin Tian suddenly snapped his fingers. Then, with a captivating smile, he asked, What if I could provide Tier 3 elixir for the Lin Chamber of Commerce? Lin Wan was once again surprised. Could it be that you, sir, also have an alchemist? Qin Tian remained mysteriously silent, only coughing. Come back to my place in 7 days. After finishing his conversation with Lin Wan, Qin Tian quickly went with Tong Vam to refine elixir. The place where they refined elixir was an abandoned house located in a forest near Qingyun City, rarely visited by anyone. As usual, the small building billowed with smoke before exploding with a loud bang, startling a dog that was relieving itself nearby. The thick smoke and dust made it impossible to see clearly what was in front of them. From within the sooty black smoke, Qin Tian emerged, coughing and dragging his battered body, followed by a dazed Tong Vam. Tong Vam, at this moment, stared blankly at the round, glossy elixir emitting a gentle light in his hand. Young master, I've successfully refined a Tier 4 elixir. Tong Vam excitedly showed off his achievement, while Qin Tian felt that things weren't going well at all. Tong Gu was very excited that his nephew was so talented, while Bai Shiru and Indialing sat beside them, watching the spectacle and sighing, even after seeing this scene multiple times. It's still bizarre. The refining cauldron exploded, yet he still managed to refine the elixir. Indeed, this scene was bizarre enough to make Qin Tian collapse and kneel on the ground, repeatedly asking himself, why is this happening? Before, Tong Viam's refining never caused explosions. But after I taught him, the cauldron always explodes. Could it be that I'm a cursed man? As long as I refine elixir, the cauldron will explode? This isn't scientific. How can cultivation not be scientific yet? How can there be such a curse in this world? It's neither scientific nor cultivational. What's going on? Amidst his unanswered lament, time continued to pass. After Qin Tian supplied the elixir to the Lin Chamber of Commerce, the Tan Mok Chamber of Commerce became deserted, much to the annoyance of Miss Tan Nok. Where are they? Where have all the usual elixir buyers gone? Miss, please spare me. They all went to the Lin Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, the Lin Chamber of Commerce was overflowing with cultivators jostling to buy their elixir. Never before had the Lin Chamber of Commerce seen such a large influx of customers. The successful business made Lin Chao, Lin Wan's father and head of the family, unable to stop smiling. Ha ha! As expected of my daughter. Excellent work, excellent work. The Tan Mok Chamber of Commerce is in complete chaos now. Hearing her father's praise, the beautiful Lin Wan wasn't entirely happy but rather worried. Thank you, father, for the compliment. However, there's something I need to discuss with you. But it's a bit difficult to bring up. What is it? Just tell me. Hearing this, Lin Wan recounted what Qin Tian had told her the other day. He had said that out of appreciation for her enjoyment of his book, he would help the Lin Chamber of Commerce once. But if they wanted further assistance, the Lin Chamber of Commerce would need to pledge allegiance to him. Naturally, Lin Wan couldn't make this decision alone, so she had to ask her father to come and discuss it. Father, all these elixirs were obtained on this condition. Moreover, that gentleman said that as long as we pledge allegiance to him, even providing emperor-grade elixir and emperor-grade weapons wouldn't be impossible in the future. Hearing his daughter's story, Lin Chao was slightly startled. Did that gentleman really say that? Seeing his daughter nod, he sighed. Young people these days truly don't understand things. A little achievement, and they become so arrogant. But, all right. If we have something to ask of others, we should go and discuss it properly. After reaching an agreement, the father and daughter headed to the painting store to meet Qin Tian. At this time, the handsome young man sat on an extravagant throne, with a glass of champagne in hand, smiling at the person before him. You've arrived. Opposite him, Lin Chao, the head of the Lin family, bowed respectfully. Mr. Tan, I've arrived. Having just entered, he hadn't fully grasped the situation. Now, after bowing, he was startled by an incredibly powerful pressure from the opposite side. Looking at Tong Ge standing beside Qin Tian, Lin Chao was extremely frightened. The man's aura was suffocating, as if it could crush him. This person beside Mr. Tan, is an emperor-grade cultivator. Lin Chao had previously worried about a young man's arrogance, but now, seeing an emperor-grade cultivator here, he realized that Mr. Tan was not ordinary. I am the head of the Lin Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wan's father, Lin Chao. I heard you had intentions of recruiting the Lin Chamber of Commerce. This time, Lin Chao bowed deeply, his body trembling slightly. If he had an emperor-grade cultivator as a subordinate, how powerful must Mr. Tan be? In any case, the Lin Chamber of Commerce, couldn't afford to offend him. My words, your daughter should have relayed them already. There's no need for doubt. In the future, I will provide you with emperor-grade weapons and emperor-grade elixir. But not now. Because currently, you're not yet qualified to possess such things. You need to continue developing the Lin Chamber of Commerce, make it stronger. I will help you achieve this goal. As he spoke, Qin Tian lazily placed his champagne glass on the table. Beside it was the Tan Emperor's knife, used for chopping pork. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist, and the knife flew out. It landed directly at the feet of old Lin Chao. Lin Chao was startled by the sudden appearance of the weapon, his legs trembling so much he almost couldn't stand. Qin Tian looked at him with deep eyes and said, "You can take a look at this knife." Although he didn't understand anything, and the knife looked strangely ugly, Lin Chao complied. When he held the knife, he found it strangely heavy. This is a vegetable knife? No, this isn't an ordinary vegetable knife. After all, he was the head of the Lin Chamber of Commerce, so his eye for appraising items was much sharper than ordinary people. Lin Chao quickly noticed something strange. Oh heavens! This brilliant light! This captivating feeling! This heat! This is an emperor-grade weapon! Why? Who could do such a thing? Who would refine an emperor-grade weapon into a vegetable knife? Seeing Lin Chao's shocked expression, Qin Tian smiled. This Tan Long Van Emperor's knife, I forged it for cooking. Dishes made with an emperor-grade weapon are incredibly delicious, right Tong Ge? Indeed, young master. Extremely delicious. As they were laughing and talking, Lin Chao suddenly knelt down on the floor. With tears welling up in his eyes, he embraced Qin Tian's leg. On behalf of the Lin Chamber of Commerce, I swear to the heavens, the Lin Chamber of Commerce will be eternally loyal to young master. Tan! Oh heavens! This isn't just a senior, this is a super, mega, ultra senior. If I miss this chance to hug this thigh, I'll die from my own stupidity. Having gained another capable subordinate organization, Qin Tian remained in a cheerful mood and called out, Tong Viam, come in here. Lin Chao turned around, looking at the approaching figure and wondered, there's someone else here? Hello? I am the handsome, charming, universe's best alchemist, Tong Viam. Contrary to the expected cool entrance, he appeared childish and cheap. Fanning sounds. Everyone was startled by Tong Viam's childish behavior. Lin Chao wondered if he had sworn his oath to the heavens a bit too prematurely. Qin Tian quickly regained his composure and gestured towards Tong Viam, introducing him. This is Tong Viam, our alchemist. Such a young alchemist. Can he really refine better elixir than the Tan Mok Chamber of Commerce? Thinking this, Lin Chao skeptically asked, May I ask what tier of elixir you can refine? Tong Viam proudly puffed out his chest. If it were before, I could only refine tier 2. But after the young master's guidance, I can now refine tier 4 elixir. The elixir delivered to the Lin Chamber of Commerce before were all refined by me. Just as he finished speaking, a strong hand suddenly grabbed him under his arm. So, those were all refined by Mr. Tong Viam. That's wonderful. With Mr. Tong Viam's help, we can definitely defeat the Tan Mok Chamber of Commerce. Suddenly being lifted up, Tong Viam was startled and struggled. Damn it! Put me down! Qin Tian smiled. I've given you the people. If you still can't completely defeat the Tan Mok Chamber of Commerce, then you're not qualified to be my subordinates. Lin Chao hastily assured him with a resolute tone. Your subordinate will definitely devote all his efforts to defeat the Tan Mok Chamber of Commerce. Damn it, put me down first. And so, with the addition of alchemist Tong Viam, at the beginning of the month, the Tan Mok Chamber of Commerce was deserted, despite releasing new, high-quality goods. The Lin Chamber of Commerce also released new, even better goods, attracting many customers. By the middle of the month, the Tan Mok Chamber of Commerce was so stagnant that they had to hold a 3-day clearance sale. Meanwhile, the Lin Chamber of Commerce offered a 5% discount, with a first-come, first-served policy, attracting even more customers. By the end of the month, the Tan Mok Chamber of Commerce was nearly bankrupt, having not made a single sale for the entire month. Finally, they announced their transfer and ceased operations. Tonight was a bright moonlit night at Wai Kan Hoa Tray, Qin Tian's painting store. It was late, but the young man was still awake, reviewing the business reports sent by the Lin Chamber of Commerce. They did a good job. In just 1 month, they caused the Tan Mok Chamber of Commerce to lose half of their inventory. At this rate, they'll soon be able to buy out the Tan Mok Chamber of Commerce. But why have the sales of soul-refining pills and spirit-enhancing pills increased so much? Qin Tian wondered as he examined the confidential report regarding these 2 types of pills. In recent months, the spiritual energy at Qinyun Mountain outside Qinyun City has surged, leading people to speculate about the emergence of a treasure. Therefore, disputes frequently occur near Qinyun Mountain, and the demand for these 2 types of elixir has risen accordingly. Just as Qin Tian received this information, the system interface suddenly appeared. Branch Mission, Mortal Heart Refinement. Obtain the Azure Dragon Vein. This month, the Azure Dragon Vein will appear in Qinyun Mountain Range. Azure Dragon Vein can increase the surrounding spiritual concentration within a 30-kilometer radius by a factor of 10. Staring at the system interface for a long while, Qin Tian pondered, Azure Dragon Vein, so this time it's land? So that's how it is. As expected, the three branch missions of the system correspond to wealth, companions, methods, and land. In cultivation, besides hard-to-grasp opportunities that are encountered by chance, the most important are wealth, companions, methods, and land. These are the resources necessary for cultivators. But resources won't fall from the sky, so one must fight and seize them. But Qin Tian, because of the system, had never worried about these things, so he was quite clueless. Now, based on the missions given by the system, what Qin Tian lacked wasn't any particular path, but a Tao heart that could become stronger. Understanding this, Qin Tian's mental state ascended to a new level, causing his aura to change significantly. Tongge, standing beside him, keenly sensed this difference. Congratulations, hosts, for successfully comprehending the essence of mortal heart refinement. When the host obtains the Azure Dragon Vein, mortal heart refinement will conclude. The system interface notified again, giving Qin Tian a clearer understanding of the mission. Thinking this, he told Tongge, in a while, let's go to Qingyun Mountain to join the fun. Yes, young master. I will accompany you. A few days later, the group traveled by flying sword, crossing high mountains to reach the nearby Qingyun mountain range. Upon landing, Tongge retrieved his flying sword. This time, their group consisted of 4 people, including Endialing and the Heavenly Fox. As they landed, they continuously sensed the surrounding spiritual energy, and exclaimed together, "The spiritual energy here is truly dense. It seems the previous rumors might be true. There really is a treasure emerging here." The most excited one was Bai Xiaoru. "Wonderful! Let's go find the treasure." While the Heavenly Fox was still excited, 2 mysterious figures suddenly descended from the sky, causing her to freeze. The 2 figures, a man and a woman, exuded a strange aura and spoke with a playful tone, causing the Heavenly Fox to tremble. "We only came here to test our luck, but unexpectedly encountered the person our leader wants to capture." "What luck?" Those people were clearly from the Emperor's alliance, startling the Heavenly Fox, who quickly hid behind Endialing. "Who are you?" The voluptuous woman with a fan introduced herself first. She was 4-Leaf Clover, the lucky charm of the Emperor's alliance. The man sticking out his tongue beside her was Dice Demon, also from the Emperor's alliance. 4-Leaf Clover looked at Qin Tian's group, her eyes sparkling. "So, there's a problem. Can you hand over Bai Xiaoru to us?" And Diaoling immediately shielded the little fox. "Xiaoru is our family. We definitely won't hand her over to the Emperor's alliance." Hearing this, Dice Demon grinned maliciously and stuck out his disgusting tongue. "Well then, there's no other way. Domain, open!" Just as the Emperor's alliance members summoned their domain, Old Tongge swiftly deployed his own domain. Suddenly, everything fell silent as the entire group was enveloped by a domain resembling a hellish landscape of lava. Tongge froze, utterly astonished. "What's happening? My domain is completely suppressed. I can't open it." Seeing this, Dice Demon grinned, his long tongue lolling out. "Unexpected, isn't it? That's because I discarded all useless abilities in this domain. What I gained in exchange for abandoning those abilities is, welcome to my world." His eerie voice echoed, and grotesque eyes began appearing all around. Dice Demon snapped his fingers with a dramatic flair, making everyone wary. Then he summoned a toy game board. "Welcome to the game of life. Everything here will be judged by the all-seeing eyes of the domain, ensuring fairness and justice. Now, I'll explain the rules of this game world to you." While everyone was still dazed and confused, Dice Demon kindly began his explanation. "You will be 4 spirit-moving stage disciples of the Sword Storage Sect, sent to Qingyun Village to deal with the demons hiding within. In this game, the actions and abilities of the puppets are determined by rolling a 10-sided die. The percentage of success depends on the number rolled. The blue die represents the tens digit, and the white die represents the units digit. The smaller the number, the higher the chance of success. Numbers from 00 to 05 are a great success, granting bonus rewards. Numbers from 95 to 99 are a critical failure, resulting in penalties. Now, take out the dice in your hands." Following his words, everyone suddenly discovered 2 different colored dice in their hands. "This seems quite interesting and fun. Let's begin this exciting game. Transforming characters for you now." Dice Demon spoke, revealing his sinister teeth. In a blink of an eye, puppets resembling Qin Tian's group appeared on the game board. Character list: Qin Tian, weapon, ordinary flying sword, attributes, strength, agility, constitution, intelligence. Looking at his intelligence stat of 5, Qin Tian couldn't help but curse the damn system. And Diaoling's weapon was also an ordinary flying sword, but she felt her character card was too ugly. Bai Xiaoru's weapon was a magic broom. As a mage who could use 5 elements magic, it wasn't much different from her true form. Tonggu's weapon was a large cleaver, and since he was skilled with blades, his role was a bladesman. Now you arrive at the village gate and meet the frail village chief of Qingyun village. The village chief is very happy to see you. As Dice Demon spoke, a puppet resembling the village chief appeared. Before them. Young heroes, recently, villagers have continuously reported sightings of zombies. Moreover, when villagers try to leave, a thick fog appears, blocking their way. Now, everyone is terrified. Four-leaf Clover interjected, now, what will you choose? Leave or stay in the village? In front of the village chief puppet, 2 options appeared, A. Leave, and B. Inquire. Xiaoru quickly chose to inquire, hoping to find more detailed information about the zombies. As she expected, the village chief began to explain. 3 months ago, a loud noise came from the mountain behind the village. Since then, zombies have started appearing near the village. Initially, there was only one. But after a month, another one appeared. Now 3 months have passed, so there are a total of 3 zombies near the village. Just then, Diaoling sharply interrupted, wait, you haven't told us the victory conditions and the penalties for failure. Dice Demon, with his fish-like eyes, stared at the girl and smiled. Careful what you ask for. Only if you find the true culprit behind the incidents in the village can you win the game and leave my domain. Otherwise you will be sealed within the puppets, eternally trapped in my domain. His words startled and made everyone serious. Qin Tian, however, smiled cheerfully. It seems we only have one path, then. Let's go in. Tonggu, seeing this, wondered, young master seems very happy. You enter Qingyun village, following the village chief. You then rush to gather information from the villagers. But unfortunately, you don't gather much useful information. Night falls, and the village chief leads you to a room to rest. It's a room located far from the other houses, next to the fields. So, what's next? Dice Demon smiled, looking at his teammate, Four-leaf Clover. She nodded in response. Now let's start. Late at night, as you sleep soundly, zombies are approaching your room. Now I will determine the number of zombies that appear. As Dice Demon prepared to roll the dice, Four-leaf Clover took out her treasure and used a curse. 4 leaves. Four-leaf Clover curses others, bringing harm to them and luck to Master Dice Demon. With the effect of the curse, Dice Demon threw the dice. The probability of 1 zombie appearing is 50%, 2 zombies is 35%, and 3 zombies is 15%. The blue and white dice rolled across the surface. Finally they stopped. A great success. The number is 3. This isn't in your favor. Tonight 3 zombies will attack you. Dice Demon's voice was filled with triumph. On the game board 3 zombie figures suddenly appeared, grotesque in appearance, weapons in hand. Due to the critical success, the zombies not only became stronger overall but also increased in cultivation, reaching the peak of the spirit-moving stage. Four-leaf Clover, her eyes glowing strangely, held the curse cage in her hand. Let the battle begin. You attack first, so roll the dice. Let me go first. Tonggu volunteered. He gently tossed the 2 dice. They spun on the table before stopping at the number 35. Attack successful. Tonggu uses mountain-splitting blade technique, severing the left arm of zombie number 3. Zombie number 3 is severely injured. Simultaneously, the Tonggu puppet on the board also severed the arm of zombie number 3, reducing its health from 30 to 10. Now it's Diaoling's turn. The young girl threw the dice, and they stopped at 10. Diaoling uses eye-sealing sword technique, freezing zombie number 2. Zombie number 2 cannot move for 2 turns. Next is me. It's Bai Xiaoru's turn. Her dice spun on the table. Bai Xiaoru's surprised and joyful voice rang out. 003. A critical success. Amazing! A critical hit. Next, Bai Xiaoru uses her ultimate spell. Although their opponent rolled a critical success, Four-Leaf Clover and Dice Demon didn't seem worried. Xiaoru, unconcerned about them, happily enjoyed the game. Great! Hit them with a critical hit, my puppet! At the same time, the Bai Xiaoru puppet, magic broom in hand, immediately charged forward. The puppet's spell was wind and cloud concealment, continuously enveloping the three zombies. The zombies were blown off their bases and scattered across the game board. Kill them! Great job, Xiaoru! Everyone cheered at their success, but Qin Tian remained thoughtful, feeling that things weren't so simple. Hearing their words, Four-Leaf Clover smiled mysteriously. Not so fast. In a moment of crisis, Zombie number 1 used Endure, an ability only usable with a critical success. Her eyes fixated on the 2 dice showing the number 3. After using Endure, it will be forced to have only 1 hit point left, but it can act immediately, regardless of its companion's deaths. Next is my turn. Dice Demon's voice rang out, and he rolled the 2 dice in his hand. The dice quickly stopped at 0-0. A critical success. Zombie number 1 used Devour. Following Dice Demon's command, the zombie puppet on the board began tearing apart the bodies of its 2 companions and stuffing them into its mouth, devouring them. After consuming its companions' corpses, the zombie's body began to mutate. It will recover all its wounds and even ascend to the golden body stage. In everyone's eyes, the zombie number 1 puppet had grown gigantic, becoming a golden body stage being with 50 health points. This sudden transformation shocked and startled everyone. Only Qin Tian stared at the game board with a puzzled expression. Zombie number 1 has now reached the golden body stage. Its special ability is Devour, allowing it to recover health by consuming corpses. It also has abilities like Agility, Poison Claws, and Disease Transmission. Dice Demon grinned triumphantly, holding the 2 dice in his hand. Because Zombie number 1 has ascended to the golden body stage, it gets to act first. 0-1. A critical success. Using Poison Claws on Tonga and Endialing, twin Poison Claws. Following Dice Demon's command, the zombie puppet on the board immediately attacked, catching everyone off guard. Tonga and Endialing's puppets were injured by the Poison Claws ability, and fell into a state of severe poisoning. At the same time, a similar wound appeared on Tonga's hand. Heavens! The wound on my hand is exactly the same as the puppet's. Could it be that the injuries the puppet receives are transferred to our bodies? Bai Ying at this moment smiled a devilish smile, revealing sharp teeth. That's right, this is the true effect of my Bai Ying's domain. Of course, this effect applies to both sides. If my puppet is injured, I will also be injured. But how long can you endure this? Amidst Bai Ying's sinister laughter, Four-Leaf Clover also nodded in agreement. Not only that, but within the domain, with the luck of my Four-Leaf Clover assisting, we can basically roll whatever number we desire. Seeing the 2 of them reveal their true colors, Bai Xiaoru angrily shouted, "You despicable villains!" During the exam, number 1 has the skill to move quickly, allowing them to act twice in 1 turn. Therefore, I can attack again. Their shamelessness and cheating reached their peak as he rolled the dice once more. The dice once again displayed the number 0, a great success. Go, zombie number 1. Continue using the frying pan attack on Zhong Wu and Endialing. Haha! Take down the 2 cities first. Endialing and Zhong Wu die. Just as he was gloating in his madness, Qin Tian smiled and shook his head. Well, not necessarily. Suddenly, at this moment, Qin Tian's puppet, with a foolish expression, easily blocked the giant zombie's attack with both hands. At the same time, he casually snapped the zombie's finger in half with a crack. The zombie cried out in pain like a child who had just fallen. Seeing this sudden change in the situation, Bai Ying was startled and frightened. What's going on? Qin Tian's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Let me update you. This is my true character card. Character list, Rankar. Character name, Xiaoning, Retard. Special ability, Immortal Body. After activation, agility and physique are enhanced to the limit, while intelligence is reduced to the extreme. Everyone looked at these attributes in astonishment, especially Bai Ying and Four-Leaf Clover. How did these attributes become like this? You cheated. This is your domain, operating under the rules you set. How could I cheat? Qin Tian calmly replied, while his puppet on the board danced around like a fool. However, he thought to himself smugly, No matter how strong their domain is, how can it be stronger than the system? Hee. This time, Four-Leaf Clover and Buying were flustered and worried. Buying also sensed that his domain was telling him that Qin Tian hadn't cheated. Alright, now it's our turn to counterattack. Zone Wu and Indialing used antidotes and healing pills, and their poison status was cleared. Qin Tian immediately ordered, "Bring out the puppets of those two." This dangerous situation made Buying anxiously summon the next monster, Human Skin Demon, come forth. Following his command, the Human Skin Demon, at the Golden Body stage, emerged from beneath the game board and lunged towards Qin Tian's group. The terrifying Human Skin Demon was easily knocked out by Qin Tian's puppet with a single punch. Buying yelled in frustration, "Damn it! Winged Tiger, attack!" The Winged Tiger appeared but was easily defeated by Qin Tian in the blink of an eye. This time, Buying completely collapsed. He hurriedly summoned a continuous stream of monsters, Evil Flood Dragon, charge. But as soon as the dragon poked its head out, it received a direct hit to the head, its eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The giant flood dragon was buried before it could even react. The demonic Qin Tian held a piece of genuine dragon meat in his hand, facing the trembling puppets of Buying and Four-Leaf Clover. "Next, it's your turn." The two puppets, helplessly summoned, hugged each other and pleaded, "Master Qin Tian, we know we were wrong. Please spare us." "Yes, Master Qin Tian, please spare our lives. Go to hell and repent." In an instant, Qin Tian's fist struck, giving them no chance to resist. Outside the Qinyun mountain range, massive beams of energy descended from the sky, causing the ground to explode. The surrounding domain vanished, and Qin Tian wore a cryptic smile. The timing is just right for the dragon vein to emerge. Buying and Four-Leaf Clover, defeated by him, lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious or possibly dead. The thunder in the sky grew louder, and the image of a giant dragon suddenly appeared in the mountains, quickly noticed by the surrounding cultivators. Unexpectedly, it's a dragon vein. It seems this trip wasn't in vain. Crowds of people rushed through the forest towards the dragon vein. Among them, several prominent figures appeared. "Haha, this dragon vein is definitely for my Hunyuan Empire. Those who are not involved, quickly get out of my way. This is Kun Yuan Xian from the Hunyuan Empire. We can't let the dragon vein fall into his hands. If we do, the other sects of the Hunyuan Empire will surely have no way out." One was the ancestor of the Flying Dragon sect, and the other was the ancestor of the Flying Star Valley. The ancestors of the Heavenly Blade sect and the Profound Weapons sect also fiercely competed for this precious dragon vein. "This dragon vein belongs to my Profound Weapons sect. Get out of the way." "What are you talking about? Why would it be yours?" "Then let's fight to determine who the dragon vein belongs to." Those present were representatives of major powers in the cultivation world, so they couldn't just talk things out. In the end, they had to fight. In that instant, a sharp spear with golden light suddenly appeared, wielded by a young man. Facing the surprise attack, Kun Yuan Xian easily dodged. The newcomer was Xiao Zhan, the Grand General of the Haotian Empire. He sternly questioned Kun Yuan Xian, "You dare to come to my Haotian Empire and act so arrogantly? Get out of here. So what if I'm here? Do you think you, Xiao Zhan, Grand General of the Haotian Empire, can stop me? Stopping the Hunyuan Empire from taking the dragon vein? You're courting death." Not only did Xiao Zhan attack, but the elders of other sects in the Hunyuan Empire also immediately raised their weapons and charged. Facing everyone's attacks, Kun Yuan Xian calmly cast his spells. "Every time there's something delicious, these flies come buzzing around. Do you know how annoying you all are?" In the blink of an eye, Kun Yuan Xian summoned his weapon. His power was truly extraordinary, as he easily repelled everyone's weapons and attacks. Grand General Xiao Zhan struggled to defend and hurriedly retreated. Loud explosions resulted from Kun Yuan Xian's attacks, and at this point, only Grand General Xiao Zhan could withstand them with the strange spear in his hand. "Such small fry, wanting to stop me? You're dreaming." The battle was so fierce that Qin Tian's group hid at the side and observed from beginning to end. "Sir, do we need to go up?" "Wait a minute, let me see. His strength is at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm?" Qin Tian spoke while continuously observing Kun Yuan Xian displaying his divine might beside the dragon vein. Dialing, "Is he Emperor Kun Yuan?" Hearing her master's question, the young girl shook her head. "No, But he's Emperor Qin Yuan's older brother, the one who attacked me years ago. His name is Qin Yuan Xian. He's the older brother of your enemy? Upon hearing this information, Qin Tian seemed to become enraged, and a murderous aura suddenly emanated from him, startling Zhongwu beside him. Their two sharp spears continuously clashed, and the battle intensified. Qin Yuan, you dog thief! Don't even think about laying your hands on the dragon vein. Qin Yuan Xian sneered while fighting. That's not up to you to decide. There's nothing Qin Yuan Xian wants that he can't get. You've done many evil deeds in the past. Today, I will kill you. Facing this threat, Qin Yuan Xian let out a contemptuous laugh. You overestimate yourself, insect. Immediately, the spear in his hand flickered, and destructive spells enveloped Grand General Xiao Zhan. This is the sweep through 1,000 armies technique, perfect for the battlefield. This attack was so fierce that Grand General Xiao Zhan felt suffocated, and his eyes trembled. It's over. He's too strong. With a bang, Grand General Xiao Zhan was struck by Qin Yuan Xian and crashed to the ground, creating a terrifying explosion that, coupled with the thunder in the sky, was deafening. At this moment, the battle ended, and only Qin Yuan Xian remained victorious. With a resounding clap of thunder, he looked towards the image of the dragon and smiled excitedly. Finally, it has appeared. Look! It's the water spirit dragon vein. The water spirit dragon vein has appeared. Amidst everyone's shouts, the dragon vein finally took shape and emerged, with the image of a giant water dragon and a gemstone in its forehead. Tuni, quickly help me up. We need to seize the dragon vein. No, you're too injured. This old man was so severely injured that he could barely move, yet he still dreamt of the dragon vein, proving how important it was to cultivators and sects. At the same time, as soon as the dragon vein formed, Qin Tian quickly signaled charge. Zhongwu immediately shot forward like an arrow. Upon entering the battle, he used his emperor weapon, the saber, and unleashed his sect's ultimate technique, Samsara Slash. This powerful aura, like flames from hell, made even Qin Yuan Xian wary and gnash his teeth. Another rat seeking death. As soon as their weapons clashed, an explosion and shockwave rocked the entire forest, filling the air with smoke, fire, and dust. Seeing Zhongwu's fierce attack, which momentarily pushed Qin Yuan Xian back, Qin Yuan Xian recognized him as a formidable opponent and seriously asked, "Who are you?" "Who am I? I'm the one who's here to kill you on behalf of my master. You dare to ruin my plans? You want to die?" Qin Yuan Xian unleashed even greater power than before. The spear in his hand radiated dazzling light, and he began to use his strongest ultimate move. This is the 100,000 meteoric spears esoteric art. Accompanying his cold voice were streaks of light like meteors, summoned by Qin Yuan Xian to attack Zhongwu below. Facing the falling meteors, Zhongwu continuously used his emperor weapon to chop them down. Although Zhongwu's cultivation was a level lower, thanks to the power of his emperor weapon, he could temporarily withstand the attacks. But after blocking one wave, another wave of meteors fell, causing Zhongwu to grow serious. Continuous explosions made it difficult for the old man to resist. Qin Yuan Xian, with murderous eyes and his sharp spear, descended from the sky. "Even though you're strong, as long as I prevent you from getting close, you're out of luck. Die." From above, the forest below was filled with continuous explosions and red clouds of smoke and dust. As the dust settled, Zhongwu's emperor weapon saber was stuck in the ground, and the old man knelt on one knee, panting, as expected of a seasoned emperor realm expert. That continuous attack was impossible to defend against. At this moment, another voice rang out, and a powerful force erupted. "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. I'm here to help you." The red-haired old man looked up at the sky in surprise. It turned out to be Grand General Xiao Zhan, who had been repelled earlier, now rejoining the battle and taking advantage of Qin Yuan Xian's distraction to attack from behind. Xiao Zhan's sharp spear immediately unleashed his family's ultimate technique, 100 battles killing spear, the technique that had allowed him to dominate the battlefield for so long. Qin Yuan Xian had to turn around to defend against Xiao Zhan's attack, so the Grand General immediately shouted to Zhongwu, "Now's your chance." Zhongwu seized the opportunity and nodded. "Leave it to me." Immediately, the red-haired old man charged forward, using the power of his emperor weapon and unleashing the ultimate technique, Zone Clan Dragon Roar Saber. Facing the combined assault of these two experts, Kun Yuan Xian was at a great disadvantage, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it! But even if you two attack together, you're still no match for me. He was truly a terrifying powerhouse, capable of withstanding the fierce attacks of two other Emperor Realm experts. As the three of them fought fiercely in the distance, Qin Tian took out his familiar pot and handed it to Xiao Ru. It's our turn to make an appearance. Xiao Ru, take us to the dragon vein. Zhong Wu is holding off the dragon's head. We'll go to the tail of the dragon vein, where we'll have a chance. While no one was paying attention, the three of them, under the control of Xiao Ru's flying pot, flew towards the tail of the dragon vein. As they approached the tail, they discovered that the dragon vein originated from a small cave. Unexpectedly, the dragon vein emerges from this cave. At the tail of the dragon vein, people were also fiercely fighting for it. Damn it! Why are you all fighting with me? It's all the same. If you know what's good for you, hand it over. Wait, there are more people approaching the dragon vein. As they fought, the opponent suddenly said this, causing the other person to immediately turn around. As soon as the person in white turned around, they were kicked by their enemy. Being distracted during battle caused the person in white to be caught off guard and sent flying. I told you you're no match for me. Who taught you to look around during a fight? After defeating his opponent, the person in gray looked up and shouted at Qin Tian, Kid, without reaching the Emperor realm, even if you're given a whole day, you won't be able to seal the dragon vein. So get lost. Hearing this, Qin Tian smiled. It seems I've been underestimated. Ignoring those outside, the flying pot entered the cave where the dragon vein originated. As soon as they landed, Qin Tian instructed Jiaoling to stay outside and guard the cave entrance. Then, he did nothing but summon his system interface. Alright, next system, quickly get to work and seal it. In an instant, as Qin Tian commanded the system, a massive sealing formation formed, enveloping the small mountain where the dragon vein emerged. The giant dragon image, which represented the power of the dragon vein, struggled in the sky and gradually shrunk. The phenomenon vanished, and the dragon vein was no longer visible in the sky. After the system sealed the dragon vein, it was absorbed by Qin Tian. Meanwhile, Zhong Wu's group was still fiercely fighting, with no clear victor. Despite being in battle, Kun Yuan Xian still kept his attention on the dragon vein. So when it disappeared, he immediately noticed. The swordsman from before, who thought Qin Tian couldn't possibly seal the dragon vein, was stunned a few minutes later. After being sealed, the dragon vein transformed into a ruby-colored gem containing immense power, easily grasped in Qin Tian's palm. At the same time, the system announced the completion of the mortal transformation trial and the lifting of the seal, rewarding him with 2 Emperor-grade weapons and a supreme secret art. Demonic Sound Corpse Control Technique. The first Emperor weapon was the 9 Heavens Profound Transformation Furnace, an alchemy furnace that could increase the success rate, quality, and quantity of Emperor-grade pills. The second was the Divine Hammer, a forging hammer that could increase the success rate and grade of Emperor weapons. The Supreme Demonic Sound Corpse Control Technique allowed control of corpses through demonic sounds, with a limit of corpses below the supreme level. Each breakthrough in cultivation allowed control of 1 additional corpse. After examining all the rewards from the system, Qin Tian suddenly smiled and sighed. This feeling, it's been a while. It's truly wonderful. Your Qin De Ge is back. With his spiritual power unsealed, Qin Tian's strength began to erupt, and because he had completed the mortal transformation trial, his power was now far greater than before. In a blink of an eye, Qin Tian transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring through the sky, a striking figure against the dark night. That golden streak aimed straight for Kun Yuan Xian and attacked. Upon entering the battle, Qin Tian summoned his supreme weapon, the Life and Death Sword, and unleashed the ultimate technique, Heart Sword Decree, his eyes filled with battle lust. Like a mighty demon god, with majestic aura and a sword strike containing the power of life and death, he slashed directly at Kun Yuan Xian's spear. As Kun Yuan Xian watched in horror, his sturdy spear was broken in 2 with a single strike. Broken? My Yuan Long spear is a high-grade Emperor weapon! While he was still stunned, Zhong Wu and Grand General Xiao Zhan immediately unleashed their ultimate techniques, taking advantage of his weakness to try and take his life. At this critical moment, Kun Yuan Xian desperately dodged, but he was clearly at a disadvantage, surrounded by 3 experts. He immediately summoned an energy barrier for temporary protection, blocking Zhong Wu's attack. However, the energy barrier soon shattered, and he was slammed into the ground, causing a small explosion. As the dust settled, Kun Yuan Xian stood wearily on the ground, looking at the 3 of them. You want me dead? Then let's all die together. Kun Yuan Xian's face became frantic as he immediately summoned a golden talisman with terrifying lightning. The talisman emitted destructive lightning bolts, and Kun Yuan Xian began chanting. Instantly, a giant talisman identical to the one he held appeared behind Qin Tian. Zhong Wu and Xiao Zhan were shocked and horrified upon seeing this. This is the 9 Nether Divine Thunder Talisman, passed down through the Hunyuan Empire. Zhong Wu hurriedly shouted, Young Master, run! The power of this talisman is even more terrifying than a full-powered attack from a peak Emperor realm expert. Despite Zhong Wu's words, Qin Tian smiled and shook his head. It's useless. This talisman is locked onto me. No matter where I run, I can't escape. There's only one way, kill Kun Yuan Xian before the talisman activates. With that, the life and death sword left its sheath once more and lunged towards Kun Yuan Xian below. Heart Sword Decree, Extraterrestrial Immortal. Qin Tian and his sword became one, transforming into a meteor falling from the sky like a shooting star. His sharp sword pierced Kun Yuan Xian's chest while he was unable to do anything. Blood began to flow from Kun Yuan Xian's mouth, but his eyes were filled with madness. Ha ha ha, it's too late. You're dead for sure. As the sword pierced his chest, the lightning in the sky reached its peak, emitting a destructive aura. The lightning bolt's speed was terrifying, instantly appearing behind Qin Tian. At this moment, he hadn't dodged yet, or perhaps he couldn't dodge. The giant lightning bolt struck where the 2 of them stood, and the fierce shockwave seemed to tear the earth apart. And Diaoling screamed in terror, calling out, Master! Immediately she flew towards her master, with Xiao Ru hurriedly following behind. Dust and smoke filled the air, and small lightning bolts flickered on the ground. Master! Are you all right, Master? Amidst the rubble, Kun Yuan Xian lay unconscious, and Qin Tian was bleeding from his head. Qin Tian lay in his disciple's arms, coughing up blood. This was likely one of his most severe injuries yet. Her master's terrible condition made Diaoling panic. She frantically searched for medicine on him. Master, don't let anything happen to you. Please! With one hand supporting her master, she took out a bottle of pills with the other, preparing to feed him. A round pill with healing and pain-relieving properties was placed in Qin Tian's mouth. In his delirium, he swallowed the pill, and suddenly, Diaoling's tears fell on his face. A moment later, he gradually regained consciousness and uttered, Huh? What's this? So salty. Master, are you all right? Qin Tian reached out and touched his disciple's tear-stained face, sighing. Silly girl, why are you crying? Don't cry anymore. Master is fine. At this time, the little fox and Xiao Ru also arrived anxiously at the rubble. Qin Tian, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Qin Tian tried to move his numb leg and weakly replied, I'm fine. I've worried you all. Don't panic. With that, he sat up and grabbed his supreme weapon, the life and death sword. Looking towards the motionless Kun Yuan Xian in the distance, Qin Tian sighed wearily. Fortunately, I have the immortal body and the life and death sword, which mitigated some of the damage. Otherwise, I would have really died here. He used the sword as support to stand up. Alright, everything's settled here. Let's go. This Kun Yuan Xian finally paid the price. Soon, I'll take you to the Hunyuan Empire. As Diaoling watched in a daze, Qin Tian extended his hand to her. She quickly wiped away her tears and took her master's hand. Master, I'll go with you. After the great battle, Qin Tian followed Grand General Xiao Zhan to a scenic spot in the Haotian Empire for his tribulation. Xiao Ru and Diaoling, and the others anxiously watched from afar, while Qin Tian stood alone on a high platform suspended in midair, facing waves of lightning. Qin Tian is so badly injured, is it really okay for him to undergo tribulation now? Although Diaoling had great faith in her master, she couldn't help but worry at this moment. Suddenly, a girl with silver-white hair appeared, jumping onto Diaoling's back. You really came to the Haotian Empire without telling me. If General Xiao hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you were here. And Diaoling was surprised. Qing'er, why are you here? Because Master wants to undergo tribulation here, General Shao was worried and reported it. At the same time, a beautiful woman in a flowing dress approached and scolded, "Impudent! As a princess, how can you be so rude?" Mu Qingqing smiled and replied, "It's okay, mother. Diaoling isn't a stranger. This girl really never grows up. Please excuse her." This beautiful woman was Empress Bingquan of the Haotian Empire, a super expert at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. With her mother's arrival, Mu Qingqing became serious for a moment and introduced, "This is my mother, Empress Bingquan." The Empress smiled at Diaoling. She had heard much about her from her daughter. So she said, "You can call me Aunt Mu Xian." And Diaoling immediately bowed and greeted, "Aunt Mu Xian." Mu Qingqing smiled. "Diaoling, you're too polite. Look at General Shao, he didn't even bother to greet us." Suddenly called out, General Shao panicked and cupped his hands. "My apologies. Greetings, Empress Bingquan and Princess." As they were chatting and getting acquainted, lightning bolts suddenly pierced the quiet night, startling everyone. "It's starting," Empress Bingquan said seriously, looking towards the sky. "But this tribulation is unusual. It's not like an ordinary Emperor realm tribulation at all." Hearing the Empress's words, Diaoling was also startled, realizing that in her previous life, the power of her Emperor realm tribulation wasn't this strong. "Master, please be safe," she prayed silently. On the platform, Qin Tian was surrounded by a protective energy barrier, resisting the small lightning bolts. He looked seriously at the sky where the tribulation was brewing. It seemed that this time, it wasn't just the Emperor realm tribulation, but also the tribulation of his flesh and blood body. The first lightning bolt struck, aiming straight for Qin Tian's head. The lightning bolt easily shattered the protective energy barrier but was deflected, striking somewhere else nearby. The impact caused smoke and dust to billow, and from within the dust cloud, a humanoid lightning bolt emerged. Seeing this, Qin Tian exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a lightning person?" It turned out that the tribulation lightning had taken a human form. This was the legendary lightning person. Empress Bingquan was extremely shocked to witness the tribulation taking form. This was something she had never heard of. The most worried person at this moment was Diaoling, who couldn't understand why her master's tribulation was undergoing such a drastic change. According to Qin Tian's knowledge, there had never been a precedent of tribulation taking form during ascension in this world. "Brother, are you in the wrong place? There's no one here with an unknown origin and covered in red hair." The humanoid lightning continued to twist and contort, becoming more human-like, its mouth mumbling Qin Tian's words. "Red hair, covered in red hair." A few seconds later, the face of the lightning continued to change and transformed into Qin Tian's appearance. Qin Tian was startled and exclaimed, "You've turned into me?" The humanoid lightning tribulation didn't say anything more, but immediately charged forward with a murderous smile. "This battle seems interesting." Qin Tian also smiled with excitement, and immediately attacked. The fist containing the power of the two of them collided violently. The airflow from the collision caused an explosion that startled and frightened everyone. After the first attack, both of them were pushed back a long distance. "This guy's body strength is not normal, is it?" Qin Tian muttered. Immediately afterward, his hand transformed into a palm, executing the Great Freedom Dragon Claw. A golden dragon claw appeared, aiming straight at the humanoid lightning tribulation and attacking. The ferocious dragon claw pierced through the arm of the lightning tribulation, leaving it stunned. But in the blink of an eye, that arm twisted, transformed, and returned to its original state. The lightning tribulation stared at its arm and let out a smug smile. Then, from its arm, destructive power erupted, and it was executing the eternal indestructible body. Just as Qin Tian had guessed, it turned out that this guy was a product forged from the Emperor Tribulation and his tribulation flesh. The humanoid lightning tribulation continued to transform, turning into a dragon made of lightning, and this was its ultimate technique, lightning tribulation dragon transformation. Facing the giant dragon attacking, Qin Tian smiled, "Let's see how I counter you." "Great freedom roar!" The young man shouted and summoned the image of a monster called Hong. According to the Book of Strange Creatures, in the East Sea, there is a beast called Hong that can devour dragon brains. It dives down from the sky, extremely brave and fierce. Once it fights a dragon, the creature's mouth will spew fire for several meters. Dragons cannot defeat it. Seeing that its dragon couldn't fight against Qin Tian's Hong image, the lightning tribulation immediately summoned another image. Tribulation lightning rock, soaring through the heavens. A giant golden eagle soared in the sky with a clear cry. As soon as the rock appeared, it easily defeated the Hong monster. This time it's the golden-winged rock, huh? Then take this. Qin Tian quickly figured out what countered the rock and continued to cast his spell. Great Freedom Kun Transformation. According to Zhuangzi's, in the North Sea, there is a fish called kun. Kun is enormous, its size unknown, perhaps thousands of miles. When it transforms into a bird, it is called ping. Seeing this kun ping monster, even the lightning tribulation was stunned and startled. Kun's entire body was transparent, with eyes like small suns and an overwhelming aura from its massive body. The giant kun monster immediately swallowed the rock, and its destructive power caused the tribulation platform to shake and tremble unceasingly. A huge explosion appeared, and the images of both monsters disappeared. Not good, the tribulation platform is about to collapse. It won't. The Haotian Empire's tribulation platform is very sturdy, reinforced with boundless spiritual energy. Precisely so that those undergoing tribulation can do so with peace of mind. When Princess Mu Qingqing said these words, she herself couldn't be certain, because the scene on the tribulation platform at this moment was truly unprecedented. The excessively violent power of the lightning tribulation caused some of the pillars to collapse. Facing the lightning person identical to himself, Qin Tian smiled provocatively. Come on, show me everything you've got. Come here. The lightning tribulation, having just been shaken, roared angrily, You're forcing me. You're forcing me. Despair. Ultimate form, supreme lightning tribulation. Immediately, it unleashed the strongest power of the lightning tribulation with the intent to completely destroy Qin Tian. Qin Tian was dumbfounded by its action. Hey, I told you to use your skills, I didn't tell you to cheat. The humanoid lightning tribulation's speed became faster than ever before, and it immediately approached Qin Tian with its fist. Qin Tian was startled, his body stiff and unable to react. Damn it, I can't make it in time. Immediately, he was punched hard in the cheek by the lightning tribulation, sending him flying backward. It landed one punch and immediately followed up with another. But Qin Tian wasn't a pushover. He hastily executed his eternal indestructible body, counterattacking the lightning tribulation. The two of them exchanged blows with fists and feet, either gaining an advantage. The more it fought, the more the lightning tribulation lost its composure, and now it was like a monster, constantly roaring, Take my overload lightning blast! It screamed and charged. From the sky, a beam of light suddenly descended, combining with the power of the lightning tribulation, enveloping Qin Tian, causing the tribulation platform to shake violently as if it was about to collapse. And Yaoling cried out worriedly, Master! A turtle shell appeared, protecting Qin Tian's body from the fierce attack of the humanoid heavenly tribulation. A turtle shell, or rather, a giant turtle roared continuously, and its sturdy shell successfully gave Qin Tian time to breathe. The humanoid lightning tribulation smiled contemptuously. Do you think hiding in a turtle shell will allow you to pass this tribulation? If so, you underestimate me. In the blink of an eye, the lightning tribulation split into 3 identical Qin Tians. Qin Tian shook his finger and smiled. No, I only used the black tortoise shell to buy some time. And if you've split, I can only draw my weapon. With a wicked smile, Qin Tian immediately summoned his supreme weapon. The 3 lightning tribulations saw the sword and cried out in fear, Wait, that's a supreme weapon. This isn't fair. This is just a tribulation meant to temper with a bit of Emperor Realm tribulation. Flesh. Hearing the lightning tribulation's questioning, Qin Tian shamelessly explained, Magical treasures are also part of a cultivator's strength. This is very fair. Next, don't blink, because you're the first to see the sword technique of the Emperor Realm Heart Sword Art. A strange light flashed, illuminating the confident appearance of the young man. This was the first time Qin Tian used his Emperor Realm power combined with his sword technique. Time seemed to freeze as thousands of energy streams converged and erupted from that small body, causing the surrounding air to crackle. The world in everyone's eyes suddenly changed as countless flower petals fell, and the entire space was covered by an endless field of pure white flowers. The faint floral fragrance drifted past people's noses, and the gentle breeze swayed their hair, incredibly realistic. Empress Bing Shui couldn't hide the astonishment in her eyes. He actually formed an array by himself? Heart Sword Art, Azure Lotus Immortal Array. As soon as the array was formed, Qin Tian controlled fierce streams of sword energy to attack the three humanoid lightning tribulations, forcing them to struggle to create protective barriers. Quick, let's create a protective shield. He formed the array alone, so his spiritual energy consumption must be huge. We just need to hold on until he exhausts his spiritual energy. And this sword array will break down without needing to be attacked. Seeing their response, Qin Tian smiled calmly. This Azure Lotus Immortal Array can continuously absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth to replenish its consumption once formed. Therefore, the Azure Lotus Sword Chi is endless, layer upon layer. So you have no chance of winning. The lightning tribulation, which was almost at its limit, couldn't believe it and shouted, "How is that possible?" The power of the array became more and more intense, and a final, full-powered strike successfully destroyed the protective barrier of the three lightning tribulations. The power of the sword chi enveloped their bodies. The huge explosion and the pillar of light reaching the heavens would injure any living being that came close. Fortunately, this was the tribulation platform. If they had fought on the ground, a whole mountain range would have been leveled and destroyed. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the dark clouds gradually dissipated, allowing the sun's rays to shine down on the earth once more. Everything was quiet, the lightning tribulation had also dispersed. Qin Tian breathed a sigh of relief and set foot on the ground. At this moment, the system interface announced his successful ascension to the Emperor Realm. Congratulations, host, on ascending to the Emperor Realm. The reward is the Supreme Secret Art, Great Tao Tritone, first level. Great Tao Tritone can instantly lead one to enlightenment, and only works the first time for each person. The side effect is 3 days of weakness. The next reward is the Thaumaturgy, Great Freedom Technique, increased to 16th level, and the Demonic Sound Corpse Control Technique increased to 2nd level. Finally, it's over, huh? Just as he was sighing, a girl's voice rang out from behind. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Qin Tian, on ascending to the Emperor Realm. Starting today, the world has another powerful great emperor. Listening to Empress Bing Shue's congratulations, Qin Tian smiled. Empress, you're too kind. Mu Qingqing also stuck out her tongue and gave him a thumbs up. Uncle Qin Tian is super awesome. Hey, don't call me uncle, understand? Suddenly, a soldier's urgent report came from afar, saying that something bad had happened. General Xiao Zhan looked at the person running towards him in a panic, and asked, "What is it that has you so frightened?" The soldier ran and reported, "The demon race of the Azure Cloud Mountain Range is gathering. According to the information we've gathered, the demon Emperor Black Dragon of the Azure Cloud Mountain Range is preparing to attack our Azure Cloud City. Please, General, come quickly to our aid." Hearing the report, General Xiao Zhan muttered the name Black Dragon. Just then, Qin Tian walked up and raised his fist. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, are you coming along? I just ascended to the Emperor Realm. I want to see what the strength of the Emperor Realm is like." Empress Bing Shui nodded. "If fellow Taoist is interested, let's go see what this Black Dragon demon is capable of." Seeing this, General Xiao Zhan patted the shoulder of the panting soldier. Don't worry. Azure Cloud City won't be in any danger." The young soldier wondered, "Why is that, sir?" "Because today, a dragon left its lair without checking the almanac, so it's about to have some bad luck." The sky was clear blue with birds soaring. "How much is dragon meat per pound today?" At this time, in Azure Cloud City, all the soldiers stationed in the city entered a state of high alert, and were ready for battle. Bows and crossbows were put in place by the soldiers, ready to fire. "Cheer up. Be careful. Slow down a bit for me. Load all the explosive arrows. Prepare all the spirit power cannons and fire at will." Although these weapons might not be effective against the great emperor, they were better than nothing, so General Xiao Zhan gave orderly commands to the soldiers. While the soldiers prepared their weapons, in a sand tower at the center of the city, chanting echoed, causing the Tao sound to linger like the ancient heavenly court come to life. When the second emperor attained enlightenment, he stood in the center, with divine power spreading in all directions. With each chant, spiritual energy began to gather, forming beautiful, drifting clouds and mist. Thus, he could control the destiny of heaven and earth, its cycles and changes not in vain. Water flows without ceasing, nurturing all things. Here, several respected elders of Azure Cloud City, working under General Xiao, used their power to form an array. As more and more energy gathered and circulated, the array began to activate. With a command, an incredibly sturdy barrier of light enveloped the entire small city. At this time, if one looked up at the sky from within the city, the entire sky seemed to be separated by layers of shimmering, translucent mirrors, emitting a gentle light. The ordinary people and cultivators living in the city were quite astonished when they saw this and knew that a great enemy was approaching. The situation is roughly like this. Everything has been prepared. Whether it's attacking or defending, this city has made all the necessary arrangements. General Xiao Zhan reported all the preparations to the Empress. Empress Bing Shui praised, "The general's arrangements are very meticulous and well done." "This is my duty, Your Majesty." "There's nothing praiseworthy." The Empress nodded and suddenly asked, "General Xiao, I heard that your weapon was damaged by Kun Yuan Xian during the battle for the Dragon Vein. Is this true?" "Yes, Your Majesty. That's why I plan to seek out Master Bailey and ask him to forge a half-step Emperor weapon for me. It's just that I'm not sure if there's enough time to create this weapon before the upcoming battle." The Empress was also worried, because besides the time constraint, they also needed to consider whether a half-step Emperor weapon could be forged. After all, even Master Bailey couldn't guarantee that he could create one. Hearing their conversation, Qin Tian, who was sitting beside them drinking tea, chimed in, "Fellow Taoist Mu Xian, I think I can help with this." Fellow Taoist Qin Tian. "What do you mean?" the Empress asked. Qin Tian calmly placed his green teacup on the table and smiled confidently. "It seems that today I'll have to show off my skills a bit. I promised you about Zhong Wu's weapon last time, and I'll fulfill it this time as well." Zhong Wu was startled and surprised. "Really, Senior?" Receiving confirmation and a nod from Qin Tian, the old man was deeply moved and hurriedly knelt down, kowtowing in gratitude. Mu Qingqing leaned over and whispered to Yaoling, "Yaoling, does Uncle Qin also know how to forge weapons?" "Yes, Master not only knows how to forge weapons, but the weapons he makes are also extraordinary." The two girls chatted while Qin Tian took Zhong Wu to forge weapons, leaving the Empress completely puzzled. A moment later, in the backyard of the fire residence where Qin Tian temporarily resided, he was frantically hammering the heated inscription weapon with his giant hammer. "Behold my heavenly hammer technique!" The others watching from the side widened their eyes and mouths in disbelief. "Princess, I'm not blind, right? The hammer that Senior Qin Tian is using is a peak-grade Emperor weapon." "You're not blind. I see it too." The two of them are not blind, but Ice Abyss Empress is blind now. But that's not the point. The main point is, it seems that fellow Taoist Qin Tian is forging an Emperor weapon. Under the Empress's attentive and excited gaze, a saber with patterns like blazing flames finally appeared, radiating 5-colored light. Success. It's finally a success. Not bad, not bad. The exterior is much more beautiful. Let's call you Zonghua Saber. Mother, it's really, truly an Emperor weapon. That's right. Moreover, it only took a few strikes to take shape. He truly is a great expert. Qin Tian admired his creation for a moment, then tossed it to Zhong Wu, causing the old man to cry tears of gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for bestowing this saber. Zhong Wu will surely climb mountains of blades and descend into seas of fire for you. Xiao Zhan, your preferred weapon is a spear, right?" Hearing Qin Tian call his name, General Xiao Zhan immediately straightened his back and replied, "Senior, that is correct." Seeing that General Xiao Zhan was about to receive an Emperor weapon, Mu Qingqing clasped her hands together and said coquettishly, "Qin Gij, I want an Emperor weapon too." "All right, no problem. Everyone gets a share." And so, the sound of hammering rang out day and night from the forge in the backyard of the Artistic Conception Painting Studio. From morning to night, from night to dawn, Qin Tian diligently forged without rest, becoming more and more proficient. 9 days later, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was done. He had successfully forged 2 Emperor weapons. This is a high-grade pink fluffy bunny Emperor weapon for Mu Qingqing. And this is a high-grade Lucky E Emperor weapon for General Xiao Zhan. As they received their weapons, they wondered, why is my sword called Pink Fluffy Bunny, while General Zhao's is called Lucky E? These names are so strange. Qin Tian was full of pride. Because no one can endure the humiliation of being killed by the pink fluffy bunny and the ancient lucky spear. That night, after the emperor weapons were completed, everyone had to bid farewell. Goodbye, Uncle Qin Tian. Goodbye. Come visit again when you're free. Everyone dispersed, but Qin Tian still stood at the door, gazing at the night streets. And Yao Ling brought him a cloak. Master, come inside. It's cold outside. You've just recovered, and now you're overworking yourself again. You can't catch a cold. Although the girl's worry was a bit superfluous, as an Emperor Realm cultivator wouldn't catch a cold like an ordinary person, Qin Tian was still very moved. Qin Tian stared at his disciple's face. He stared so intently that Yao Ling became embarrassed. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Qin Tian smiled. A little bit of beauty. Oh my God, you're teasing me again. You don't have any of the demeanor of a master. Ha ha, what's the use of acting like a master? Suddenly, a pink head rushed out of nowhere and pounced towards Qin Tian, startling him. He quickly reached out to catch Bai Shiru. Shiru, what's wrong? The little fox's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked extremely worried and panicked. Qin Tian, save me. It's extremely urgent. Qin Tian's voice became serious. What's going on? What happened? My sister. My sister snuck out to find me, but she was captured by the Emperor's alliance on the way. The beautiful girl spoke as tears streamed down her face, looking incredibly pitiful. The scene shifted to a dense forest where the trees were so thick that moonlight couldn't penetrate. A bonfire was burning, roasting a giant leg of meat. A humanoid beast gnawed on the leg and asked Qi Xiang, "Are you sure Bai Xiaoru will really walk right into our trap?" Qi Xiang, sitting beside him with snow-white hair, nodded. Bai Shiru and her sister Bai Xiaotai have always been as close as two peas in a pod. So when Bai Shiru learns that Bai Xiaotai has fallen into our hands, she will definitely come to rescue her. The white-haired man from earlier was named Qi Xiang, and the humanoid beast resembling a tiger or lion was my show. It chewed its food and sighed, sisterly love is truly admirable. Behind them, a girl with a foxtail was blindfolded and hung from a tree branch, struggling continuously. The little fox, despite being blindfolded, suddenly sensed something and cried out, "Sister!" At the same time, Xiaoru's group appeared. And Yao Ling immediately jumped up and used her sword to cut the rope binding Bai Xiaotai, causing the young girl to fall to the ground. Below, Miss Bai, the heavenly fox, was already waiting and quickly caught her sister. Qi Xiang didn't even glance at them and calmly wiped his mouth with a cloth. See? Didn't I say she'd come? My show tossed aside the leg in its hand. As expected of Qi Xiang. Your calculations are meticulous. With that, it took out a pair of boxing gloves and put them on. Like a professional boxer, the beast clasped its paws together and started warming up. Well then, let me cook up this delicious meal. Enemies met, and a fierce battle erupted immediately with a ferocious attack from Old Man Zhong Wu and his newly acquired emperor weapon. The earth-shattering power caused the ground to tremble, but my show easily dodged. Qi Xiang, seeing this, wondered, why aren't there any reinforcements? Aren't these guys afraid of the Emperor's alliance's revenge? Having his attack blocked by the old man, my show became wary. Hearing his question, Qin Tian smiled and explained, your intelligence is a few years out of date. You don't even know who's beside Xiaoru, and you dare to come and assassinate her? Qi Xiang nodded. The two of us have been in closed-door cultivation for 100 years and just recently emerged. But it doesn't matter. Killing you and taking Bai Xiaoru away amounts to the same thing. Zhong Wu stared intently at their every move. Young master, be careful. It seems they are seasoned Emperor Realm experts. Meanwhile, Qin Tian shook his head calmly. Don't worry. Qi Xiang seized the opportunity and deployed his domain, transforming the surrounding space into a chessboard under a starry sky. He opened his eyes and looked at Qin Tian with a smug smile. All familiar scenery. It seems your domain has been completely suppressed by mine. But I can't blame you. Who told you that I'm at the second stage of the Emperor Realm, while you're only at the first stage? As he spoke, he gently waved his hand, causing numerous black and white chess pieces to appear. The chess pieces, as if prearranged or programmed, easily fell into their designated positions, forming a formation. As soon as the last chess piece fell into place, the chessboard emitted a powerful force. However, all the energy was unable to reach Qin Tian as he protected himself with a sphere of energy. Qin Tian shook his head dismissively. This boring type of domain again. Have you ever considered that I find you too weak, so I'm not using my domain? Humph, such nonsense. No matter how strong your defense is, within my infinite domain, it's merely a decoration. The white-haired man was extremely confident in his own domain. Qin Tian's eyes were filled with profound meaning. Whether it is or not, we'll know in a moment. Too much talk. Die. Qi Xiang pinched a black chess piece between his fingers and chanted. Boundless chess piece, infinite slaughter. In an instant, the chessboard seemed to be pierced by thousands of blades, with extremely fierce destructive power from the chess pieces aimed directly at Qin Tian. However, the handsome young man easily dodged and summoned his life and death sword. Corrupting freedom, great law, eternal undying body. Nameless flames, like karmic red lotus fire from hell, enveloped Qin Tian's hand. Life and death sword, 3 aspects power, great Tao 40 meters, appear. As soon as his voice fell, the sword, enveloped by the power of the strange flames, immediately shot forward like a lengthening Ri-Jinggu bang. The gigantic black shadow of the sword completely covered Qi Xiang's small body, who was immersed in terror. This? What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. This destructive power of obscure origin, combined with the azure flames, made 1 + 1 greater than 2. Ultimate killing technique, 1 saber 2 severing cuts. Under the slash, the ground seemed to split in 2, forming a deep abyss, and violent explosions like the sound of nuclear bombs echoed through the forest. A protective light barrier temporarily blocked the aftermath of the battle, but it probably wouldn't last long. Just as everyone thought, maintaining the formation wasn't easy, and the 3 lightning tribulations were destroyed when the energy barrier shattered. An earth-shattering explosion with terrifying heat caused the girls to hug each other and tremble. The shockwave pushed the girls back, and Bai Xiaoru quickly shielded her younger sister. In a flash, a figure in flowing blue and white robes, like an immortal descending from the heavens, gently landed on the ground. Master, are you all right? Qin Tian smiled, standing amidst the destroyed formation, and waved his hand. 1 down, 1 to go. The domain dispersed, and Qi Xiang had been defeated. In another domain, Zhongwu was engaged in a fierce battle with Mai Shou. Mai Shou's speed was terrifyingly fast, causing Zhongwu great difficulty. Swordsman, you are strong. Fighting you makes my blood boil. Mai Shou laughed as it launched an attack with its fist. Faced with this fierce attack, Zhongwu had no choice but to raise his emperor weapon to defend. Zhongwu gritted his teeth and replied, "You're not bad yourself." Where their attacks collided, a massive explosion occurred, forcing both of them back. With its immense strength, Mai Shou easily regained its balance and looked at the old man. "You are very skilled, and so is the saber in your hand. But unfortunately you are old." Mai Shou smirked. A sharp blade accompanied by destructive electric currents immediately slashed towards Mai Shou's head. However, the beast easily ducked to avoid it. With a single punch, it pushed Zhongwu back. Such a weak attack lacks the youthful vigor of a young man, old-timer. Zhongwu was panting heavily, and the situation seemed bleak. The half-man, half-beast seemed to have inexhaustible stamina. Facing the old man, the monster, its eyes filled with bloodlust, threw another powerful punch. How many times can you withstand a punch like this? With one blow, Zhongwu was sent flying, crashing against the cliff face with a loud boom. The violent impact caused the cliff to almost crack in half, and Zhongwu was completely at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, Mai Shou pounced, intending to finish off its opponent. However, right in front of it, a hole suddenly appeared, like a gate to hell, and someone's voice gently rang out. "Corrupting freedom, great law, dragon claw." Along with the voice from the swirling hole, a golden dragon claw suddenly appeared. The fierce aura caused both Mai Shou and Zhongwu to freeze, their faces filled with astonishment. In a blink of an eye, the golden dragon claw closed in on Mai Shou, making it feel suffocated under the immense pressure. It only managed to let out a panicked cry, "Damn it! What is this?" before being completely swallowed by the dragon claw. Immediately, the surrounding domain began to disappear and shatter. Qin Tian gently landed on the ground, smiling comfortably. "It's all over." Meanwhile, old man Zhongwu was stunned. What What just happened? After all, both of them were seasoned Emperor realm experts, yet Master defeated them with a single move? Bai Xiaoru rushed into Qin Tian's arms, sobbing. Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Qin Tian patted her shoulder comfortingly. It's all right now. Both assassins have been eliminated by me. At this moment, Bai Xiaoru remembered something and spoke up. Oh, right. I almost forgot. I forgot to introduce you. This is Bai Xiaotai, my younger sister. The little fox, upon hearing her sister introduce her, became nervous, but looked at Qin Tian and asked, Sister, is this my brother-in-law? The moonlight gradually appeared in the night sky, and Qin Tian's group fell silent upon hearing Bai Xiaotia's question. It was unexpected that her proud sister, the princess of Qinqiu, with eyes higher than the heavens, would be embracing a man. I must go back and tell everyone this news. Bai Xiaoru hurriedly stopped her sister. It's not what you think. It seemed that the little girl was quite shocked that her sister had a man, so she started crying, causing Bai Xiaoru to become annoyed and explain, You damn girl. Don't talk nonsense. He's not my brother-in-law. Huh? Not brother-in-law? Then what's your relationship? We are. Bai Xiaoru was about to answer but suddenly panicked, not knowing how to respond. The relationship between her and Qin Tian couldn't be described as master and servant. If she revealed it now, how could she face her sister in the future? The dilemma caused Bai Xiaoru's grape-sized brain to ache intensely. What should she do? Life as a fox was truly difficult. The next day was a clear and refreshing one, and everyone seemed to be in good spirits. Early in the morning, Yao Ling asked Qin Tian if she could take Bai Xiaotai out for a stroll and promised to return home early. Zhong Wu, seeing this, became worried. There are many people of unknown origin in the city right now. Should I secretly protect them? Qin Tian looked at his teacup and shook his head. No need. They're just strolling around the city. Nothing will happen. Besides, I've entrusted her to Yao Ling. It was unclear what her referred to in his words, but Qin Tian's expression was full of hidden meaning. In his teacup, Bai Xiaotia's face appeared. At that moment, on the streets, the little girl looked around curiously, asking her sister, What's this? The shop owner immediately introduced, Little miss, this is a specialty of our Jihang, the sleep-through-your-bed wine. Just drink this wine, and I guarantee you'll sleep so soundly you'll break your bed. Isn't it amazing? Hearing this, Bai Xiaotia's eyes sparkled. Amazing! Amazing! Sister, I want to buy this. I want to buy this. Bai Xiaoru immediately stepped forward to stop her. No, you can't. Children can't drink alcohol. I'll buy you candy when we get back. However, it seemed that Bai Xiaotai wasn't interested in candy at all. Just then, Heavenly Fox Xiaoru noticed in Yao Ling's strange expression. Yao Ling, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Hearing the Heavenly Fox's question, the girl replied seriously, It's nothing. I just saw someone I know. You take Xiaotai to play first. I'll be back soon. Then, Yao Ling chased after the person she claimed to know, all the way to a forest outside the city. It was a young man in a bright red robe, the color of blood, rushing through the branches. Closely following him was Yao Ling. His movement technique was quite exquisite, as if he were walking on solid ground while treading on branches. Finally, the young man noticed the person persistently following him, and jumped down to the ground, stopping. Hey, you should stop. You've been following me for quite a while now. He was the son of old ancestor Blood Prison, named Shui Qingquang. Seeing him stop, Yao Ling also stopped, standing opposite him. Shui Qingquang looked warily at the beautiful girl before him and asked, Who are you? Yao Ling smiled. Who else but the one who will kill you? Taking your life today is just collecting a little interest. As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned her emperor weapon, and a chilling killing intent erupted. Although he didn't understand why this girl wanted to kill him, Shui Qingquang wasn't afraid but rather amused. If you won't tell me, I can just capture you and torture you until you confess. Without further ado, the battle began. Yao Ling immediately unleashed her powerful ultimate move, the Heart Sword Decree. Shui Qingquang also sensed the girl's extraordinary strength, so he didn't underestimate her at all and summoned a blood-red energy in his hand, the Blood Prison technique. One as red as blood, the other as cold as ice, clashed fiercely. The surrounding space was quickly enveloped by the two powerful forces. The aftershocks of the battle easily sliced through the surrounding trees, causing awe and fear. Sharp sword she clashed with the ethereal, unpredictable, and eerie blood technique. And Yao Ling's eyes were filled with merciless killing intent, and the emperor weapon in her hand was used to its full potential. Son of blood prison old ancestor, Xue Qingquang, you shall die. Heart sword decree, domain Dao Arena. Along with the energy flowing through her body and outwards, a domain filled with ice-sculpted swords enveloped Xue Qingquang. Seeing this, Xue Qingquang, who was initially calm, changed his expression, his face filled with panic. The sword intent domain, with its terrifying destructive power, easily severely injured Xue Qingquang. Countless sword intents continuously slashed at his body, causing him to scream in agony. No! This isn't a domain. It's a domain simulated by sword intent. At this rate I'll die. I must call for help. Xue Qingquang's mind raced, hoping to find a way to survive. As he was severely injured and vomiting blood, struggling to withstand each wave of sword chi, Xue Qingquang silently cried out, "Save me! Save me! Father, save me!" His dwindling life force made him hesitate no longer, and he hurriedly shouted for his father's help. Moments later, a terrifying explosion occurred in the forest, and a figure appeared. A blood-red energy barrier appeared just in time, shattering in Yao Ling's sword intent domain, and the newcomer asked, "Who are you? Why are you causing trouble here? Why did you dare to kill my son?" The newcomer had a bizarre appearance, and seemed somewhat illusory and unstable. Seeing this, and Yao Ling was secretly surprised because this was only a spiritual body, but she could still recognize him as one of her three enemies, blood prison old ancestor. Xue Qingquang, seeing his father's spiritual body arrive, smiled excitedly. "Father, capture her for me. I want to play with her for a bit." "All right, my son. It's just a weak, beautiful woman." Seeing them underestimate her like this, and Yao Ling smiled contemptuously, and suddenly snapped her fingers. "Do you think you've already won? Appear and hold back blood prison old ancestor for me." Following her words, a figure suddenly appeared with a sharp spear in hand. The figure appeared from behind blood prison old ancestor, and its familiar silhouette caused people to be startled. With a single, effortless move, blood prison old ancestor's protective energy barrier was shattered. The newcomer's eyes were lifeless but cold, immediately attacking without any hesitation. Blood prison old ancestor's spiritual body was astonished, and summoned his blood spear, but he was still repelled by the other person. At this moment, blood prison old ancestor could clearly see the appearance of his attacker, causing him to cry out in shock. "Kun Yuan Xian! Why are you attacking me?" Facing him was the grotesque face of Kun Yuan Xian, covered in stitches. To answer the question of why he appeared here, we need to recall that night when Kun Yuan Xian fought with Qin Tian. Just as they were about to leave, and Yao Ling asked what they should do with Kun Yuan Xian's body. Qin Tian looked at the intact corpse and smiled, saying that he had a good way to utilize the body. It was a reward bestowed by the system, the supreme secret art, demonic sound corpse control technique. It could control corpses through demonic sound. For each level below supreme, one more corpse could be controlled. Therefore, Qin Tian controlled Kun Yuan Xian's body and assigned it to protecting Yao Ling. Back in the present, blood prison old ancestor was held back by Kun Yuan Xian, allowing in Yao Ling to deal with his son without any distractions. Powerful sword chi with the aura of death approached his back, causing Xue Qingquang to widen his eyes. Blood prison old ancestor's spiritual body also shouted anxiously, "Not good. Quanger, it's dangerous. Dodge quickly. Heart sword decree, shatter spirit." Countless powerful sword chi enveloped Xue Qingquang, causing his body to crack, staining the air with fresh blood. Blood prison old ancestor roared in anguish, "No! My son! Get away from me! Get away!" He roared, using all his strength to push back Kun Yuan Xian, but it was too late. "This is just the beginning, blood prison old ancestor. Things aren't over yet." Hearing these words, blood prison old ancestor stared blankly at his son's corpse. "Sooner or later, I'll send you to join your son. So be prepared to offer your neck." And Yao Ling's arrogance, coupled with the vengeful killing of his son, enraged blood prison old ancestor. "Woman, just you wait." "Humph, blood prison old ancestor, I'll be waiting for you too." At the same time, in another building far away, someone's voice roared like a monster. A wine jar was smashed against the ground, shattering into pieces. "My son! I will avenge you! I swear! I swear!" It turned out that this person was the true body of blood prison old ancestor, and he was smashing the surrounding furniture. "And Kun Yuan Xian! I must find that woman, Kun Yuan Empress, and ask her what happened." That evening, at the artistic conception painting studio, everyone returned one after another. "Qin Tian, we're back from our stroll. Master, I killed the son of blood prison old ancestor today." A calm night passed, and soon, a new day arrived. However, this day was special, as Qingyan City was greeted in the early morning by hordes of demons covering the sky. "People of Qingyan City, listen up! Open your formation and surrender, or I will bathe this place in blood." The man in black robes and 2 horns was the Black Dragon Demon Emperor. "Surrender, and you won't be killed. Surrender, and you won't be killed." The voices of the demon soldiers and generals echoed throughout the sky, like a well-trained army, creating immense pressure that shocked everyone. In the courtyard of the artistic conception painting studio, delicious fish were being grilled on a stove. "Fellow Taoist Mu, it seems the Black Dragon has arrived," Qin Tian reminded the Empress. "Smells so good. He really knows how to pick his timing. Alright, let's go meet him." At this moment, Zhongwu also brought over a jar of wine. "Young master, this jar of wine has just finished fermenting. It's alright. We'll be back soon. Remember to turn the fish so it doesn't burn." A while later, at the gates of Qingyan City, General Xiao Zhan shouted furiously, "Treacherous traitors, die!" Qin Tian and the Empress arrived and saw the bloody scene. "What happened, Xiao Zhan? Why are you covered in blood?" "Your Majesty, Master Qin, there were some factions within the city, including the Qingmu Trading Company, one of the 2 major trading companies, who believed we would be defeated. So they attempted a surprise attack on the city lord's mansion, opened the defensive formation, and surrendered to the Black Dragon Demon Emperor. So, in my rage, I personally led a team and killed those traitors." The Empress's voice turned cold. "Good kill. They dared to try to betray the Haotian Empire. These people deserve to die." Qin Tian smiled. "So, it's my turn next, right?" "Indeed. Next, we have to rely on fellow Taoist Qin's mighty divine power." The Black Dragon Demon Emperor hovered in the sky, constantly observing the city gates, and suddenly noticed someone walking out calmly. "So they sent an unknown nobody to offer his life? Has the Haotian Empire run out of people? Where's General Xiao Zhan?" The Black Dragon's voice was full of disdain. Qin Tian looked up at him, smiling in response. "Xiao Zhan is in the city grilling fish. Besides, I'm not here to offer my life. I'm here to take your dog life, you dragon." Looking at the Black Dragon Demon Emperor's hidden fury, Qin Tian thought to himself, the bait has been taken. The Black Dragon Demon Emperor stared at Qin Tian. "How arrogant! An unknown nobody dares to be so impudent. Today, I'll teach you what it means to bring disaster upon yourself with your words." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly descended from the sky. "Die, you nameless brat!" Seeing the Demon Emperor charging towards him, Qin Tian smiled comfortably and nodded. "That's right. Fighting on the ground is more fun." The supreme weapon, the life and death sword, appeared in his hand. If you were far away in the sky, this move wouldn't be accurate. But now you're asking for it, Demon Emperor. 40-meter great saber, 3 aspects power. The mysterious black sword in Qin Tian's hand suddenly elongated with terrifying power, making the Black Dragon Demon Emperor startled and abruptly halt. But it was too late. With a light swing of the long sword, Qin Tian easily severed the Demon Emperor's body. Until the very moment of his demise, the Black Dragon Demon Emperor couldn't fathom how he could die so swiftly. A tremendous explosion and thick smoke obscured the battlefield, making it impossible to see what was happening. The demon soldiers and generals in the sky couldn't believe their eyes. "Oh heavens, what happened? Lord Black Dragon was killed in an instant? How is that possible?" After defeating the strongest opponent with a single move, Qin Tian looked towards the demon soldiers and generals in the sky. "Next, it's your turn, you small fries." The Heart Sword decree, executed with the impossibly long sword, stunned the demon soldiers and generals. 1/2 halves, one sword to end them all. In that moment, the sky was clear of demon soldiers and generals, replaced only by clouds, violent explosions, and scattered remains. This was an unavoidable attack. Even an Emperor realm expert was killed instantly, let alone these demon soldiers. The sky exploded like a magnificent firework display, while the soldiers and General Xiao Zhan, observing the battle from the city walls, were left speechless. So strong! Is this senior's Emperor realm power? The Empress beside him wasn't surprised but smiled and instructed Xiao Zhan, the cleanup of the battlefield is left to you. I want to go eat grilled fish with Senior. As soon as the Empress finished speaking, she vanished. General Xiao Zhan, puzzled, asked aloud, Huh? Isn't Senior still on the battlefield? But when he looked towards the battlefield, Qin Tian was nowhere to be seen. When did he leave? So fast. Zhong Wu gently poured the clear wine, like a refreshing spring stream, into a cup, emitting a fragrant aroma. The fish grilling time is perfect. Try this fish skin, it's the best part. Zhong Wu had just poured the wine when the two of them reappeared in the blink of an eye. Young master, Empress, you're back. I've already poured the wine. Zhong Wu, come and eat the grilled fish. The three Emperor realm experts happily enjoyed grilled fish and fine wine in a tranquil setting, with gentle smoke rising from the grill. They drank from morning until evening, without stopping. The Empress's voice became slurred from drunkenness. Fellow Taoists, toasting and slaying a dragon emperor is truly admirable. This cup I offer to you. Huh! Fellow Taoist Qin, we're out of wine. There's wine, there's wine. Zhong Wu, quickly bring the wine. The way the two of them were behaving couldn't be described as innocent. Zhong Wu, you're drunk. The old man was hugging a wine jar, dozing on the ground, surrounded by scattered fish bones. Zhong Wu, wake up. We're out of wine. Unexpectedly, fellow Taoist Qin, your wine is quite strong. Even Emperor realm cultivators get drunk. Hearing this, Qin Tian proudly patted his chest. Of course. I used many spiritual fruits and fine wine, then refined them together using the pill refinement method. I kept refining, and only then was I able to create this emperor's drunkenness. Empress Bing Xian was surprised. Besides artifact refinement, fellow Taoist also knows pill refinement? Qin Tian blushed and nodded. Of course. Emperor-grade pills are just a small matter. Hearing this, the Empress smiled meaningfully. Is that so? 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. One early morning, and Diaoling and Bai Xiaoru kept shouting, trying to wake Qin Tian up. Master, wake up! Stop sleeping. Today is Qin Qing's succession ceremony. You can't be late. Wake up. Xiaoru helplessly brushed Qin Tian's teeth. She had now reached the peak of the Saint realm. All these years, Mu Qin Qing has always regarded you as an elder or a master. If you're late, it will hurt her feelings. And Diaoling, after 3 years, had also reached the Saint realm. After preparing Qin Tian, the two girls made excuses not to accompany him to the succession ceremony, leaving him to go alone. This made Qin Tian gnash his teeth and complain about their sisterly betrayal. Finally, the palace entry token and a bag of luggage were thrown out the door along with Qin Tian. The door closed coldly and indifferently. Qin Tian, now at the second stage of the Emperor realm, was kicked out of his house by his two disciples, leaving him dumbfounded and tearful. Today was a joyous day for the empire. So many people gathered at the Hao Tian Empire's capital to celebrate the princess's ascension. In Princess Mu Qin Qing's chambers, she was currently talking with her mother. Mother, you asked me to succeed the throne because of my good relationship with Uncle Qin, right? That's right. Fellow Taoist Qin is a pill refinement master who can refine emperor-grade pills, and also a blacksmith who can forge emperor weapons. Moreover, your breakthrough to the emperor realm relied on his pills. We naturally have to maintain a good relationship with him. Mu Qin Qing, who had now broken through to the first stage of the emperor realm, seemed a bit melancholic upon hearing her mother's words. Seeing her daughter's mood, Empress Bing Xian comforted her. Daughter, don't overthink it. Besides your relationship with fellow Taoist Qin, your own abilities are also outstanding. That's the important reason why I chose you to be the Empress. Outside the palace, at the gate guarded by soldiers, Qin Tian was stopped as soon as he arrived. Halt! The capital is a forbidden area. You cannot enter without permission. As soon as the guard finished speaking, Qin Tian widened his eyes and took out the token he had received from the Empress. Last time. Seeing the token, All the surrounding soldiers were startled and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, my lord." "Please enter, my lord." Looking at the token in his hand, Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh. The feeling of having a token isn't bad at all. So he strolled in, whistling, not noticing a young woman who spotted him up ahead. That girl was Xiao Meng, daughter of Xiao Zhan, from one of the 4 great families of the empire. Seeing Qin Tian, she called out, "Young Master Qin." He was startled by the call but realized it was a stranger, so he asked, "Huh? Do you know me?" "I am Xiao Meng. General Xiao Zhan is my father." Hearing this, Qin Tian was surprised. So General Xiao Zhan's daughter has grown up like this? After clarifying their identities, the two happily chatted. Meanwhile, a rat-faced man hiding nearby grumbled, "Damn it, I can't hear anything. Who is that pretty boy? How dare he get close to my Xiao Meng?" This young man with an ugly rat-like face and 2 protruding teeth was Gong Yusu, and the sight of Qin Tian chatting with Xiao Meng made him jealous. The bell signaling entry was rung by the soldiers, allowing everyone to proceed inside for the grand ceremony. Hearing the bell, Xiao Meng signaled. "The bell has rung. We can go in now, young Master Qin." So lines of guests followed one another, queuing to enter the main hall. This is a special night shining pearl, offered as congratulations to the new Empress. The supervising official received the gifts from the guests, and noted them down. The Bai family offers a night shining pearl. Seeing everyone had prepared gifts, Qin Tian was startled because he had forgotten to bring a congratulatory gift. "How awful! Diaoling and Xiaoru didn't remind me at all." The rat-faced Gong Yusu, queuing behind Qin Tian, noticed him and suddenly grinned an ugly, sinister smile. He immediately stepped forward and sneered, "Pretty boy, which family are you from? Don't tell me you didn't bring a congratulatory gift? You're disgracing your family." "Gong Yusu, shut your mouth. Do you know who young Master Qin is?" The rat-faced man sneered. "I know all the famous young masters in the Haotian Empire. But this young master, with only spirit kinetic cultivation, I don't recognize." His mocking demeanor made the surrounding people laugh, infuriating Xiao Meng. Qin Tian ignored them, placed a piece of paper on the table, and said, "This is my congratulatory gift." "Strange paper?" Qin Tian nodded. "That's right." This left everyone bewildered. Gong Yusu tried to cover his mouth to suppress his laughter, but he finally burst out laughing. "Ha ha! For the Empress's succession, you only give a piece of paper? I think you're here to freeload, right? This is hilarious. Truly poor and shameless." While laughing, he stared maliciously at Qin Tian, thinking, "This time I'll make you lose all face." A strange young master beside Qin Tian whispered, "Hey brother, how did you offend Gong Yusu? He's a notoriously flamboyant young master. If you've really offended him, apologize to him." Inside the main hall, everyone gradually took their seats. The further inside, the higher the status. At the top were the seats for the Empress, followed by the 4 great families and the princes. Then came the seats for the high-ranking officials. "As for your seat, pretty boy, it won't be at the door, will it? Ha ha!" At this moment, Qin Tian pointed to the very top and asked, "Why are there 3 dragon thrones up there?" Gong Yusu shook his head disdainfully. "Small families? They just don't understand. Can't blame you for being uncultured. Those 3 dragon thrones, one is for Empress Bingxian, one is for the new Empress, and one is for Grand Master Qin, the Emperor-grade artifact refinement master. Only someone like Grand Master Qin has the qualification to sit on equal footing with the 2 Empresses." Hearing this, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. "Oh, so it's for Grand Master Qin? The likes of you, being able to witness Grand Master Qin's presence is a blessing from 3 lifetimes." Gong Yusu continued his sarcastic remarks while Qin Tian strolled straight forward, leaving everyone puzzled. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Qin Tian calmly sat down on one of the dragon thrones. A smug smile appeared on his lips. The dragon throne is truly different. Sitting on it is so comfortable. Seeing this, Gong Yusu was startled and yelled, "Audacious! A trash like you, with spirit kinetic cultivation, dares to sit on the dragon throne? This is the seat of Empress Bingxian, the new Empress, and Grand Master Qin. Your actions are challenging imperial authority." The surrounding people started gossiping. "He's really at the spirit kinetic realm? Isn't he some fool's son? This time, his family will be dragged down by him." That's right, his congratulatory gift was a piece of paper that said exclusive artifact refinement, one time only. It cracked me up. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over and coldly declared, "Ignorant brat. Is this a place you can sit? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." He was Gong Yu Mingxian, the father of Gong Yu Se, from one of the 4 great families of the empire, the Gong Yu family. The foolish old man thought to himself, "This is my chance to show off in front of the new Empress. I must stop this crazy kid." Qin Tian smiled mockingly at him. "I'm an ignorant brat. Then what the hell are you?" His demeanor enraged Gong Yu Mingxian, who immediately launched an attack. "You want to die? So capture this brat who's challenging imperial authority with me." Qin Tian just smiled happily, ignoring their father and son's attack. In that instant, a powerful burst of energy blew the father and son away, and a cold, furious voice rang out. "How impudent!" The father and son were slammed hard against the floor by the force of the Emperor realm power. This time, the attacker seemed truly angry, as Gong Yu Mingxian was seriously injured, spitting blood and painfully asking, "Why?" Mu Qingqing, with a grim expression, stood beside Qin Tian and replied, "You still ask why? You dare attack Grand Master Qin, the Emperor Great Artifact Refinement Master. My uncle Qin, and you ask why?" Hearing this information from the new Empress, the father and son were stunned. "What? He is Grandmaster Qin?" Mu Qingqing said coldly, "Since you have offended my uncle Qin, don't blame me for being impolite. From today onwards, the Gong Yu family will be expelled from the Hao Tian Empire. All assets will be confiscated." Gong Yu Mingxian exclaimed in shock, "No! Wait! You don't have the authority to expel my Gong Yu family. Empress Bingxian won't agree." But before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped in the face as Empress Bingxian coldly walked over from behind. "I agree. In the Hao Tian Empire, offending Grandmaster Qin is the same as offending me. No one can be forgiven. From now on, the Gong Yu family will be expelled from the Hao Tian Empire. All assets will be confiscated. They are forever forbidden from stepping foot in the Hao Tian Empire again." Empress Bingxian's decree was like a thunderbolt, leaving Gong Yu Mingxian unable to stand. His face turned pale, and his voice trembled. The Gong Yu family is ruined." The prelude quickly passed with the end of one era, and everyone gradually regained their composure as the ceremony began. All the officials, civil and military, along with the noble families, bowed. "We pay our respects to Empress Mu Tian." Mu Qingqing looked at Qin Tian and smiled. "Uncle Qin, today is my succession ceremony. Can I make an unreasonable request of you?" "Huh! As long as it's not too unreasonable." Hearing this, the young woman playfully smiled and stuck out her tongue. "I want to become your disciple." Qin Tian immediately nodded in agreement. "Of course. That's no problem at all." Receiving Qin Tian's consent, Mu Qingqing was overjoyed and excited. "Now are you happy, silly girl, my Empress Mu Tian?" Qin Tian nodded in agreement, then suddenly realized that all the girls he had taken as disciples had become empresses. Amazing! Empress Ju Qin, Empress Chongming, Empress Mu Tian, all of them are empresses. Time flew by, and a month later, at the Painting Heart Pavilion. "Master, these are the clothes I bought while strolling around a while ago. Try them on." At his female disciple's request, Qin Tian immediately changed into the clothes she had bought for him. The white robe, accented with a dark blue outer layer, made Qin Tian's aura more mysterious and distinguished. "So, and Yaoling, how do I look in this outfit? Is it good?" Seeing her master in the new clothes, and Yaoling's eyes sparkled. "Beautiful. Very beautiful. Master, wear this from now on." Qin Tian nodded and smiled mischievously. "Then did you buy anything for yourself? Let me see you try it on." Hearing this, and Yaoling blushed and protested. "No. I don't want to. It seems you've bought something exciting. I must pay more attention to Yaoling's boudoir in the future." Suddenly, at this moment, a streak of white light descended from the sky, crashing straight into the house and into the room, startling everyone. Qin Tian quickly reached out and caught the falling person. The two of them performed a passionate, heroic rescue right in the room. "Qin, why are you in such a hurry? What happened?" Empress Mu Qingqing looked at her handsome master in a daze. And Yaoling, unable to bear the sight any longer, scolded loudly, How long are you two going to keep hugging? Hearing her, Mu Qingqing suddenly remembered something and exclaimed urgently, "Oh right! Master, save us! Grand Emperor Qian Vien and Patriarch Blood Prison have joined forces and are attacking us. My mother alone can't hold them off." The Empress burst into tears. Outside the city, a fierce battle was raging. Patriarch Blood Prison continuously used his ultimate technique, Blood Demon Prison, to attack the Empress. Empress Bing Xian struggled to use the Hao Tian shield to defend herself. A pale blue light enveloped her body, protecting her from the enemy's attacks. Beside her, Empress Kan Gwyn drew her emperor weapon and sneered. "Bing Xian, oh Bing Xian, you can't defeat me and Blood Prison alone." The Kan Gwyn shattering profound technique, with sharp sword intent, executed by Grand Empress Kan Gwyn, struck directly at Empress Bing Xian's protective shield. A world-shaking explosion caused the city walls to tremble and filled the air with thick smoke. Under the combined attack of the two Grand Empresses, Empress Bing Xian was seriously injured and blasted towards the city wall. A wise man submits to circumstances. Surrender, Bing Xian. As long as you submit and hand over the Hao Tian Empire to my Kan Gwyn Empire, I will spare your life and your daughters. This woman, with two horns on her head, was Grand Empress Kan Gwyn. Patriarch Blood Prison smiled and added, "And you must hand over the woman who killed my son. I know she is in the Hao Tian Empire. I will make that woman wish she were dead." As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce killing intent erupted behind him. "Who are you saying will wish they were dead, Patriarch Blood Prison?" Qin Tian skillfully executed the Drunken Star mantra, combined with the supreme weapon, the Sword of Life and Death, summoning a nebula filled with destructive power. Patriarch Blood Prison was instantly blasted away, and a powerful sword she swept across the ground. The old Patriarch Blood Prison tried to use the blood demon tide to protect himself but seemed to be seriously injured. Qin Tian's powerful sword she slammed into the ground, causing a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, only a giant crater remained in the center, and Patriarch Blood Prison had vanished. Empress Bing Xian, clutching her injured body, looked at Qin Tian and said, "Fellow Taoist Qin, you're here?" Qin Tian nodded. "Mu Qingqing told me you were injured, so I came immediately." Grand Empress Kan Gwyn looked at Qin Tian and questioned, "Bing Xian, is this the reinforcement you found?" "Too weak. Just a first-stage Emperor realm cultivating of saving the Hao Tian Empire?" She stabbed her sword into the ground. Only by resorting to petty tricks like sneak attacks could he repel Blood Prison. In a one-on-one fight, he would definitely not be Blood Prison's match. As soon as she finished speaking, Patriarch Blood Prison leaped out of the deep crater. Qin Tian smiled at him. "You're still alive? Not bad." Patriarch Blood Prison's eyes were filled with killing intent. "A weak, insignificant first-stage Emperor realm brat dares to sneak attack me. I will chop you into 100 pieces." His eyes bulged, and his teeth gritted like a demon from hell. He summoned streams of energy resembling blood, transforming them into a giant whip that lashed towards Qin Tian. This was the blood-she-transformed spear. "Fellow Taoist Mu, can you still move? I'll leave Grand Empress Kan Gwyn to you. I'll deal with Patriarch Blood Prison." "Of course. Fellow Taoist Qin, I'll leave Blood Prison to you." Seeing this, Grand Empress Kan Gwyn smiled with amusement. Things are getting interesting. Patriarch Blood Prison, completely enraged, said nothing but charged towards Qin Tian. The situation had changed from a 1-on-2 to a 2-on-2. Who would emerge victorious? "Old man Blood Prison, before we fight, I have something to tell you." Blood Prison looked at Qin Tian with suspicion. "What I want to say is related to your son's death. I feel very heartbroken, very grieved. After all, he died so tragically. Moreover, it was my disciple who killed your son." Hearing this, Patriarch Blood Prison's eyes widened in fury. "In the matter of killing your son, you see, I also contributed a little behind the scenes. You don't need to thank me." His rage reaching its peak, Patriarch Blood Prison attacked furiously. "Damn you! I'll make you pay! I'll kill you!" Patriarch Blood Prison's attack was fierce and terrifying, but in a flash, Qin Tian reacted, using the spirit transformation severing illusion to conjure dozens of mirrors to protect himself. "Old man Blood Prison, use all your tricks. Don't hold back. Otherwise I'll think you're just a coward who only knows how to hide." Qin Tian's body vanished, transforming into mirrors floating in the sky. Lowly brat, first stage Emperor realm, you dare to be so arrogant and ride over me? I will chop you into 1,000 pieces. This will avenge the hatred in my heart. Immediately, he went berserk like an enraged beast, continuously slashing at the mirrors with his blood sword, but it seemed to have no effect on Qin Tian. The mirror shards fell, but Qin Tian's image within them remained perfectly clear, leaving Patriarch Blood Prison only able to use his fists to violently destroy them. Haha, your swordsmanship is weak, and your palm techniques are also crude. What are you going to do now, Patriarch Blood Prison? You've disappointed me. With such little skill, I don't know how you ascended to the Emperor realm. You're an insult to the words Emperor realm. Just go home and sleep. The conjured mirrors circled around him, and Qin Tian's image continuously taunted him, causing the old man's rage to become uncontrollable. You little bastard, you dare insult me? I'll kill you! Activate domain, Blood Emperor Purgatory. The domain enveloped the space, transforming it into a scorching, deadly hell of lava. Qin Tian, standing within the mirror, looked up at the surrounding scene and sighed inwardly. So this is Patriarch Blood Prison's domain? Powerful energy surged from his body, and his voice trembled with rage. You little bastard! Activate your domain! I will shatter your domain and crush you at all costs. I will let you experience endless despair and fear. Humph! Arrogance and ignorance are your fatal flaws. To deal with you, I don't need to use my domain. I only need to use a technique to break your domain, then I'll use divine punishment to slay you. In that instant, the surrounding mirrors transformed into multiple Qin Tians, all simultaneously executing their ultimate techniques with the sword of life and death, surrounding Blood Prison. Outside, the two women were also fighting fiercely, and when Patriarch Blood Prison activated his domain, they noticed. Grand Empress Khan Gwyn smiled. The domain is activated. It seems Blood Prison is getting serious. So many little men helping you. They will all be scattered for you, Bing Xian. Empress Bing Xian was struggling, having been injured earlier, but her beautiful face and confident demeanor couldn't be concealed. It's still uncertain who will win. Back in Blood Prison's lava hell, he now lay flat on the ground, his voice trembling in disbelief. I lost? I lost to a brat at first stage Emperor realm who didn't even bother opening his domain? How is this possible? I can't believe it! If this is just a dream, wake me up quickly. Blood flowed continuously from his body, staining his blank eyes. Qin Tian hovered in the sky, smiling. It's over, Patriarch Blood Prison. Accept my final move. Heart Sword Drunken Star Mantra, Soul Severing, Spirit Extinguishing. The sword chi of the supreme weapon, the sword of life and death, in Qin Tian's hand suddenly expanded like a Rijingyu bang, thrusting straight towards Patriarch Blood Prison. The old man's external domain was destroyed by the force, exploding. The sudden change startled the two fighting empresses, who turned to stare. As the smoke and dust cleared, Patriarch Blood Prison hovered in the sky, leaving everyone unclear about what had happened. His head had been severed from his body and was held in Qin Tian's hand. TSK, I let his emperor's soul escape. But without a body, his emperor's soul will be easier to deal with. Sooner or later, I'll find him and destroy him completely to avenge Dialing. Grand Empress Khan Gwyn panicked at this sight. What's going on? Blood Prison, a third-stage Emperor Realm expert, was defeated by a first-stage Emperor Realm brat? The most delighted person at this moment was Empress Bing Xian. Khan Gwyn, oh Khan Gwyn, it seems the situation between our two empires has reversed. Empress Bing Xian's scepter began to spin, activating the ultimate technique, Ice Spring Wings. An ice phoenix was immediately summoned, attacking Grand Empress Khan Gwyn. The initially advantageous situation was unexpectedly reversed, making Grand Empress Khan Gwyn grit her teeth in fear. But she immediately used the Khan Gwyn Dragon Transformation Decree, summoning a golden dragon phantom to battle the ice phoenix. The two creatures tore at each other in the sky, then exploded and vanished together. Looking at Grand Empress Khan Gwyn's disheveled appearance, Bing Xian smiled. Khan Gwyn, I'll return the words you said earlier to you. You alone cannot defeat me and fellow Taoist Qin. A wise man submits to circumstances. Surrender. As long as you submit and hand over the Khan Gwyn Empire to my Haotian Empire, I will spare your life and let you serve me. At the same time, Qin Tian threw Patriarch Blood Prison's head to the ground and accidentally stepped on it. Of course, this also depends on whether my disciple agrees or not. Bing Xian and Qin Tian, one after the other, blocked Grand Empress Kan Nguyen's escape route, making her gnash her teeth. Hearing these words, Grand Empress Kan Nguyen shouted angrily, "Don't even think about it. Even if my soul is scattered, I won't let you humiliate me like this. If that's the case, then let your soul be scattered. Fellow Taoist Qin, lend me a hand." Empress Bing Xian attacked without hesitation. Qin Tian smiled. "No problem, I'm coming." Bing Xian's Haoyan eyes spring and Qin Tian's sword heart devours sun and moon attack Kan Nguyen from both sides. The two powerful forces targeted her body, causing a massive explosion. And so, Kun Yuan's torn clothes and sword soared through the sky, marking the end of her glorious life. Time flew by, and half a year later, the Kun Yuan Empire was completely swallowed by the Hao Tian Empire. From now on, there would be no country named Kun Yuan, and no Empress Kun Yuan in the world. Today was a beautiful day at Yijinghua Trei, Qin Tian's familiar residence. At this time, Bai Xiaoru mysteriously and happily led Empress Mu Qingqing to Yijinghua Trei. "What was the rush to call me here?" Despite the Empress's questions, Bai Xiaoru just smiled without saying a word and led the Empress closer to the shop. It seemed like the two of them had stepped through some kind of barrier. Stepping through the barrier, Mu Qingqing suddenly realized that the entire Yijinghua Trei had been enveloped by a gigantic formation. Standing from outside the barrier, one couldn't detect anything unusual. The girl looked at the passers-by outside in astonishment. Clearly, those outside couldn't detect the shop's strangeness. A massive, colossal formation with an extremely mysterious and enigmatic aura made people feel apprehensive yet curious. Today, it wasn't just Mu Qingqing who was summoned here. Everyone else acquainted with Qin Tian in this Hao Tian Empire was present at Yijinghua Trei. Now, Qin Tian had inscribed countless powerful formations onto Yijinghua Trei, combining them together. This was because he was about to bestow a fortuitous opportunity upon everyone. And this opportunity required a truly safe place to proceed. The group, from Bingquan Nu Di to Grand General Xiao Zhan, Shure's people, Xiao Xiao, and in Yaoling, all grew solemn upon hearing the seriousness in Qin Tian's words. Indeed, this fortuitous opportunity will cause significant damage to each individual's celestial essence, and I will be weakened for several days. There will certainly be unknown side effects, which is why I had to be so secretive. Everyone should also maintain a certain distance from me. Causing great damage, unknown side effects, sounds pretty dangerous, and Yaoling couldn't hide her worried expression. "Master, should we just leave?" "Don't worry everyone, I have my own plan. I have a secret technique called the Dao Jin that can allow everyone to experience enlightenment once. However, it only works the first time for each person, so I hope you can cherish this opportunity. Then let's begin now." As he spoke, the 7-string zither placed on Qin Tian's lap suddenly emitted a gentle light, and his hands glided over the strings. A nimble and magical sound resonated, causing the spirits of those who heard it to become strangely clear and at ease. It was like the whispers of the world, allowing everyone to see the essence of heaven and earth clearly, and listen to the murmurs of the beautiful landscape. Everyone present involuntarily closed their eyes, immersed in this mysterious melody that carried a miraculous power. They were enjoying a kind of peace they had never experienced before. It was a state of mind free from desire, without complaints or regrets. All senses seemed to be relaxed and immersed in the cosmic void. A kind of transcendence, a wave of inner peace, a broadened perspective began to emerge in the hearts of those who sincerely listened to the Dao Jin. The next night, after the Dao Jin concluded, each member of the group had their own realizations, strengthening both their cultivation and their state of mind more profoundly than ever before. However, the most exhausted person was undoubtedly Qin Tian, as he could only drag his weakened body back to his room at this hour. So sluggish. I didn't expect a Dao Jin to absorb the 7 emotions and 6 desires of others, he thought. All those emotions and desires were transferred into Qin Tian's body, making him feel full yet strangely listless. Dragging his body into the room, he cast his tired, sleep-deprived eyes around and was startled. It turned out that Baishiru was in his room for some reason. "Qin Tian, you're back. I have something to tell you. My mother's birthday is coming up, so I want..." The girl was speaking when Qin Tian suddenly rushed forward and embraced her. His unexpected reaction startled Bai Shiru, and the letter she was holding fell to the ground. At that moment, Qin Tian pushed Bai Shiru down onto the floor in a very intimate position. Bai Shiru's cheeks flushed, and her eyes widened in alarm. Qin Tian, what's wrong? Qin Tian didn't answer but whispered in her ear with a puzzled expression, why are you here? Huh! I came to find you to talk about my mother. Hearing this, Qin Tian said nothing more but pressed closer to her face and soft neck, letting his hot breath linger on Bai Shiru's body. Bai Shiru now also felt something was wrong and weakly resisted. No, we can't. The two of them were doing something in the room, but this scene was observed by the little girl Bai Xiao, who was hiding outside. Her eyes sparkled with amusement as she saw the shadows of the two people in the room begin to entwine. It was a night with a moon and stars, and perhaps also with charming, passionate, and captivating moments. Several days later, under Bai Shiru's guidance, Qin Tian, along with her and her sister, went to Mount Qingkong, where the Hu clan resided. Qin Tian, up ahead is Mount Qingqiu. I thought I wouldn't be able to return here again. Thankfully someone, Qin Tian, with the bump from being hit by Xiaoru the other day, hurriedly comforted her, don't cry. If your friends and relatives see you, they'll think I bullied you. Bai Xiao innocently asked, brother-in-law, you always bully my sister in bed. I saw everything. Xiaoru angrily yelled, Xiao! What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Tian and I didn't do anything. Brother-in-law, please control your woman. She's too fierce. I told you he's not my brother-in-law. I can't handle you, can I? Always talking nonsense. Yes, he is. Brother-in-law is brother-in-law. So fierce, a tigress. You stop right there. Brother-in-law, help! And so, the two sisters performed a chase scene on the flying pot, leaving Qin Tian utterly helpless. After crossing the mountain range and reaching the territory of Qingqiu, they finally arrived at Qingqiu within the deep mountains and dense forests. At this moment, standing before the statue at the city gate, Qin Tian asked in confusion, who is this? Such a large statue, quite narcissistic, huh? Bai Xiao hurriedly replied. That's my grandfather. Ah, no wonder I feel this statue has an extraordinary aura, a majestic presence. Not bad. My grandfather is Bai Wudi, the strongest person in the Hu clan currently. 10,000 years ago, he was already a half-step supreme. Qin Tian had only intended to flatter casually, but upon hearing half-step supreme, he was startled. A half-step supreme 10,000 years ago? That powerful? Then why was Bai Shiru forced to leave home? Could it be that Di Tian is even stronger than her grandfather? Bai Shiru's face flushed with anger. How could that be? Di Tian isn't even worthy of comparison to my grandfather. It's just that he's been in seclusion for thousands of years. And most importantly, there hasn't been any news of him for the past 1,000 years. The more he heard, the stranger Qin Tian felt. He couldn't help but change his expression, thinking to himself, that long? It's possible your grandfather has already ascended. Without further ado, they entered the city gate and truly stepped into a separate world of the Hu clan. Unexpectedly, Qingqiu is so bustling, like a different world. Bai Xiaoru observed the surroundings and couldn't help but sigh. Because of the grand feast for my mother's birthday in the past. The city is much more lively than usual. The surrounding Hu clan members, upon seeing Bai Xiaoru, were surprised and excited, recognizing her as the imperial princess. Look! The imperial princess has returned. Who's the man next to her? He's so handsome. The imperial princess too, long time no see. It feels like she's become even more beautiful. But she was able to return. What about Di Ming's side? They're too much. It's good that she's back. Don't think about those unpleasant things. The surrounding chatter made the three of them so embarrassed they wanted to die. At this moment, a pure white fox, with the appearance of a middle-aged old man, walked over and looked coldly at Xiaoru, saying, If you've already left, why return? Don't you know this will cause trouble for Qingqiu, Bai Xiaoru? This fox elder was Bai Hao, one of the 5 emperors of Qingqiu, a 3rd-stage emperor realm expert. Second uncle, I just want to visit my parents, then I'll leave. I'll celebrate my mother's birthday and leave immediately. Seeing the flustered girl, Qin Tian gently placed his hand on her head and stroked it. Stay as long as you want. Your Qin Qiu fears Diming, but I don't. If they can't protect you, I will. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Bai Hao questioned him, audacious. Who are you to speak so arrogantly in my Qin Qiu? Before anyone could answer, Bai Xiaoxiao proudly introduced, This is my brother-in-law. Bai Xiaoru angrily shouted, stopping her, Xiao, don't talk nonsense. Second uncle, don't believe Xiao's words. She's talking nonsense. The girl hurriedly explained to her second uncle, but seeing her second uncle at this moment made Bai Xiaoru jump. It turned out that old man Bai Hao had already flown into the sky, preparing to attack, his voice filled with anger. A small spirit moving realm ant is worthy of being the son-in-law of my Qin Qiu? Qin Qiu does not welcome you. Leave. Facing his powerful aura, Qin Tian smiled contemptuously. Whether I leave or not isn't up to you, old fart emperor. Insolent brat. Let me teach you how to speak to your elders. The ill-tempered old man summoned a giant fireball in his hand, but his eyes suddenly stopped, looking downwards. It turned out that both Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiaoxiao were now shielding Qin Tian. Do you want to die? Daring to protect him? Bai Xiaoxiao explained, Second uncle, I'm not protecting brother-in-law, I'm protecting you. If you attack, brother-in-law can take you down with one hand. You'll be turned into a roasted fox by him. Bai Xiaoru also turned and explained to Qin Tian that her second uncle's temper wasn't very good, hoping he wouldn't take it to heart and stay calm. Hearing these words, the second uncle still resolutely decided to attack and wanted to see how strong this young man was. In a blink of an eye, he fiercely launched a giant fireball towards them. Bai Xiaoru cried out in horror, No! In this situation, Qin Tian had no choice but to be provoked into anger. He smiled and summoned the Xingxi Jian, life and death sword. The fireball fell, causing a deafening explosion that sent smoke and dust billowing, and the entire neighborhood seemed to shake. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, only the silhouette of a fox could be seen within. A pale pink fox silhouette with terrifying power and bloodline suppression blocked Old Man Bai Hao's attack, startling him. The old fox's eyes stared at the image, and he exclaimed in astonishment, This is. Bai Xiaoru's expression darkened as she used her power to shield Qin Tian. Second uncle, we shouldn't fight amongst ourselves here, right? Otherwise, how are we any different from Diming, who only knows how to kill each other? We are the Qinqiu clan, always striving for peace. Bai Xiaoru's impassioned and sincere words stunned Old Man Bai Hao, who suddenly realized something. The surrounding citizens, hearing the imperial princess's words, nodded in agreement. That's right. The imperial princess is right. Elder, you've gone too far. As everyone was clamoring, a fox wearing a black robe, with an authoritative voice, called out from behind, Everyone, stop. Stop this instant. Seeing the newcomer, the surrounding Hu clan members hurriedly bowed and greeted the clan leader. Bai Xiaoxiao excitedly hugged the person who had just arrived. Xiaoru, at this moment, couldn't help but shed tears and call out, Father. This person was the clan leader of Qinqiu, named Bai Jianwu. He smiled and hugged his youngest daughter. Xiaoru, are you safe outside? Coming back now and causing such a commotion. Diming's people will definitely find out. Hearing her father mention this, Bai Xiaoru became dejected and troubled. Qin Tian, noticing her expression, immediately put his arm around her shoulder. I brought Xiaoru back. With me here, no one can harm her. Bai Jianwu's eyes widened. Young man, you can be confident, but not arrogant. You don't understand the power of Diming. He then looked at his daughter and smiled. Since you're back, go see your mother. She misses you very much. In a few days, it's your mother's birthday feast. You should come too. Hearing her father say this, Bai Xiaoru asked in surprise, Is that all right? Bai Jianwu smiled. What silly words are you saying? You're our daughter. Xiaoru's mood brightened considerably. Thank you, father. I'll go right now. Bai Hao approached his elder brother, watching the three of them gradually walk away, and couldn't help but ask, Elder brother, letting Xiaoru stay here like this, if Diming's people come looking. What should we do? What else can we do? I just exchanged a blow with Xiaoru, and know she's already broken through to the Emperor realm. Do you know what that means? Indeed, Xiaoru must have awakened the Tianhu bloodline. Bai Hao was startled. So Xiaoru could potentially become a Tianhu? Then our Hu clan could dominate Zhongzhou without even trying. Bai Jianwu smiled and shook his head, looking in his daughter's direction. Domination or not doesn't matter. It's just that I see this girl Shiru is so sensible that it makes one's heart ache. Clearly inheriting her mother's spirit, yet unable to return home. These past years must have been very hard on her. Diming's people are becoming more and more outrageous. I haven't done a good job fulfilling my responsibilities as a father. For the future of the Hu clan, inform everyone below to prepare for all-out war with Diming. Seeing the resolve in his elder brother's voice, Bai Hao nodded seriously and immediately carried out the order. A while later, at a secluded villa deep within Qingqingqiu, with rows of peach blossom trees that captivated the senses, Bai Shiru strolled in and called out, "Mother!" Amidst the 10 miles of peach blossoms, a beautiful fox woman, startled, looked up towards the distance. This Hu clan beauty was named Qing Lam, Bai Shiru's mother. She was incredibly surprised to see the figure she had longed for day and night, and her daughter embraced her tightly. Bai Shiru, always strong, couldn't help but sob softly as she melted into her mother's warm embrace. "Silly girl, you're back." "Mother, I missed you so much." "Silly girl, haven't you been eating properly? You've lost weight." The two mother and daughter embraced each other, deeply moved, while Bai Xiaoxiao stood beside them, holding Qin Tian's hand. Seeing this, Qin Tian spoke up, "Bai Xiaoxiao, why don't you go hug your mother too?" The little girl smiled and shook her head. "I can come back any time, but my sister can't. So, mother misses her a lot. This is also one of the reasons I wanted to sneak out and find her." Hearing the two of them talking, Qing Lam suddenly noticed and asked her daughter, "So, who is this young master?" Bai Shiru smiled. "Right, I haven't introduced him to you yet, mother." But before she could finish, Bai Xiaoxiao introduced him first. "Mother, this is my brother-in-law." "Heavens, mother, don't listen to Xiaoxiao's nonsense. This is young Master Qin Tian. During the time I was wandering in the human world, he took great care of me." Hearing this, Qing Lam smiled sweetly. "So you're my daughter's benefactor. Coincidentally, my birthday celebration is coming up soon. Young Master Qin, if you don't mind, I hope you can attend." Qin Tian smiled beautifully and clasped his hands. "Madam, you're too kind. I'll gladly accept your invitation." And so, Qin Tian temporarily resided at the Hu clan and waited for the birthday feast to begin. Today was the birthday of Bai Shiru's mother, the wife of the Hu emperor, so countless fox families gathered to celebrate. Clan leader's wife, happy birthday! Wishing you good health, longevity, happiness, and prosperity, always filled with smiles and joy. The elders and members of the Hu clan were all present, sincerely offering their congratulations and celebrating the Hu madam's birthday. Qing Lam, meticulously dressed and stunningly beautiful today, raised her glass and returned to each person. "Thank you to all the clan members for attending. I hope everyone eats and drinks to their heart's content." Music began to play, and various delicacies were quickly served by the maids to the guests. Qin Tian, by this time, had eaten his fill and was being attentively served by the beautiful Hu clan women. "Young Master Qin, is my massage comfortable? You're so handsome. I really want to get closer to you." Qin Tian's eyes sparkled as he embraced the beauties. Hu clan ladies are truly enthusiastic. This trip wasn't in vain at all, haha. While Qin Tian enjoyed himself, Bai Xiaoru angrily slammed the table. "Mother! How can you entertain young Master Qin like this?" Mother Qing Lam smiled and covered her face. "Young Master Qin Tian is a valued guest of Qinqiu. Of course, we must entertain him enthusiastically. Young Master Qin, are you satisfied?" Qin Tian's eyes were glazed over as he nodded. "Extremely satisfied, haha." They laughed and talked, while Bai Shiru's eyes began to burn with anger. Bai Xiaoxiao, beside her, whispered to her mother, "You're intentionally provoking older sister. She really likes brother-in-law, but she doesn't dare admit it." Qing Lam whispered back to her daughter, "I just want to push her to be proactive when she meets a man she likes. Remember back then, I wasn't the only one who liked your father. How do you think I won him over?" Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao wondered, "Why don't I see father today, mother?" "Oh, today he and your uncles are discussing state affairs. They'll be here a little later. It's fine. We can start without him." As they laughed and chatted merrily, Bai Xiaoru finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up, leaving her seat. She clenched her fists and walked up to Qin Tian, coldly saying, "All of you, step aside. Let me serve young Master Qin Tian." "Yes, Imperial Princess." And so, Qin Tian's attendants changed from soft beauties to Baishioru, along with the burning anger in her heart. "How is it, honored guest? Are you comfortable?" Qin Tian, being served, could only force a smile and nod. "It's all right." Bai Xiao, at this moment, gave a thumbs up to her mother. "Mother is the best." As the feast was in full swing, an urgent report rang out, startling everyone and causing them to grow solemn. Reporting to clan leader's wife. Di Ming has suddenly launched an attack, demanding we hand over the imperial princess. The clan leader and elders can't hold on much longer. The smile on Madame Qing Lam's face abruptly vanished. "I didn't expect Di Ming to arrive so quickly. Xiaoru, stay here and don't go anywhere. Leave this matter to your father and me. Young Master Qin Tian, if things don't look good, please take Xiaoru and Xiao and leave." Madame Qing Lam's voice was filled with determination as she hurriedly stood up and left the feast. But before she could take a few steps, Qin Tian stopped her. "Madam, please wait. Qin Qiu has been very hospitable to me, so I can't bear to leave. Moreover, I have a debt to settle with this Di Ming." The playful look in his eyes was gone, replaced by a sharp, profound gaze and an aura that made others wary. At this moment, the city gates of Qingqiu had been opened, and the Hu Emperor's group stood facing the people of Di Ming. The Di Ming elder, named Qing Sam, with a long beard, looked towards the Hu Emperor and called out, "Bai Jianwu, I'll ask you one last time, will you hand over your daughter?" Bai Jianwu and Bai Hao, both severely wounded, still cursed back resolutely. "Don't even think about it. We'd rather die than let you take a step into this city. Don't think our Qingqiu is afraid of you." Behind Bai Jianwu and Bai Hao lay unconscious Hu clan soldiers. Whether they had been knocked out or killed was unknown. The Di Ming elder smiled contemptuously. "There are only 3 of you left who can fight, and 1 of you is crippled. Is that so? Then I'll just kill all of you." Immediately, he transformed into a monstrous demon with a terrifying aura and charged towards the 3 remaining members of the Hu clan. Bai Jianwu hurriedly shouted, "Quickly activate the defensive formation. We must protect this place, even if it means death." Behind Bai Jianwu, the Qi Hu, Red Fox, immediately deployed a barrier. Bai Hu, White Fox, Bai Hao also joined forces with the other 3, creating a defensive formation. The giant demon relentlessly attacked the defensive formation of the 3, causing it to waver and almost collapse. The terrifying power of the Di Ming elder forced Bai Hu, Bai Hao, and Qi Hu to be pushed back. Bai Jianwu anxiously looked at his 2 brothers but could do nothing. In that instant, the defensive formation was destroyed by the monster, sending smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Bai Hao and Qi Hu were sent flying, crashing into the cliff face, causing it to crack. This time, they were severely injured, causing Bai Hao, with his 3rd stage Emperor realm cultivation, to cough up fresh blood. Elder Daiming smiled threateningly, "Don't bother resisting any longer, brothers. I'll start by cutting down those who are seriously injured." Under his control, the giant demon immediately bypassed Bai Jianwu and aimed for Bai Hao's heavily injured group in the distance. Seeing this, Bai Jianwu shouted in extreme worry, "Second brother, be careful." The demon's attack closed in on Bai Hao, but due to his injuries, he couldn't resist. At this critical moment, a powerful sword chi suddenly appeared on the battlefield, severing the demon's incoming arm. Bai Hao, who thought he was about to die but was unexpectedly saved by a mysterious sword chi, couldn't hide the surprise on his face. In that instant, the sword chi once again destroyed the demon's body, causing it to explode in the sky. "This sword chi must be father. He's left seclusion!" Bai Hao exclaimed in astonishment, and quickly turned around. Tears welled up in his eyes as he called out, "Father!" But alas, behind him was Qin Tian, sitting on his flying pot, causing Bai Hao to fall silent. Hearing the old man call him father, Qin Tian smiled teasingly and asked, "What did you call me?" Bai Hao was stunned speechless. After a while, he finally managed to ask, "Was it you? Could it have been you who just acted?" Qin Tian, looking bewildered, replied, "If not me, then who do you think it was?" This answer petrified Bai Hao's second uncle with fear. "Fortunately, I didn't attack earlier. A mere Lingdong realm cultivator, yet he can unleash such powerful sword chi." Elder Daiming also looked towards Qin Tian and said, "This young master, you're not of the Fox clan. Why interfere in the feud between Qingqiu and Daiming? If you leave now, we can overlook your previous actions. Furthermore, I admire your skills, young master. If you're interested, you're welcome to join my sect. Daiming's vast resources and network will be open to you, ensuring a glorious future. Facing the elder's invitation, Qin Tian smiled and shook his head. How should I put this? I hate old men who don't trim their nose hairs and think they're arrogant. Why don't you scram while you still can? The elder's expression immediately turned cold. I admit you have some skill, but you can't imagine Daiming's power. Even if you don't care for yourself, you should consider your family. Hearing these words, Qin Tian immediately set foot on the ground, and waves of energy began to erupt from him. You know what? I hate being threatened, and you even dared to use my family to threaten me. Your crime is even greater. The flames of anger enveloped Qin Tian, and the Xingxi sword appeared in his hand. Degeneration Grand Dharma, devour sun and moon, extinguish spirit. A blood moon illusion was summoned, and a slash containing terrifying power transformed into a meteor, hurtling towards the Daiming group. Compared to the gigantic meteor with its terrifying destructive power, the Daiming group was no different from tiny ants. Elder Daiming cried out in terror and hastily ordered the surrounding disciples, use the Vajra Guardian formation. The power of the Daiming group gathered together, summoning the illusion of a three-eyed, heaven-reaching guardian deity, using one hand to block the fireball. The collision of the two mighty forces caused the sky to change color, and the earth to tremble, frightening everyone in Qingqiu City. Bai Xiaoxiao and Bai Xiaoru, who had just arrived, paled upon seeing the explosion. They saw the meteor slash easily shatter the illusion of the guardian deity summoned by the Daiming group, pushing them back. It's no good. He's too strong. I didn't expect Qingqiu to have such a terrifying figure. His cultivation is on par with our sect master. We can't resist. Retreat immediately. The elder, initially arrogant, hastily ordered a retreat. Immediately afterward, they used the transmission formation to disappear, fleeing like rats. Qin Tian smiled and said, Tell your sect master that Miss Bai is under my, Qin Tian's, protection. If he dares to have any designs on her again, I will destroy Daiming. With just one move, he had repelled Daiming's army, leaving everyone staring in astonishment at the young man. Sister, brother-in-law is so cool. Yeah, he's a true hero. The battle ended swiftly, and everyone returned to the banquet. In the main hall, Hudi Bai Jianwu raised his glass to Qin Tian. Young Master Qin, not only have you taken great care of my daughter, but you also came to Qingqiu's aid in our time of need. On behalf of Qingqiu, I offer you this toast. Bai Hao, sitting beside him, also stood up and raised his glass. Young Master Qin, I have offended you in the past. I apologize to you here. Patriarch Bai, second uncle Bai, you're too kind. Given my relationship with Xiaoru and Xiao Xiao, Qingqiu's matters are my own. I'll drink to that. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Qin Tian happily drained his glass. Madame Qinlan whispered to her husband, Why don't we take this opportunity to settle the matter of Qin Tian and Bai Xiaoru? Xiaoru needs a man who can protect her, and Qin Tian has that ability. Besides, our daughter's heart is already set on Qin Tian. We might as well fulfill her wish. No one understands a child better than their mother. Madame Qinlan only needed a glance to understand her daughter's feelings. Hearing his wife's explanation, Hudi smiled and nodded. Let's settle it this way. We'll find an opportunity to arrange things and bring those two children together. During the banquet, two people suddenly entered. Brother Bai, we're late. Our apologies. We heard that Daiming's people were causing trouble for Qingqiu, so we rushed here to help. I didn't expect Brother Bai to have resolved it yourself. Could it be that the old patriarch has left seclusion? This man in black was Long Outyan, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, and the young man beside him was Long Fifan, the Dragon Clan's crown prince. Bai Jianwu pointed towards Qin Tian. Esteemed guests, my honored father is still in seclusion. We were able to repel Daiming thanks to the help of young Master Qin. Long Outyan followed Hudi's gesture and looked at the unfamiliar young man with curiosity. Qin Tian was still teasing Bai Xiaoru, who had fallen asleep after just one drink. Long Outyan, the Dragon Clan patriarch, stared at Qin Tian and realized his cultivation was only at the Linong realm. Is he hiding his true cultivation? So young Master Qin possesses such abilities. A true young hero. Long Outian praised. Meanwhile, his son, Long Fifan, was angered by Qin Tian's intimacy with Xiaoru. But brother Bai, there are only 1,000 days to be a thief, but not 1,000 days to guard against one. Why not solve this matter permanently? Hearing his old friend's words, Hu Di Bai Jianwu nodded. Of course I want to, but if it were as easy as saying it, it would be great. Long Outian stepped forward. To be frank, brother Bai, my son has fallen in love at first sight with the imperial princess. If she marries into the dragon clan, our dragon clan is willing to join forces with Qingqiu to annihilate Daiming, eliminating all future worries for Qingqiu. Long Outian's gaze was fixed on Bai Jianwu, sincere and showing his true desire to have Bai Shiru marry his son. The clan members sitting nearby nodded in consideration. If we can truly join forces with the dragon clan, perhaps we can truly eradicate Daiming. Our imperial princess marrying the crown princes. Also a good match. The one in a difficult position now was Bai Jianwu. He pondered for a moment before speaking. I won't interfere in my daughter's marriage. As long as she likes him. The most displeased person at this moment was Madame Qinglan, who was furious at this act, which was no different from stealing a groom. Long Outian nodded. If brother Bai doesn't object, then it's settled. Of course, we've also brought a gift. Fifan, show everyone the gift. Crown Prince Long Fifan, upon hearing his father's command, opened the box he had been carrying on his shoulder. Inside was a precious sword, radiating 5-colored light that captivated everyone's attention. Everyone at the banquet gasped in astonishment. A mid-grade imperial weapon! The dragon clan is so generous. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, only Qin Tian suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the hall, causing everyone around him to look at him in confusion. Crown Prince Long Fifan coldly looked at the young man and asked, "What are you laughing at?" After laughing for a while, Qin Tian finally stopped. I'm laughing at the fact that a measly mid-grade imperial weapon is being offered to marry by Xiaoru. Your dragon clan is too insincere. Crown Prince Long Fifan was enraged. You brat! Do you even know what an imperial weapon is? Let alone a mid-grade imperial weapon, even a low-grade one is something someone like you is unworthy of possessing. Before anyone could speak, Bai Xiaoxiao slammed the table in anger. You're ridiculous. My brother-in-law is the most skilled supreme-grade artifact refiner. He's refined countless imperial weapons. Who wants your mid-grade imperial weapon? Hu Di hurriedly stopped his younger daughter. Don't be so rude. Qin Tian smiled at Bai Xiaoxiao. Little fox, people like him aren't worth your anger. Do you want an imperial weapon? I'll refine one for you now. I haven't practiced in a while. Bai Xiaoxiao asked in surprise, pointing at herself. You're saying you'll refine an imperial weapon for me? Everyone around them buzzed with excitement, following Qin Tian to watch him refine the imperial weapon. Although they were skeptical, as no one had ever been able to refine an imperial weapon so easily, they wondered why Qin Tian would speak so confidently if he couldn't do it. In the blink of an eye, the only one left in the main hall was the drunken Bai Shiru. If our Qingqiu can really have a supreme-grade artifact refiner as a son-in-law, wouldn't that be a huge gain? Not just a gain, it's like winning the entire world. I'm so excited to see what he'll refine. Everyone's chatter made the Dragon Clan Crown Prince slightly anxious, but Long Outian comforted his son. He didn't believe anyone could truly refine an imperial weapon. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qin Tian stood before his forge, but despite the gusts of wind, he remained motionless. His expression was slightly troubled as he touched his chin in thought. Long Outian smiled. Young man, why haven't you started yet? Are you looking for an excuse to say you lack the materials to refine a supreme-grade imperial weapon? Qin Tian didn't deny it and nodded. Indeed, I lack materials. Hearing this, Hu Di panicked. Could Long Outian be right? Is young Master Qin just bluffing? Husband, we have to think of a way to help our son-in-law. Bai Xiaoxiao asked, brother-in-law, what materials are you missing? I originally planned to refine a supreme-grade imperial weapon, but I lack the azure-glazed mineral. Hu Di hurriedly said, right. It's that. We just happen to have run out of it, right, my wife? Yes. Moreover, it's a rare item. Even our Fox clan can't find the last piece. Qin Tian smiled. Well, it can't be helped. Now I only have enough to refine a mid-grade imperial weapon. Xiao Xiao won't mind, will you? Bai Xiao Xiao was thrilled. Mid-grade is enough. This is great. Hu Di and Madame Qinglan were petrified. They had intended to find an excuse for Qin Tian, but he insisted on continuing to refine the imperial weapon, leaving them at a loss. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoru walked out and said, "If it's the azure glazed mineral, I have a piece. It was a gift from father for my coming-of-age ceremony. I know where it is. I'll take you there." Seeing the girl walk out, the Dragon Clan Crown Prince blushed and called out, "Xiaoru! Xiaoru!" Bai Xiaoru, with a flushed, beautiful, and charming face, smiled. "Qin Tian, let me take you to get the azure-glazed mineral." Then she grabbed the Dragon Clan Crown Prince's head and pulled him away. Qin Tian and Bai Xiao Xiao hurriedly chased after her. "Sister, you've got the wrong person. You're hugging the wrong person. Oh my God, are you blind? Wrong person. Still the wrong person." After a chaotic chase, they finally found the precious azure-glazed mineral. "Not bad, this is the azure-glazed mineral. Now we have all the materials. My wife, are we really giving him the azure-glazed mineral? This rare material, if Qin Tian ruins it, it would be such a waste. Our daughter has already spoken. Just based on the favor of repelling Daiming, we should help. Let it go. If it fails, we'll just say our daughter took the wrong glazed mineral. Anyway, she's drunk and doesn't know anything. It's normal to take the wrong one." Hu Di and Madame Qinglan had come up with an excuse to help Qin Tian. Hu Di by Jiangu was also helpless. "I don't understand why this young master is so unpredictable. It's been tens of thousands of years since anyone in Zhongzhou has been able to forge a top-grade emperor armament. Why are you so persistent?" Under everyone's suspicious and puzzled gazes, Qin Tian summoned his heavenly god hammer. Immediately, the giant hammer, carrying streaks of destructive lightning, slammed down onto the emperor armament forging materials. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as the hammer's power proved to be far more terrifying than they had imagined. The mid-grade emperor armament sword held by Crown Prince Long Fifan also suddenly vibrated violently. Seeing this, Long Fifan asked his father in a panicked voice, "Father, what's happening?" Long Outyan, the current clan leader, was also speechless in astonishment as the sword he carried with him also trembled. This was the phenomenon of one thought moves 10,000 swords. Could this hammer actually be a peak-grade emperor armament? Everyone was startled, unable to believe that this seemingly ordinary hammer was truly a peak-grade emperor armament, a weapon only heard of in legends. Bai Hao anxiously asked his elder brother, "Is this really a peak-grade emperor armament hammer?" The bewildered Hu Di nodded, "Yes, only a peak-grade emperor armament can cause the phenomenon of 10,000 swords in unison." "Xiao Xiao, what is Qin Tian's background? Could he be a descendant of some ancient power?" Bai Xiao Xiao shook her head. "I don't know for sure. I only know he's the junior martial uncle of the entire Jianfeng peak of the Kunlun sect in Dongou." Hu Di was once again taken aback. Just a junior martial uncle, and he already possesses such power? Is the Kunlun sect that strong? Not really, father. The strongest person in the Kunlun sword sect is only at the first level of the Saint realm. Hu Di and Bai Hao were stunned by Shixiao's words. First level of the Saint realm? While they were talking, Qin Tian continued to hammer the forging materials with his peak-grade emperor armament. After a period of strenuous effort, he finally stopped. The forging process had consumed a lot of his physical strength, so Qin Tian leaned against the forge and smiled brightly. "It's done. Not bad, huh?" he said, looking at the sword he had just forged. It was a jade-green sword with silver edges, exactly the same color as the liuli or from before. Long Fifan came closer to examine it, and then sneered teasingly, "Haha, this sword doesn't even have a sword spirit, and you dare to say it's not bad? What a waste of a peak-grade emperor armament." "Hammer." Qin Tian looked puzzled. "When did I say I was finished forging? Why are you so hasty?" He then bit his fingertip and drew a few drops of blood. Qin Tian then drew a symbol or character with his fresh blood on the newly forged sword. "Now it's done." Long Fifan became even more puzzled. "What's the difference? Isn't it still an ordinary sword?" But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. From a distance, a pillar of light suddenly shot up from the area of the Qingqiu Fox clan's imperial palace. The sudden surge of intense energy forced everyone to shield their eyes. Only those with profound cultivation like clan leader Long Outyen could look directly at the light. But the more they looked, the more horrified they became. In everyone's eyes, the energy originated from the sword in Qin Tian's hand, and the mysterious power grew stronger and stronger. The sword seemed to be infused with a soul, becoming more lively, spiritual, and mysterious than ever before. A moment later, all the phenomena dissipated, and the sword returned to its original form, only slightly brighter than before. Xiao Xiao, I've finished forging your sword. Take it. After admiring it for a while, Qin Tian immediately handed the sword to Xiao Xiao. Holding the sword in her arms, Bai Xiao Xiao gasped, "This is the legendary top-grade Emperor armament. This feeling is so intense." The energy from the sword resonated with Bai Xiao Xiao, giving her a strange sensation. "This feeling is so electrifying. The spiritual energy of the spirit sword is flowing within me." Meanwhile, all the elders of the Fox clan surrounded Qin Tian, showering him with praise and urging him to quickly marry Empress Bai Xiaoru. Countless compliments and praises were enough to make his ears fall off. While all the attention was focused on the young man Qin Tian, Long Outyen approached Bai Jianwu and clasped his hands. "I just remembered something important within the clan. We must take our leave." Bai Jianwu understood and smiled. "If there's something urgent within the clan, I won't keep you, brother Long. Go slowly." With that, Long Outyen and Long Fifan left together. Crown Prince Long Fifan couldn't help but feel dejected. "Father, are we just leaving like this? Shouldn't we try a little harder? I really like Bai Shiru. Shouldn't we seize this rare opportunity?" The Crown Prince continued to plead, but Long Outyen was completely panicked. "Try what? He can casually create a top-grade Emperor armament. What are you going to try with? Your head? If only I had given birth to a daughter. Then we wouldn't be letting the Fox clan earn such a valuable son-in-law." Long Outyen collapsed onto the ground with a regretful expression. "I also want a son-in-law like that. Nephew, you can rest in this room tonight." "Yes, uncle and aunt. Good night." Completely clueless, Qin Tian was pushed into a room by Hu Di and his wife. As soon as he entered, he smelled a faint, incredibly alluring fragrance, and saw a figure lurking behind the curtain. This scent, could it be? Qin Tian's face flushed with enchantment as he approached the source of the fragrance. His hand gently pulled back the thin curtain. Behind the curtain was a scene of exquisite beauty, not suitable for children's eyes. Blooming flowers adorned a delicate, snow-white figure. It turned out to be Bai Shiru bathing behind the curtain. Qin Tian couldn't help but have a nosebleed. "It's so white." He stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the girl bathing in the tub. A moment later, Bai Xiaoru suddenly realized someone was there and screamed, grabbing a towel to cover herself. "Ah! Why are you suddenly in my room? Get out! Get out!" Qin Tian pretended to cough. "I'm a gentleman. I didn't intentionally peek at you bathing. Your uncle and aunt told me to rest here. Get out now!" Her piercing scream made the entire building seem like it was about to collapse. After a chaotic scene of flying furniture and general pandemonium, the room finally quieted down. Bai Xiaoru, while getting dressed, complained, "Father and mother, really? They must have listened to Xiao Zhao's nonsense again. Are they that afraid I won't get married? Who would just throw their daughter to the wolves like this?" "Qin Tian, I don't know what happened when I was drunk earlier today, but I'm awake now. If you want to sleep, then sleep. I'm going to find Bai Xiao Xiao." Saying that, she walked straight to the door and reached for the handle. But after shaking it for a while, the door remained shut. Qin Tian, who had been hit on the head and was bleeding earlier, advised her from the bed, "Don't worry. They locked the door from the outside when I came in. We can't get out." The door had indeed been locked from the outside, trapping those inside. Bai Shiru yelled angrily, "What the hell is this?" Meanwhile, the other three were hiding outside, observing the situation. It was late, and they couldn't go out, so Qin Tian calmly lay down on the bed. "Make yourself comfortable. I'm going to sleep." Bai Shiru turned around to find him already asleep and snoring. Outside, the warm moonlight illuminated the world in the dark night. Soon, the night passed, and a new day was greeted by the pleasant chirping of birds. At this time, the lock on Bai Shiru's door was opened by someone. The maid beside her blushed. "Madam, is this really all right?" Madam Qing Lam smiled. "Hush! I'm just opening the door." and to see if they're awake yet. Saying this, she peeked her head into the room. At the same time, a shout of "Mother!" from behind startled her so much that she almost had a heart attack. Madame Qing Lam turned back and hurriedly signaled for silence. In the distance, Bai Xiaoxiao was running towards them, crying, because her father had confiscated the top-grade emperor armament that her older sister had forged for her. Hu Di was chasing after her, explaining, "Xiao Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about?" The commotion outside woke Bai Xiaoru up. The little girl, with tears in her eyes, ran towards them. "I want older sister to stand up for me. Father stole my emperor armament." Hu Di, not to be outdone, chased after her, explaining, "The top-grade emperor armament is extremely powerful. I'm afraid you can't control it, so I'm keeping it safe for you." Ignoring him, the little girl cried and ran straight into the room, causing Madame Qing Lam to pull her back in alarm. "No, Xiao Xiao! Don't go in there!" All three of them entered the room with the door wide open. Then, all three froze, staring blankly at the scene before them. Bai Xiaoru was awake, sitting on Qin Tian in a compromising position. The girl, still not understanding, rubbed her eyes and looked at her parents. "Father, Mother, Xiao Xiao, good morning. You too, take your time waking up. Mother won't disturb you anymore." Bai Xiaoxiao, being too young to witness such a scene, was dragged out of the room by her mother. Children shouldn't see this. Everyone's reaction left Bai Xiaoru confused. Only Qin Tian reacted, smiling at her. "Xiaoru, you're doing this so early in the morning? It's hard for me to control myself." Realizing her awkward position, Xiaoru yelled angrily. Hu Di's family, just outside, heard the shout and commented to each other, "Why is the commotion getting louder?" Young people indeed. Thus ended such a chaotic and awkward morning. A while later, Qin Tian sat by the viewing platform by the lake, leaning tiredly against a pillar. He wondered why. Clearly she was the one who sat on him, but he was the one being blamed. And she said she definitely wouldn't sleep with me tonight. A woman's heart is truly unfathomable. While Qin Tian was lost in his thoughts, Hu Di, by Jian Wu, approached and called his name. "Uncle, why are you here?" Hu Di smiled. "Did you rest well last night?" Mentioning last night, Qin Tian coughed up blood, gave a thumbs up and nodded. "Why do you ask?" "I slept pretty well." "Good to hear, good to hear." Hu Di pretended to be calm, but inwardly he was sighing. "Slept well, my foot." He coughed up blood. Just by looking at his face, I can tell he didn't sleep well. I still need to remind young people to exercise moderation. They can't damage their bodies. Thinking this, he sat next to Qin Tian. "Nephew, I came to talk to you about the Di Ming. Although they suffered a loss at your hands yesterday, the Di Ming definitely won't give up." Qin Tian smiled. "I'm not afraid of them." Hu Di sighed. "Nephew, don't underestimate them. Di Tian, the leader of Di Ming, isn't someone to trifle with. As far as I know, Di Tian is in secluded cultivation. Once he emerges, I fear he will have supreme realm level strength." Hearing this, Qin Tian became serious. His current strength was also around the supreme realm level. Even if he could hold off Di Tian, the Di Ming had far more experts than Qingqiu. In the end, they would still be at a disadvantage. Thinking this, he asked Hu Di, "I heard that Grandpa Ba Woody, the #1 expert of Qingqiu 10,000 years ago, was already half-step supreme realm. Could we ask him to intervene?" Hu Di looked dejected. After his father went into seclusion, he rarely contacted him. Even if he could contact him, he probably wouldn't easily intervene. Qin Tian was even more curious. "Why not?" "Because behind Di Tian, there's also an imperial clan. This is a clan passed down from the ancient mythological era. If my father intervenes, the imperial clan will have an excuse to get involved. And the situation will become even more difficult." After hearing the whole story, Qin Tian nodded. "So that's how it is. Uncle, I'm thinking of taking Shiro back home in a few days. My home is on the edge of Zhongzhou. It's not easy for the Di Ming to find." Hu Di nodded. "With Shiro by your side, I'm relieved." Taking this opportunity, Qin Tian scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "Uncle, do you have any top-grade spiritual herbs?" "Top-grade spiritual herbs are extremely precious. I only have a single stalk of 9-leaf spirit grass. If you want it, I'll give it to you." He thought to himself, "I have to be polite to my future son-in-law. This is how we show our sincerity. Hudi pulled a small bottle containing a tiny stalk of spiritual grass from his pouch. Qin Tian's completely disappointed expression upon seeing the tiny stalk of spiritual grass made Hudi embarrassed. Not enough? Actually, besides foraging, I also know alchemy. I thought you had many top-grade spiritual herbs, so I could refine a batch of top-grade Emperor round pills to share with you. Hudi was startled. What? You can refine top-grade Emperor round pills? Qin Tian took the spiritual herb, observed it for a moment, and sighed. Low grade is low grade. It's just a pity for this 9-leaf spirit grass. Don't. I suddenly remember, in my treasury, I still have a 10,000-year-old earth essence and a 10,000-year-old 100-soul calming grass. I'll go to the treasury to get them now. You must wait for me to return, don't rush to start the refining process. Remember? Wait for me. Watching Hudi's hurried figure, Qin Tian smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll wait. That night, in his room, Qin Tian gave Bai Xiaoru a gift box. When she opened it, she was shocked and stunned to find it contained a top-grade Emperor round pill, one of the most precious in the world. How did you get this? Xiaoru asked. Qin Tian smiled, standing beside her. I noticed you've been stuck at the first level of the Emperor realm for a while now. So I refined a batch of top-grade Emperor realm pills to help you break through. Hearing these words, the girl's eyes teared up with emotion. A top-grade Emperor round pill, it's not easy to refine something like that. You must have put in so much effort. You're too good to me. Qin Tian scratched his head. Actually, it wasn't that much effort. Xiaoru's father provided all the ingredients, he. Alright, it's getting late. You should rest. I'm going out. Seeing that she had accepted the pill, Qin Tian said goodbye and returned to his own room. But as he turned to leave, a hand grabbed his arm. This action by Xiaoru made Qin Tian slightly puzzled. He turned back to look at her. The girl shyly murmured, "Don't go. You can sleep here tonight." "It's okay." Her shy and adorable appearance stunned Qin Tian, but then, as if thinking of something, his face turned terribly vulgar. "Xiaoru, are you falling for me?" Enraged, Xiaoru transformed into a ferocious tiger and roared, "Get out! Get out of here!" Late at night, the building where they resided became noisy and chaotic. Early the next morning, the familiar cauldron flew over the skies of Qingqiu, carrying the three of them away. Seeing Xiaoru's dejected appearance, Qin Tian couldn't help but say, "If you're reluctant to leave, we can stay a bit longer." Xiaoru shook her head. "I can't stay here any longer. Every day I stay here brings danger to my family. Besides, if we don't go back, I'm afraid Qin Tian will get sick." Qin Tian was confused. "Get sick? I'm so healthy, how could I get sick?" "Lovesick, of course. Last night in your sleep, you called in Jiejia's name." Bai Xiaofao burst into tears upon hearing this. "Brother-in-law, how could you call another girl's name while sleeping with someone else? The books say that kind of man is a scoundrel." "Goodness! I was just worried about Miaoling's cultivation and whether it was going smoothly, so I was thinking about it day and night, that's all. Don't overthink it." Xiaoru nodded. "And Jiejia has been home alone this whole time. She must be very lonely. Your Jiejia doesn't lack weapons, and I can refine pills for her too. But right now, I'm lacking suitable spiritual herbs." Hearing this, Xiaoru suggested, "We could go to the Langshan Empire and have a look. Maybe we can find suitable spiritual herbs for refining pills there." The Langshan Empire was a nation ruled by the Wolf clan. It was rich in spiritual herbs from the grasslands. Bai Xiaoru remembered that her father once stored a 500-year-old 100-soul calming grass that he had bought at an auction in the Langshan Empire. Hearing Xiaoru's introduction, Qin Tian became excited. "If that's the case, then let's go to the Langshan Empire and take a look." Coincidentally, the 1430th auction was being held in the Langshan Empire that day. The beautiful host of the auction was introducing a 1,000-year-old dark jade Yulian, an essential ingredient for refining the heaven-grade soul-nourishing pill. The starting price was a mid-grade earth round pill. Hearing the announcement, the guests below hurriedly bid against each other to obtain this spiritual herb. However, Qin Tian felt rather disappointed. He had thought he could buy something good at the auction, but at this level, it seemed he had come in vain. Just then, the system interface suddenly popped up with a mission notification. The mission was to collect Supreme Realm spiritual herbs, the Heaven-Mending Root, the Phoenix Chew Fruit, and the Great Tao Supreme Fruit. The locations for collecting the Heaven-Mending Root and the Phoenix Chew Fruit were on the Demon God Island, while the Great Tao Supreme Fruit was located in the Great Tao Supreme Tower. Looking at the system for a moment, Qin Tian smiled happily. He had been worried about the lack of good spiritual herbs, and now he had unexpectedly triggered a mission for Supreme Realm spiritual herbs. Talk about perfect timing. System Daddy really knows how to care for people. At this moment, the auction host mysteriously introduced the next item. The highlight of the show is here. Next up for auction is the most important item of today's auction, the Nirvana Fruit. This item is extremely valuable. It has the effect of nourishing beauty, enlarging breasts, and is an essential material for refining the eternal beauty pill. The beautiful woman, with wolf-like hands, held the Nirvana Fruit, and the illustration showed a woman's full, round breasts. Qin Tian had another nosebleed. Just now, I said there were no good items at the auction. It seems I spoke too soon. Bai Xiao Xiao, beside him, blushed upon hearing the breast-enlarging effect and stared at her own flat chest. Should I buy this from Yao Ling? Qin Tian suggested. Bai Xiao Xiao spoke up, brother-in-law, you want to give the Nirvana Fruit to Njie? But Njie is already beautiful and big enough. She doesn't need it. She thought to herself, look at me. My body is still growing and needs this fruit. Qin Tian, not noticing Bai Xiao Xiao's strange behavior, hurriedly explained, this Nirvana Fruit, if used by ordinary people, indeed only has the effect of beautifying. But for those with the Ice Phoenix bloodline, it can enhance their cultivation aptitude, with an effect comparable to a top-grade Emperor Realm pill. Hearing this, Xiao realized, isn't Njie the one with the Ice Phoenix bloodline? We must buy this Nirvana Fruit for her. Everyone was happy, except for Bai Xiao Xiao, who was dejected because no one paid attention to her chest. Huh? What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? Are you hungry? Don't mind me. Just leave me alone. While they were chatting, the auctioneer on the stage had started the bidding for the Nirvana Fruit, with a starting price of 1 top-grade Heaven Realm pill. I'll offer 2 Heaven Realm pills. I'll offer 3. I'll offer 4. The women present at the auction eagerly bid against each other, with no men participating at all. Seeing the women getting so excited, a dog sitting nearby sneered, it's just a spiritual herb with a beautifying effect, and they're using so many top-grade Heaven Realm pills to buy it. These women are crazy. A few girls nearby, overhearing the dog's words, retorted, this guy will definitely be single for life. But he's already a dog. Who are you calling a dog? Woof woof. I'm talking about you. What about it, you golden retriever? The noisy and lively atmosphere of the auction reached its peak when someone fanned themselves with an air of arrogance, and called out a bid. I'll offer 2 low-grade Emperor Realm pills. The golden retriever and the other bidders, who had been fighting each other, stopped and stared blankly at the bidder. Qin Tian also turned his attention to see who was so generous as to offer 2 Emperor Realm pills. Who is this person? I can't believe they can take out 2 low-grade Emperor Realm pills. So generous. Quiet. That's His Highness, the Crown Prince of the Langshan Empire. It turned out the bidder was an incredibly handsome man with long black hair, and he bought this Nirvana Fruit to gift to the beauty he admired. Thank you, Your Highness. I really like this Nirvana Fruit. Then tonight you must perform well to please this palace. I will give you the Nirvana Fruit, my beauty. The auctioneer was delighted with this bid. 2 Emperor-grade low-rank pills, first call. 2 Emperor-grade low-rank pills, second call. Is there anyone with a higher bid? 2 Emperor-grade low-rank pills, third call. If no one bids higher, this Nirvana Fruit will belong to Crown Prince Langshan. But just then, another voice called out a bid, startling everyone. I bid 1 Emperor-grade mid-rank pill. Everyone stared at Qin Tian, who smiled. What? Is there a problem with me bidding 1 Emperor-grade mid-rank pill? My God, using a mid-rank Emperor-grade pill to exchange for a Nirvana Fruit? This person isn't a fool, is he? I don't see 2 Fox Clan beauties beside him. He must be buying the Nirvana Fruit to appease a beauty. Just to woo a girl, is it necessary to spend so much? Heaven, if I had known, I'd rather become a woman myself. The appearance of the Emperor-grade mid-rank pill caused a commotion in the auction. Hall. The auctioneer was also astonished and asked for confirmation. This young master, do you really agree to pay 1 emperor-grade mid-rank pill? Qin Tian smiled. Of course. Do you feel that the value of 1 emperor-grade mid-rank pill is not as high as 2 emperor-grade low-rank pills? Do you think my bid is too low? The auctioneer hurriedly shook her head. No, of course, young master has bid higher. So, what else do you need to ask? Don't waste everyone's time. Seeing this, the auctioneer immediately announced, 1 emperor-grade mid-rank pill, first call. 1 emperor-grade mid-rank pill, second call. Just then, Langshan's crown prince spoke up to stop her. Wait. Stop. This person's background is unknown. You cannot sell the nirvana fruit to this person. The crown prince's voice was full of implication, making the auctioneer very awkward. She was just the auctioneer and couldn't offend the crown prince, so she didn't know how to react. Qin Tian turned back to look at Langshan's crown prince. What? Does the Langshan Empire's auction house not sell to the highest bidder? Or are people not allowed to compete with the royal family? The crown prince, embracing a beauty, smiled in response. The auction of our empire naturally follows the rule of the highest bidder. But I suspect you are deceiving us. You can't possibly produce an emperor-grade mid-rank pill. The surrounding people nodded in agreement. It was very likely that this person had come to the auction only to cause trouble. After all, an emperor-grade mid-rank pill was so precious. How could anyone afford it? The woman in the crown prince's arms chimed in, a big-breasted, brainless fox girl. Finding a pretty boy like this as a man? Serves you right to be deceived. Bai Xiao Xiao, hearing herself mentioned, angrily retorted, haha, a 3-0 woman like you, with no chest, no brain, no but trying to seduce my brother-in-law? My brother-in-law doesn't even want you. You only deserve that mangy dog beside you. Your Highness, did you hear that? You must tear this little fox vixen's mouth apart for me. The crown prince nodded maliciously. Rest assured, as long as they can't produce the emperor-grade mid-rank pill, I will immediately imprison these 3 for fraud. This little girl will be handed over to you to deal with. As for the older girl, the crown prince leered at Xiaoru beside Qin Tian. Faced with these baseless accusations, Qin Tian looked towards the auctioneer and asked, Is there a pill appraisal grandmaster here? The auctioneer hurriedly nodded. Of course there is. Then all right. Qin Tian took out a beautifully colored pill from the bottle, like a gemstone. Have your appraisal master appraise the rank of this pill on the spot, so I can see if I'm deceiving you. The auction's appraisal master was immediately called onto the stage to appraise the pill under the watchful eyes of everyone around. The old man examined the pill with a magnifying glass for a long time, then exclaimed in astonishment, This is unbelievable. Crown Prince Langshan, as if victory was in his grasp, smiled and asked, So, is there something wrong with this pill? The appraisal master immediately knelt down and reporting to your highness, the appearance of this primordial yuan pill is perfectly round and full of luster. Even among emperor-grade mid-rank pills, it can be called high-rank. This old man has been appraising pills for over 100 years. This is the first time I've seen a pill of such quality. The mangy crown prince was also startled. He didn't expect it to actually be an emperor-grade mid-rank pill. The vixen beside the crown prince and the crown prince both wore gloomy and unpleasant expressions, while the surrounding people chattered non-stop. They also noticed that Qin Tian casually took out 1 pill, so there must be more inside. It could be seen that the whole bottle was filled with emperor-grade mid-rank pills. They had seen rich people before, but they had never seen anyone so rich. Today was truly an eye-opener. Qin Tian shook the bottle. Your Highness, now my bid should count, right? If you still want the nirvana fruit, then bid against me. The mangy crown prince was enraged but had to give up and stop competing. As soon as he left the auction house, he immediately ordered the surrounding soldiers to send people to follow the 3 of them. As soon as they left the city, they were to strike. After the auction, the 3, Bai Xiao Xiao, Xiaoru, and Qin Tian, successfully received the nirvana fruit and left satisfied. Xiaoru, walking beside them, felt that the crown prince wouldn't let them off so easily. It's better to leave the Langshan Empire while it's still early. Just then, Qin Tian's eyes sharpened, looking ahead, and a fierce killing intent erupted as someone drew their sword, blocking their path. In the blink of an eye, the 3 were surrounded by Langshan soldiers. Stop! Someone has accused you of being spies, so hand over what you're carrying. Those who disobey will die. Qin Tian looked at the soldiers and smiled. Your Highness, you lost the bid and now resort to robbery? This method is truly unsightly. From the bamboo forest beside them, the Crown Prince stepped out. Haven't you heard that an innocent man has nothing to fear? Qin Tian shook his head. Why so many justifications? It's all just robbery in the end. The Crown Prince's eyes narrowed at them. He ordered, deal with this man. Keep the 2 Fox clan beauties for this palace. Immediately, the soldiers rushed forward to attack. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao drew her emperor armament and said, leave these people to me. Just in time to test my new sword. The tiny girl, like a child, appeared in the center. With a casual swing of her sword, a powerful force erupted, blowing away the soldiers, killing them instantly. The sharp sword she destroyed the surrounding scenery, causing terrifying explosions. In the blink of an eye, all of Langshan's soldiers were dead, shocking the Crown Prince, making his wolf fur stand on end. How is this possible? An old wolf appeared beside the Crown Prince, cautiously on guard. Your Highness, this woman's cultivation is ordinary, but the sword she wields is a high-rank emperor armament. Its power is extraordinary. A high-rank emperor armament? Master Cam, can you handle it? The old man nodded upon hearing the Crown Prince's question. Of course. But if I make a move, I'm afraid the fox woman's life won't be spared as you wish. The mangy Crown Prince's eyes lit up. It's all right. Master Cam, quickly seize that high-rank emperor armament for this palace. Since your Highness has given the order, this old man will seize that high-rank emperor armament for you. In that instant, the frail old man transformed into a giant wolf with a muscular body overflowing with tyrannical power. Old fart, do you think I'm afraid of you just because you turned into a monster? Xiao Ru stepped forward to stop Bai Xiaoxiao. Leave him to me. I just happen to want to try how it feels to hit someone. After advancing to the second stage of the Emperor realm, the old man sneered, thinking Xiao Ru was boasting shamelessly. Seeing this, the girl immediately displayed her divine ability, True Form Nine-Tailed Fox, revealing her true form with giant tails. Behind her, Fox Woman, so you are also a second stage Emperor realm expert? But this old man has been at the second stage of the Emperor realm for a century. If we fight at the same level, you are no match for this old man. So die. Divine Wolf Fang Strike. Immediately, the old man's massive body charged forward with a fierce punch. The punch contained terrifying power, enough to easily destroy a mountain, but it was blocked by a soft tail, forcing him back. The gentle collision between the fist and the fox's tail caused air currents to erupt, blowing away the surrounding earth and rocks. The old man was horrified and couldn't believe that she had blocked his killing blow with just her tail. Xiao Ru's face showed a provocative smile. This is the trump card of a century of cultivation you're so proud of? It's nothing more than this. Now try blocking my attack. Xiao Ru's tails grew enormous, and in the blink of an eye, they summoned a giant fox. This was the divine ability, Heavenly Demon Claw. As the fox lunged at the old man, a heaven-shaking explosion occurred. The Crown Prince was stunned and terrified, while Bai Xiaoxiao was excited and thrilled, showing the tide of the battle. The dust from the explosion dispersed, revealing the old man's battered body amidst the rubble. Fox Woman, how long has it been since you advanced to the second stage of the Emperor realm? His face was covered in blood, but he didn't forget to ask. Xiao Ru gently landed on the ground, smiling as she replied. I broke through to the second stage of the Emperor realm 1 day ago. Hearing these words, the old man's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. Impossible! I've cultivated at the second stage of the Emperor realm for decades. How can I lose like this? After saying that, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. The most panicked person at this moment was the Crown Prince, as Master Cam had been defeated in a single move. No! This isn't good. I have to run! His face turned pale, and he hurriedly tried to escape, but Qin Tian blocked his path. Your Highness, you're leaving without giving an explanation? The mangy Crown Prince immediately knelt down and kowtowed. This palace was wrong. This palace shouldn't have been greedy for the pill and the woman. I will return to the palace immediately and hand over all my women to you. Their skills in bed are definitely better than that fox vixen beside you. Just spare my life. he said, pointing at Xiao Ru in the distance, making her furious. Facing the plea, Qin Tian shook his head. A gentleman doesn't take what others desire. I think your highness should offer similar compensation. The crown prince nodded hurriedly. All right. What do you want? This palace will give you everything. As he said that, a cold sword pierced his chest as if it were tofu. Qin Tian calmly withdrew the sword, blood splattering everywhere as the crown prince fell to the ground. Now, have we settled our accounts? Xiao Ru walked over. I thought you would agree. He said they were very good at serving others. Haha, that kind of beauty trap doesn't work on me. So, are you saying you're not interested in beauties? Xiao Ru teased with a smile. No, I mean, only this kind of beauty trap can make me fall for it. As he spoke, Qin Tian leaned closer, a rose held between his lips, making Xiao Ru blush. Sister and brother-in-law are so affectionate. Bai Xiao said enviously. Qin Tian, stop messing around. Xiao is still watching. Pay attention to your surroundings. Yes, the environment here is indeed not right. Let's go. The crown prince of the Langshan Empire is dead. If we stay any longer, the Langshan Empire will change dynasties. They calmly left, and it wasn't until much later that someone found the crown prince's body. The man hugged the body tightly, angrily asking, Who did this? Who killed my son? Report to your majesty. Today, the crown prince had a dispute with a human man at the auction. Beside this man were 2 Fox clan women. Hearing the soldier's report, the emperor of the Langshan Empire angrily ordered, Investigate for me. Find this man. I must crush him to ashes to comfort my son's soul in heaven. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, continuously letting out furious wolf howls. The surrounding soldiers immediately accepted the order and dispersed to investigate. At this time, in the backyard of the Painting Heart Pavilion, the sound of clashing weapons rang out continuously. It turned out that Dialing was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, slashing at a wooden log. After slashing for a while, Qin Tian's face appeared on the wooden log. So boring. Master still hasn't returned. Could it be that he stayed in Qinqiu as a son-in-law? Longing overwhelmed the girl, and she couldn't help but reach out and touch the carved face. Just then, Qin Tian walked through the door. Dialing, I'm back. Hearing the familiar voice startled Dialing, and she cried out. Immediately, she used her ultimate technique, Shattering Star, hitting the tree in front of her, causing everything to explode. Qin Tian was frightened to death by the intense attack and asked with concern, Dialing, what's wrong? And Dialing blushed and turned away, awkwardly covering up. I was practicing my swordsmanship. I thought Master had gone to Qinqiu to become a son-in-law and wouldn't come back. So I could only practice on my own. Seeing her sulking appearance, Qin Tian smiled cheerfully. All right, don't be angry. Look what I brought back for you. Then he took out a bright red berry from his bag. And Dialing recognized it immediately as a nirvana fruit. It really is a nirvana fruit. I originally planned to return a few days earlier, but because of this fruit, we deliberately went to the Langshan Empire for a fight. How is it? Do you like it? And Dialing stared at the red fruit and nodded. Of course I like it. This nirvana fruit is very beneficial to my Ice Phoenix bloodline. But actually, Master doesn't need to risk himself for me in the future. The girl was about to say something but was interrupted by Qin Tian. Alright, then you can't be angry with Master anymore. Actually, I've missed you very much during this time. Qin Tian said seriously, thinking to himself, anyway, I've been gone for so long. I can't let Dialing feel that I don't care about her as a disciple. Let's give her a reassurance pill first. Stunned by her master's confession, and Dialing subconsciously asked, You missed me? Yes, very much, very much. The girl's eyes teared up as she looked at her handsome master. Actually, me too. I miss Master too. Just then, Xiao Ru's voice echoed, startling Dialing, who blushed. Qin Tian, why are you running so fast? As soon as Xiao Ru entered the gate, she saw Dialing and happily called her name. The two girls held hands affectionately, having not seen each other for a long time, while Qin Tian was suddenly frozen into a statue standing far away. Strange, didn't Qin Tian come back earlier? Why don't I see him? And Dialing feigned ignorance. I don't know either. Meanwhile, Qin Tian had been frozen into a statue by her, so Xiao Ru didn't notice. At the same time, somewhere else, A mysterious ruin filled with skeletons suddenly appeared, causing the celestial phenomena to change. This matter was temporarily unrelated to Qin Tian's group. After returning and resting, they immediately threw themselves into training together. In Diaoling's shattering star and Bai Xiaoxiao's heavenly demon claw clashed intensely and fiercely. After a while of fighting without a clear victor, the two girls retreated, staring at each other. And Diaoling couldn't help but smile and praise Xiao Ru. You've become much stronger after this trip outside. It's thanks to the high-rank Emperor-grade pill that Qin Tian refined for me, allowing me to break through to the second stage of the Emperor realm. Hearing this, and Diaoling immediately glanced at her master, who was eating melon seeds on a tree branch. Master treats Xiao Ru so well. Even a disciple like me has never had a high-rank Emperor-grade pill. Qin Tian smiled sheepishly. Actually, a high-rank Emperor-grade pill is nothing. Wait until I refine a supreme-grade pill, then I'll give you one. Your cultivation will soon catch up to Xiao Ru's. Hearing this, both Xiao Ru and Diaoling were startled. Master, you can also refine supreme-grade pills? Qin Tian nodded. It shouldn't be a problem. I just need to go to 2 places to gather the ingredients. Where are they, Master? Just then, Mu Qingqing also entered. Qin Tian, Master, you're back? Then, their group entered the house together so they could chat comfortably. Qin Tian then asked, Qingqing, why are you in such a hurry? Has something happened? Empress Mu Qingqing nodded. Something big has happened. She had received intelligence that an illusory image of a tomb had appeared in the sky above the boundless sea yesterday. According to the records, this was a sign that the supreme tomb was about to emerge, so she had rushed here to inform her master. Hearing this news, and Diaoling was surprised. The illusory image of an ancient tomb above the boundless sea meant that the supreme tomb was most likely located on Demon God Island. Demon God Island? Isn't that where the heaven-mending root and phoenix chew fruit are located? Diaoling, have you been to Demon God Island before? The girl shook her head. Never. For our clan, this island is extremely dangerous. There are many demon emperors residing there. Among them, the 9 Nether Dragon Sparrow is the strongest. In my previous life, he was already a half-step supreme. Half-step supreme? This Demon God Island is indeed dangerous. Let's just pretend this supreme tomb doesn't exist, Master. Don't go! Qin Tian shook his head. No, I must go to Demon God Island. Because there are medicinal ingredients I need to refine supreme-grade pills on Demon God Island, plus the supreme tomb is about to emerge. This time, it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How can I miss it? Both Diaoling and Xiao Ru immediately wanted to volunteer to go along, but Qin Tian refused. Because, as Diaoling said, Demon God Island is very dangerous. Moreover, I need someone to stay here just in case, as it is very likely that Langshan will investigate and seek revenge. Hearing her master's explanation, the 2 girls wanted to say something more, but Qin Tian stopped them. Don't worry, you two. If you follow me now, you might even hinder me. If the strongest expert on Demon God Island is only a half-step supreme, I can still handle it. You two just stay home and wait for my good news. Then, Qin Tian alone rode his flying pot to Demon God Island. This Demon God Island is not small. Where should I look for the heaven-mending root and phoenix chew fruit? But then again, Demon God Island isn't uninhabited. The demon beasts on the island must know where the immortal herbs are. So, as long as I catch a demon beast and ask, it'll be much easier. So, he controlled his flying pot and circled the island, searching for a demon beast to ask about the spirit herbs. At the same time, a half-human, half-snake monster, leading a little girl, was continuously searching in the forest. Hurry up! Don't dawdle! If you can't find 10 spirit herbs today, don't even think about resting. The little girl, with 2 horns on her head tied tightly with a rope, looked around blankly and suddenly pointed forward. Over there! The half-human, half-snake monster looked in the direction the little girl pointed and spotted a flower blooming on the cliff face. Immediately, its long tongue wrapped around the spirit herb. The spirit herb was easily uprooted from the cliff by the long tongue, curling up and falling into the demon's hand. Unexpectedly, it's a 1,000-year-old mystic spirit herb. Using this little thing to search for treasures is really useful. The great king will be very happy when he sees it. While the monster was focused on the spirit herb, the little girl turned and ran away. Seeing this, the monster angrily shouted, "You want to run? Little girl! If I let you escape, the demon emperor will skin me alive." Saying that, its long tongue shot towards the little girl. The little girl, walking step by step, had her feet tightly bound by the tongue. "Tonight, when we return, I'll bind you with the emperor's chains and see how you can still run." The child lost her balance and fell to the ground, but her face remained calm. Suddenly she said 2 words, "It's over." As soon as those 2 words were uttered, a sharp sword she sliced the monster into 3 pieces, killing it instantly. A steady hand helped the little girl with 2 horns on her head stand up. Qin Tian appeared, lifting the little girl up, dusting off her small body, and softly comforting her. "Don't be afraid, little one. I won't hurt you. Now you're free. Don't let those nasty demons catch you again." The little girl's eyes stared blankly as the rope binding her loosened and fell off. Seeing her somewhat unresponsive expression, Qin Tian wondered, can't this little girl talk? Mentioning talking, he suddenly realized he had made a mistake. Damn it, I forgot to ask her where the heaven-mending root and phoenix chew fruit are. I'll have to find another demon to ask. Look at my memory! So troublesome, so troublesome. Next time, I must be gentler. As he spoke, Qin Tian sheathed his sword, preparing to leave. But at this moment, the little girl grabbed his hand and pulled him back. "I know where the heaven-mending root is." Qin Tian was surprised. "So you can talk? I thought you couldn't. My Qilin clan is naturally gifted at finding treasures. Ma Xian Demon Emperor captured me because he wanted me to find spirit herbs for him. I've found the heaven-mending root for him once before." Hearing the little girl's explanation, Qin Tian nodded. "So Ma Xian Demon Emperor has the heaven-mending root? That saves a lot of trouble. I can just kill him and be done with it." The little Qilin shook her head. "Big brother, Ma Xian Demon Emperor is very strong. He has the strength of the 3rd stage Emperor realm. I can find it on this island for you." Qin Tian smiled and patted the little girl's head. "Since you called me big brother, from now on, you are my little sister. What's your name?" The little Qilin shook her head. "I don't have a name." "What? No name?" Qin Tian was surprised again. "My goodness, I've met such a pitiful little girl. Captured from a young age and doesn't even have a name. Then, from now on, you can take my surname. Let's call you Qinanin." "Yes, and then take me to Ma Xian Demon Emperor. How dare he bully my little sister? I must settle this debt with him." The scene shifted to a demon cave where voices were conversing. "Cousin, you should have come to my place earlier. What's good about that godforsaken place, Donglo? Cousin, you don't know. Because of Feng Zhu of the Hidden Sword Peak in the Kunlun Sword sect, I was expelled from the sect and endured all kinds of abuse. I only recently found a chance to escape." Ma Xian Demon Emperor, sitting opposite him, smiled. "All right, once I find the Supreme Tomb and inherit its legacy, I will return to Zhongzhou with you and destroy the Kunlun Sword sect to avenge you." "Thank you, cousin. But the other demon emperors on the island are also searching for the Supreme Tomb. Are you sure you'll be the first to find it?" Hearing his cousin's question, Ma Xian Demon Emperor smiled. "The little Qilin I captured has a talent for finding treasures. How could they find it before me?" The white monkey was delighted. "Once cousin inherits the Supreme Tomb's legacy and advances to Supreme, your title of Demon Emperor should be changed to Demon God." "Ha ha, my brother, I won't treat you badly then." Just then, a monkey rushed in to report, "A human cultivator has come, saying he wants revenge for his sister." Ma Xian Demon Emperor was puzzled. "His sister? I'm only interested in female monkeys. I've never bullied any human women." The Daihe Demon King beside him was also furious. "A mere human dares to insult my elder brother's integrity? I must teach him a lesson." The white monkey immediately rushed out of the cave and found that the surrounding aquatic soldiers had been defeated, and a mysterious young man stood with his back to him. The white monkey demon king roared angrily and charged to attack. "Audacious human! Daring to come to Ma Xian Demon Emperor's cave to cause trouble. I must let you taste the power of my iron rod." At the same time, Qin Tian turned around, and the white monkey, upon seeing his face clearly, was so scared he almost wet his pants. Its charging posture abruptly stopped with a screech, while Qin Tian looked curiously at the white monkey. The white monkey cried out in terror, Feng Zhu of Hidden Sword Peak. Qin Tian's eyes widened. Oh, it's you! The monkey from the Manhwa mountain range. You actually escaped from the demon locking tower? Just then, Ma Xian Demon Emperor also rushed over. Cousin, why are you kneeling to him? Get up and fight. The white monkey thought to himself, if I could defeat him, why would I run to you? It then fell beside Qin Tian. I drank too much wine just now. My limbs are weak. My God, a little wine can make me so drunk. Move aside and watch me deal with this human. Seeing another monkey approaching, Qin Tian glanced at it. Are you Ma Xian Demon Emperor? Tell me, how are you going to settle the debt of bullying my little sister? The surrounding soldiers and female monkeys, hearing Qin Tian's words, gossiped among themselves. Why did the Demon Emperor bully someone's little sister? What's so good about that human's appearance? Has the Demon Emperor's taste changed? Although he didn't understand anything, the monkey roared angrily, Damn it! When did I bully your little sister? Don't spout nonsense! Qin Tian was also angry, and immediately pointed at the little Qilin girl beside him. You captured my little sister to find treasures for you. Isn't that bullying? Bullshit! She clearly has horns and is a demon. How can she be the sister of a human like you? What? Anin is my sworn sister. A sworn sister is still a sister, right? Then there's a problem. My sister is still a minor, so your behavior is called illegal child labor. You must compensate the victim double. So, compensate my little sister with all your spirit herbs and magical treasures. Ma Xian Demon Emperor furiously charged forward to attack. Compensate my ass. Die. His giant hammer smashed into the ground, cracking it, but Qin Tian easily dodged to the side. And then, wait here and watch Big Brother deal with this big monkey for you. The little Qilin girl obediently nodded. Be careful, Big Brother. In the next moment, Qin Tian summoned his supreme armament, the life and death sword. Don't worry, little sister. I'll deal with him quickly. What's there to be afraid of with this dried-up monkey? Seeing Qin Tian rushing towards him, Ma Xian Demon Emperor smiled contemptuously. You've come at the right time. His hammer, made of a strange type of stone, was swung, creating a giant vortex that attacked Qin Tian. The world-destroying power would definitely severely injure anyone it hit, but Qin Tian quickly dodged and used his sword qi. His face remained calm and gentle, even though he was fighting a veteran third-stage Emperor realm expert. The familiar destructive move, swallowing sun and moon, destroying stars, summoned the illusory image of a black moon across the sky, engulfing the monkey. From afar, a terrifying explosion was seen, shaking the entire island. The battle quickly ended. Inside the Demon Emperor's cave, two figures were rummaging around. Oh my God, even this guy's bananas are made of gold. How rich is he? The little Qilin, Qininin, was also searching through the piles of gold, silver, and jewels with her brother when she suddenly exclaimed, Found it! Big brother, this is the heaven-mending root I found for Ma Xian Demon Emperor before. The little girl held out a ginseng that looked like a radish with a strange facial expression. So this is the 10,000-year heaven-mending root. If refined into a pill, it would be enough for Ma Xian Demon Emperor to advance from the third-stage Emperor realm to half-step supreme. What a waste to die in vain. Qin Tian glanced at the remaining monkeys kneeling and trembling below. So, do you want to avenge your master? The white monkey shook its head in fear. The treasures of the world belong to those who are capable. The master gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it and lost his life. How can we avenge him? Wasn't Ma Xian Demon Emperor your cousin? At this, the white monkey trembled even more violently. That was generations ago. It doesn't count, it doesn't count. Qin Tian's eyes were filled with anger. I don't care if you're distant relatives or close relatives. You must avenge Ma Xian Demon Emperor. The monkey was so scared it cried without tears. Master, my cousin, he was a demon emperor, and you killed him with one slash. How dare a mere demon king like me seek revenge on you? Your fart alone could blow me to death. You can't, but aren't there 3 other demon emperors on Myriad Demon Island? You can ask for their help to avenge me. No! I wouldn't dare! Please, sir, spare my life for the sake of us being from the same hometown. I'll return to Zhongzhou immediately and never step foot on Myriad Demon Island again. Seeing the monkey refusing to listen, Qin Tian threatened coldly, You can return to Zhongzhou, But you must first ask the other demon emperors to avenge Ma Xian demon emperor. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy to a fellow countryman. The little Qilin beside him was puzzled. Why do you want the other demon emperors to seek revenge on Big Brother? Look, Ma Xian demon emperor had so many good things. Surely the other demon emperors' homes are the same. The phoenix chu fruit might be in one of their treasuries. The little girl pondered for a moment, then suggested, then why don't we just go to their homes and take it? Qin Tian, a righteous gentleman, explained, that's not called taking, it's called robbing. If we do that, we'll become bad guys. Then what should we do, Big Brother? That's why I told the other demon emperors to attack me first. This way, we have a reason to demand compensation from them. This is called persuading people with reason. The little Qilin worshipped and praised, Big Brother is so wise. The white monkey sighed helplessly. Clearly it's persuading people with force, what reason is there? But sir, I heard cousin Ma Xian demon emperor say that his relationship with the other demon emperors has always been disharmonious. I'm afraid the other three won't seek revenge for you. Qin Tian smiled cunningly. Then you just tell them that I know the location of the supreme tomb on Myriad Demon Island. They will definitely come looking for me. That night, the sky was full of stars, and even more stars could be seen above Demon God Island. At this time, Qin Tian was comfortably soaking in a spiritual spring, while the little Qilin girl was chasing fish in the water. Anin's ability to find treasures is truly amazing. Even this 10,000-year spiritual spring can be found by her. It's a pity Diaoling and Xiaoru aren't here. Otherwise, it would be wonderful for everyone to soak in the spiritual spring together. I can bring them here later. After all, the 10,000-year spiritual spring has the effect of purifying the body and marrow. He stretched comfortably. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation from below. It turned out the little Qilin, diving underwater, had caught something of Qin Tian's. Big Brother, I caught it! Such a big fish! Gurgle, gurgle. Qin Tian cried out in horror. Anin, let go! That's not a fish! Let go quickly! As soon as Qin Tian set off for Demon God Island, and Diaoling's group stepped onto the familiar tribulation platform, Xiaoru asked with concern, are you sure you want to undergo the tribulation now? Or should we wait until Qin Tian returns? Diaoling hurriedly shook her head. It's all because of me that Master went to Demon God Island alone. I want to advance quickly to help Master. Bai Xiao also advised, but undergoing tribulation is very dangerous. What if something unexpected happens to Sister An? Don't worry. My cultivation has greatly improved these days while cultivating with your sister. Plus, with this nirvana fruit, I believe I can break through to the Emperor realm. Seeing that she couldn't dissuade her, Bai Xiaoran nodded in agreement. If you've made up your mind, then undergo the tribulation now. Xiao and I will protect you so no one will disturb you. Then, under everyone's protection, the tribulation platform activated its defensive formation. A terrifying power began to erupt from Diaoling's small body, connecting with the dark clouds in the sky. The girl sat in meditation with the nirvana fruit floating in front of her. At this time, in the distant sky, two figures were riding wolves. Old Lang, are you sure you're not mistaken? This Haotian Empire has no reputation. Are you sure your son was killed by someone there? The Emperor of the Langshan Empire beside him nodded in reply. Old monster, I see you've been in seclusion for too long. Haven't you heard of an Emperor-grade refiner surnamed Qin appearing in the Haotian Empire? My son was killed by him. An Emperor-grade refiner? He must have many good things on him. The reward must be increased. This old man was the Hahuan Patriarch. The Langshan Emperor pondered, then said, in addition to the 500 virgins previously agreed upon, we'll split the brat's belongings equally. The Hahuan Patriarch nodded in satisfaction, agreeing to the cooperation. Just then, the two were attracted by lightning in the distance, and stopped to observe. This small empire actually has someone undergoing the Emperor tribulation? Let's go take a look. Perhaps the person who killed my son is there. Then, the two rode their wolves towards the distant tribulation platform, and perhaps a great battle was about to take place. On the tribulation platform, Diaoling activated the defensive formation and the spiritual energy protecting her body, continuously resisting the lightning strikes. The Bai sisters, standing guard, suddenly looked back with serious expressions. It turned out the two old men had arrived and stepped onto the tribulation platform. Little girl, Do you know someone named Qin Tian? Xiao Ru looked coldly at the two and knew they had no good intentions. What do you want with him? What do we want? That guy killed my son. If you know where he is, obediently hand him over. Otherwise, I will flatten the Haotian Empire. Xiao Ru's face turned cold. So you've come to avenge that trash crown prince? Your son wanted to kill and steal treasures. He brought death upon himself. You, as a father, failed to discipline your son and still have the nerve to come here and cause trouble? The Langshan Emperor was enraged by these words. I remember now. There were 2 fox women beside him. It must be you two, right? If that Qin Tian doesn't dare show his face, then I'll use you two as sacrifices. His eyes sharpened with killing intent, and he immediately pounced to attack. Facing this fierce attack, Xiao Ru was also enraged. Do you want to die? Then, a fierce battle between the two erupted, causing the tribulation platform to shake and sway. Xiao Ru had fully revealed her foxtails and was using all her strength because her enemy was no ordinary person. The Langshan Emperor's aura was also incredibly fierce, as he was a veteran Emperor realm expert. One stomp of his foot created a deep crater in the originally sturdy tribulation platform. World-destroying moves continuously clashed, and a single mistake could result in instant death for either of them. The battle intensified, and Xiao Ru used all her might to prevent him from affecting Diaoling, who was undergoing tribulation. For the time being, the two were evenly matched, but as time passed, Xiao Ru gradually fell into a disadvantage. Xiao Xiao, worried, hurriedly drew her emperor armament and shouted, Sister, I'll help you. But as she was about to rush forward, another old man suddenly appeared, blocking her way. The Hehuan patriarch stared at the sword in the little fox's hand and smiled greedily. Little fox girl, with your cultivation, you dare wield an emperor armament? Hand it over to this old man respectfully. Bai Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth angrily. Don't even think about it, you damn old man. The Hehuan patriarch didn't waste any words and immediately attacked, using his ultimate technique, wooden vine dance, controlling a vine that shot out from his body. The vine easily snatched the sword from Bai Xiao Xiao's hand. A smug smile appeared on the Hehuan patriarch's face. This sword is mine now. The vine tightly wrapped around the sword, pulling it towards the Hehuan patriarch. But at this moment, a pair of sharp eyes appeared, and a cold voice rang out, Ice Fire Phoenix. Miraculous 7-colored flames appeared out of nowhere, engulfing the Hehuan patriarch. The old man was shocked and terrified by the flames but couldn't react in time. Bai Xiao Xiao also stared blankly at the person who had just intervened.